What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Depending on who you ask, some folks are like, why the hell your ugly ass got a name like handsome liberal? It is what it is. I enjoy the commentary. We're gonna be talking about a few things as always. You know how the program is ran. We come with the topics. We want to hear your take. You know we don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. We've been at it since day one. We are and shall remain MAGA friendly. That's how the program is ran. That's how it's always been ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So if you are critical of anyone in the program, up to and including the host, that is not something you have to be concerned with. We go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with Q. If you enjoy that type of open dialogue across the platform, feel free to follow the program. If you're watching on if you're watching on Clapper or TikTok, give your boy a follow. If you're watching on YouTube, horizontal, YouTube, vertical, give your boy a subscription. So, or a sub. So, what we're talking about starting now, we got a few topics as always. First one is there was a Juneteenth holiday that just passed a couple of days ago. And I made a video on this because it was incredibly unpopular with some folks. And I want to know from you folks, particularly my MAGA viewers, if I can. I would prefer to speak to more MAGA today. We'll see if we can make that happen. But what is it about the Juneteenth holiday that is so unpopular? Why are folks in such opposition to having a holiday that officially marks the end of all chattel slavery in America? So I do want to hear from you folks in regards to that. Now, I'm going to play the video that I posted, which drew thousands of views and comments, but I'll give it to you straight from yours truly. And I want to hear from you folks in the comments. What did I get wrong? Do I sound crazy? Or is am I hitting the nail on the head? I want to get your opinion on this. Any of the same Second Amendment folks who believe in armed society. Actually, that's the wrong video. Here we go. Question number one. Why are there so many people against having a holiday that marks the end of slavery? Question number two, and I mean this in the most sincere, non-confrontational manner. Have you seen anyone that is against having this holiday that's not white? So that was what I posted. I mean, it's gotten about 100 comments, thousands of views. So I want to ask you folks, what am I getting wrong on that? Now, seeing the comments, we'll go ahead and tackle a few comments. Plox says, because you forget the people that helped make it possible most of the time. Well, when you're honoring a holiday, do they generally take in consideration? I mean, like, okay, Independence Day, July 4th, us declaring our independence from the British. Because that was not just done by the English settlers. I mean, there were some Native Americans in this country that helped make that happen, as well as some blacks. Does July 4th take them into consideration? I don't know how I don't understand what that means when you say you don't take into consideration other people that made it happen. I don't think we normally do that. On Thanksgiving Day, I mean, is that normal that we do that? Memorial Day, when we honor our war dead, do we take in consideration all of the French and all of the other soldiers, the Australian and New Zealand soldiers that helped fight those wars with us? Do we honor them on Memorial Day? I don't believe we do that. So I would like to know, what do you mean by uh, not taking into consideration other people who made it possible? What are you suggesting on Juneteenth? You should honor, well, I guess, whites who were abolitionists? Let me know what you mean by that. Anyway, continuing on looking in the comments. Tim's shorts have been fired. Thank you there, Myrotech. I do appreciate that. But I'm trying to find out what do you folks see in regards to what I asked there is, why are there so many folks that are against the Juneteenth holiday? And as you heard me ask for a second question, have you heard many folks that are against the Juneteenth holiday that are not white? I mean, for instance, have you heard any black people that are against the Juneteenth holiday? I'd like to know that for certain because I'm curious. You can keep in mind a federal holiday is something we all get off. If you work for the post office or the federal government, you get the day off no matter what your background is. Why would you be against an extra holiday? Speaking of, and by the way, speaking of being against an extra holiday, President Trump took to social media on Juneteenth. Here's what he posted. Too many non-working holidays in America. It is costing our country billions of dollars to keep all of these businesses closed. The workers don't want it either. Wow. Soon we'll end up having a holiday for every once. Let me read this again. It seems like it might be off grammatically. Soon we'll end up having a holiday for every once working day of the year. I don't know what that means. But he sounded like he's saying there's too many holidays. And he concludes by saying it must change if we are going to make America great again. Wow. Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being it's going to happen. Trump has 3 more years in office. Scale of 1 to 10. How likely is he to get rid of the Juneteenth holiday? Making a statement like that on Juneteenth. Scale of 1 to 10. How likely do you believe it is that Trump will ultimately get rid of the Juneteenth holiday, considering he made a statement like that on Juneteenth itself, suggesting that there are too many holidays. Now, let me say this. I'll look in the comments. Get rid of Columbus Day, somebody said. Are you a centrist? Somewhat. Thank you, Jocelyn. Somewhat. But let me say this in regards to his statement. Too many non-working holidays in America. How many non-working holidays are there? It's not even a dozen. It's not even one per month. What does he mean by too many? Successful MD says the same food that made his birthday at $45 million day. That's a great point. Is that he's talking about what do they call them? Too many non-working holidays in America. But yet, as Successful MD is pointing out, he had a $45 million military parade on his birthday. So it's good for me, but not for thee, is what it sounds like. Thank you, Successful. I agree with that. Yeah, and he says it's costing our country billions of dollars to keep all these businesses closed. First of all, how many of you folks got the day off on Juneteenth? I had to work that day. If you're not part of the federal government, most companies don't give you that day off. So when he says it's keeping all of these businesses closed, I don't believe it's a holiday that is mandatory. Maybe the banks, schools. Outside of that, most of the private sector don't get it off. What you work for Target or Walmart, you probably didn't get Juneteenth off. So I don't know what he means when he says keeping all these businesses closed. He says the workers don't want it either. What worker does not want a fucking holiday? Does anybody buy that? Keeping all these, he says the workers don't want it either. You're telling me that the typical American worker would rather go to work and earn their wage on Juneteenth, as opposed to sitting at home and getting another paid holiday, they would rather go to work? Where does that happen at? And then, of course, he says soon we'll end up having a holiday for every, I guess he means for every one working day of the year. So it'll be a work day, a holiday. I don't know where he's going with that. He's making it sound like soon for every day you work, you'll have a holiday off. We're talking, most folks work about, I don't know what, 250 days a year or more. There's like a dozen holidays at best. What is he? We're nowhere in the same galaxy as having a working day holiday schedule. I mean, this is what you call just a wild exaggeration. But he's it by saying it must change if we're going to make America great again. So he's indicating we got too many holidays, and if we need to make America great again, we need to get rid of some of them. We need to make Americans work more. That's what it sounds like I'm hearing. You guys agree with that? You think he's on to something with that? We need you to work more. So he's going to get rid of the holidays. It sounds like he's aiming for getting rid of Juneteenth because he was president on, when did he win? November 4th? He was president on Thanksgiving. He sent out a happy Thanksgiving message in which he attacked all the liberals. He was president on Christmas. He sent out a Merry Christmas Day message in which he attacked all the liberals. He was president on New Year's, Easter. He waits to Juneteenth to send this out. So I think it's safe to say he doesn't have a problem with holidays. He has a problem with this one. So what do you think? Looking in the comments, Johnny 11. Oh, you got didn't count. Why have you been reprogrammed? I missed the comment. Didn't count. Now you got me wanting to know what he says. Yeah, that's a bad take on Trump's part. Said, oh, Johnny, I see what you said now. So yeah, it does appear as if the guy who was supposed to be the counter against the racist vote for me, you ain't black president is going to one up him by possibly getting rid of a whole holiday honoring the freedom for black Americans. So it looks like he is not a fan of Juneteenth at all. Amish Jeb says holidays all Jew made. Biden made this a holiday. MLK Day was put in place by Ronald Reagan. I don't think either one of those folks are Jewish. Private people pay for the holiday. Military to be private people pay for the public military present. I'm under the impression it was a sponsored event, which in itself a whole new ball of worms. You want our military to operate with sponsorships? That's something else. That's not necessarily making it any better. Or the taxpayers didn't pay for it. Other sponsors paid for it. I don't know if that makes it any better. Would you want some pro LGBTQ company sponsoring a military parade or something? No, there would be certain companies you wouldn't want doing that. So I don't think the military should be involved in capitalism. What are you going to do? Start putting logos on their uniforms and things like that, like you see in sports, where you got a Nike logo. You want to start putting logos on the military camouflage fatigues? There has to be a line somewhere. That just seems like capitalism gone amok. Looking in the comments though, Extreme Majin Boo, good to see you here. Says JD Vance ain't shit. JD Vance, wow. Said JD Vance ain't shit. Maybe Trump is trying to save black people from being shot and killed on black crime by getting rid of Juneteenth. Explain that, Extreme mate. You think by getting rid of Juneteenth, Trump is trying to save black people from being shot and killed, black on black crime? I don't know where you're getting that one. Let me know what you mean by that. But anyway, in continuing with the program, now, like I said, I took some flag for posting that about asking, why is it so many people want to get rid of Juneteenth, and why do most of them appear to be white? In fact, I haven't seen anybody talking about getting rid of Juneteenth or having an issue with Juneteenth that's not been white. Now I know some of you folks may have seen non-white saying it, but everybody I've seen talking about we don't need to have Juneteenth has been white. Why is that? I don't know. I'd like to hear from you folks. But also, I posted another video, and I want to hear your opinion on this one as well, because both of these videos I took a hell of a lot of criticism for. This one even more so. In fact, there was no shortage of folks in the comments suggesting I was a fucking idiot for this one, and that I lacked all educational knowledge to even say something like this. But here goes. Shall not be infringed. Can someone explain why many of the same Second Amendment folks who believe an armed society is a polite society is so gung-ho against Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon? After all, nuclear weapons don't kill people. People kill people. Or are we beginning to understand that once they believe their lives are in danger, they suddenly see the validity in a weapons ban? So what am I getting? Let me know what am I getting wrong there? Because there is a huge push against Iran having a nuclear weapon. But what about that whole notion that if America has an armed society, the society itself will be more polite. You won't go around committing crimes and things like that if you know everybody has a gun and they can defend themselves. Why doesn't that work on the world stage? Why does that same mindset that an armed society is a polite society, why when you try to convert it to the world stage in the armed planet, is a polite planet, why does it suddenly lose its same credibility? I want to know from you folks. Because if an armed society is polite, nobody wants to mess with anybody else because they know they may have a weapon to defend themselves. Why does it lose credibility when you try to apply the same logic on the world stage? Iran hasn't said anything towards the United States that we don't say against each other on a daily basis in this country. Whether it's road raging, whether it's walking in a liquor store, whether it's a neighbor you don't like, Iran hasn't said anything to America that we don't say to each other on a daily basis. So let me know how that doesn't work. Once again, I'm going to be your resident idiot. That's what I was called on this. I want to hear you folks clear that up. Extreme Agent Boo is a retard. Damn, Tony. Oh my God. Tony in the comments says Extreme Agent Boo is a retard. Okay. You waste your time worried about things you can't change, says Amish Jeb. That's kind of how politics works, Jeb. I mean, that's, you got people that are worried about whether a woman should have the right to choose, and they're a man with no kids. I mean, so that's what happens. How many straight people are worried about whether a gay person can get married or not? I mean, that's kind of how politics works. I hear your point, but since when has it not been that way? Continuing on, though, a lot of deletions would happen, that's for sure. Well, I'm just simply saying, if you're saying an armed society is a polite one, why isn't an armed planet a polite one? Why does it suddenly lose credibility when you take it to a planetary level? Real quick in the comments here, before we continue on, I can't wait for all the MAGA people to go to war. Let's send their asses first. Well, the problem with that, Kingpin, is when you start talking about sending people to war, they start out with poor people and minorities. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, you think about particularly the Vietnam War. Think about how many black people served in Vietnam. I mean, it's just they're going to start out with the poor people, and minorities are going to be the ones that are going to get sent to that shit. So I don't know if it's going to be MAGA. I don't know if I would totally agree with you on that. All government is bad when it what? All government bad when it was when I don't get what you're saying there. It's just the way in the third world countries. Well, I'm asking that question before we continue on, and I start taking calls. I think I had one more thing I want to ask. We're obviously defending Israel right now in regards to Iran. I'm asking this question twofold. I guess this is a double-edged question. First of all, where is NATO in the rest of the free world? Why are we always defending the Israelis by ourselves? If they're facing such a hostile threat, where is the rest of the world? What is it about America that has to stand up for Israel? Now, I talked about this in a previous video about Ted Cruz talking to Tucker Carlson and saying it's in the Bible, it's biblically prophesied that that you should support Israel. Well, most of Western Europe and most of the countries south of the border are Christian countries. They're not rushing to defend Israel. Why the hell are we doing it? They're all Christian countries too. Most of those countries believe in God. I mean, hell, the Pope is in Western Europe. You don't see them talking about we need to go out and defend Israel. Why is it us? So I want to hear from you folks why we are doing this on our own, and where the hell is NATO involved in it? Where the hell? Same thing with Iran and the nuclear weapons. America and Israel are the ones that are screaming that Iran cannot have nukes. Where's NATO in this? You don't hear any of the other free countries yelling out Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. It's just us in Israel. Why is that? There's a whole lot more countries, free countries in Western Europe and things like that are a lot closer to Iran where they could actually strike them than the United States is. Why are they not yelling out that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon? Why is it only Israel and the United States? So those are our topics for today. You know how the program is ran. We are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor. So when you come on the program, you certainly will be able to speak without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor or limit your comments. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including yours truly. What do I always say? We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. You enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, Give your boy a follow if you happen to be watching right now on Clapper or TikTok. And if you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Looking in the comments real quick, they be working the hell out of the Bible to validate their bullshit. Shake my head. You may have some validity to it. Let me go straight to the box. The one and only Dinkel. Good evening, Dinkel. Welcome to the program. So, what's wrong with my statement? If it brings them up, let me make sure I'm on Wi-Fi. Yeah. Good evening, Dinkel. What's wrong with my statement when I suggest that if they're going to claim an armed society as a polite society in the country, why doesn't that apply to the global stage?
Uh, because they have to think and have to try to answer that question. They have the same response I interaction had on the post with people trying to explain to them.
Your signal.
Like,
Wait, hold on. Your signal. You're
good.
breaking up. Wait. Your signal's weak. I don't know if it's. Let me make sure I'm on Wi-Fi because your signal is breaking up. I think I'm.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you seen some of the interactions I was having with some of the people on that post you made, but I was trying to explain. They were saying, "Well, that's not a good analogy," and that a nuke is a weapon of the government, and people it totally missed them. We talking about the ideology. We were
Right.
talking about the ideology that a weapon is supposed to, you know what I'm saying, somehow fix things, and we know it doesn't.
Yeah, and that's the same thing. That's why I ended it by saying, once it gets to a point where they feel their lives are in danger, they suddenly can realize the need for a weapons ban. I mean, but yeah, if you believe in armed society, your neighbor having an AR or unlimited ammunition and all that, you believe all of that's okay because it'll make a polite society. But then when it goes on a world stage where I don't want this person to have an atomic weapon, well, then you don't believe in armed society as a polite society.
Right. The same as when who was that? Was that Clinton who did the automatic weapons ban? Or was it before Clinton?
Clinton was part of that too. Clinton is the one.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the NRA and them, they didn't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
When them people was running around with guns and stuff, they was all right with not having, not having gangsters run around, with that kind of heavy artillery.
I don't know why the hell are they now in 2025? Because a lot of people are being taken out with that type of artillery now. I mean, there's a lot of Americans. I mean, most of these mass casualty events feature long rifles and high capacity weapons. I mean, you didn't used to have that back in the 80s and 90s.
Right, because of that automatic weapons ban. It's not that they didn't exist, because we know from the wars that we fought early on that they exist. But that weapons ban, even though we can't really count the numbers because you can't count non-deaths. You know what I'm saying? Like how many deaths it prevented.
Right.
But guaranteed, if we had 100-round drums, back in the crack epidemic days, it would have been a whole lot more deaths.
Yep. So in other words, you didn't have this type of mass casualty events in the 80s and 90s because the people didn't have their hands on the same arsenal they can get now.
Right. And now, they got, they didn't have a problem with when Trump banned the bump stops. You know what I'm saying? They didn't say a word when he was talking.
So I'm wondering, I think some people did have a little bit of outcry. I mean, but right.
A little bit, but it was over in about a week.
Yeah.
It was over in about a week.
Right.
They got over that and moved on.
Because he did ban bump stocks, and obviously MAGA did not go anywhere. And they talk about how the liberals are tough on guns and all this shit, but Trump is the one who actually imposed the gun law.
Right, and told them don't be afraid of the NRA.
Yep.
Told them.
Yep.
But as soon as he got a call, the next he changed his tune. But that's a whole other thing.
He did. He did.
And they just passed the law that said that they can't prevent. These YNs. And I'm not sure if you know what the initials stand for.
Young Negroes? No, I don't know. What is a young Negro?
Yes.
Okay.
And they have these things which can turn a semi-automatic into an automatic weapon.
You're talking about a switch.
A switch.
A switch.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just said that those are perfectly legal, and it's probably because they're in where black communities where they using these things. So they say they're perfectly fine.
Why would I mean? Obviously, because I have a Glock myself. I mean, like if you put switch on a Glock, it makes it very inaccurate because it just sprays around. Why would somebody want to legalize that? I mean, there is in terms of accuracy. I don't know what is the legitimate reason for a switch. I mean, that just sprays ammunition every damn where.
Man, you have to talk to the court system, which is bought and paid for by NRA money and PAC money. That they said it's cool.
Common sense.
It's cool to have it.
On YouTube, of one of my viewers, common sense is going against what you're saying. He's saying the switch is still a federal crime. So he's saying that has not been legalized.
I'm not sure if he's. I mean, it's been fairly recent within the last couple of months that they had a ruling. Now, whether it's gone all the way up to the Supreme Court, I couldn't tell you.
Well,
but I'm telling you that the courts have made a decision that those switches are perfectly legal.
I was watching Colin Neor. He's a spokesperson for the NRA. He's an African American attorney guy, and he works for the NRA, and he premiers weapons and laws and things like that. He just did a video the other day. They did legalize silencers and some of the other things that were illegal on that you could do to an AR. They have made a lot more stuff legal.
It was a part of. I'm pretty sure it was a part of that ruling.
I don't know why they would legalize that. I think the only reason I can see them doing that is because I just don't like paraphernalia in regards to firearms being outlawed. I want to make everything legal possible. I don't like any gun. That's the only reason why I would think somebody would make a switch legal, because just like with bump stocks too, that does not add any act. Bump stocks are pretty much damn near the same thing a switch is for a handgun. Like it just it ruins the accuracy. I don't know why anybody would want to legalize a bump stock. It's just a toy that could be used for mayhem.
Right, because you're not going to hunt with it. You're not going to actively engage in fighting a tyrannical government with either one of those things. So it makes no sense to be an advocate of something that's just going to inadvertently hurt or damage people.
Yeah. The only reason you would want a bump stock or a switch is just to spray lead in random, like the guy that was in the I think he used one too. The guy that was firing out of Mandalay Bay, because he had a whole crowd of.
He used bump stock. He used bump stock.
Yeah. Now, if you're trying to hit a whole bunch of compressed soft targets, let's say you're standing on home plate in the middle of a game, ran out of the dugout and you about to take out. Then if you want to just hit the audience, you're standing at home plate spraying around the field into the stands. Yeah, a bump stock or a switch would be fantastic in a situation like that. But if you're actually engaging in a target with somebody, you don't want all of this reduced accuracy. I don't see why they would legalize that.
Right, and we've talked about this before. The thought process to say, well, if they're saying that we need to have weapons because we need to battle a tyrannical government, then why can't we have hand grenades? Why can't we have, why can't we own 50 cals? Why can't we own same military weapons?
Most 2A people do believe you should be able to own that stuff, Cal. They do believe you should be able to own grenades. I think you can. You can own hand grenades, can't you? I think you can own those.
No. You gotta have a special certification to be able to even get your hands on them. Oh. Yeah, those are federal offenses if you have actual hand grenades.
So, citizen, there's nothing you really can do to get a grenade.
No.
Okay.
They do not want those things on the streets of America, and I understand why. The same way I understand why switches shouldn't be legal, bump stock shouldn't be legal. A lot of things. Yeah. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't have ARs, because I got a couple myself, but I am saying that there should be a stricter requirement to get your hands on them.
Right. Yeah, I'm okay with this.
They should be more expensive.
There's three.
You should put a tax on them.
There's three reasons for 2A I'm okay with two of those reasons. One being to hunt and feed your family. Number two being to defend yourself and your family. I'm totally okay with 2A for those reasons. It's the stopping of tyranny that I have a problem with. Because to stop tyranny, that's when you open up the door to say people should have armed drones and missiles. Because that's the only way you're going to stop it. You're not going to stop it with any long rifle or handgun. I mean, our government has stuff that go way above and beyond what you could ever dream of doing with a handgun. So if you're going to stop a tyrannical government, you need what they have. And that's when it gets to that's when you start opening up the door to having people armed with crazy shit. So I'm okay with hunting. I'm okay with defending your family. I don't buy it because you're not going to stop tyranny with what you got in your house anyway. You're just not. But people believe they can.
Right. They actually believe that somehow they're going to be able to fight. And I don't even like to have that conversation about them people because they have no understanding. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to call them names or nothing.
All right, well let me move on to the second topic with you. What the hell is
okay.
What the hell is wrong with Juneteenth? Why are there so many folks against that?
It's a holiday that celebrates Black history.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, it doesn't. Does it celebrate? I mean, it celebrates the day that blacks gained total freedom from slavery. I mean, there's obviously a lot of Black history beyond Juneteenth.
Not them. Right. When they really fully enforced the Emancipation Proclamation across, because they didn't have social media back then, so a lot of the slave owners just didn't tell their slaves that they were free.
And that's evil as fuck.
And so they had to send the damn military going house to house saying, hey, you guys are free. That's what Juneteenth means. But instead of people wanting to look into it to actually see what it means to a whole race of people, they would rather just it's just like people would rather say, look, I don't even want a free holiday if Black people get to, it's the same like they talking about the Black fatigue. They so sick and tired of people saying that, Black people had made accomplishments or there were, it's crazy to me how people, he just got up there and basically said, look, hey, it's a Black holiday, so look, y'all quit being lazy. Talking about something that's messing with the economy.
Did you read his message where he stated too many non-working holidays in America? It is costing our country billions of dollars to keep all these businesses closed. The workers don't want it either. Wow. Says soon we'll end up having a holiday for every one working day of the year. It must change if we're going to make America great again. So he's indicating that we need to get rid of some holidays, or at least this, because he tweeted this out on Juneteenth. Do you think there's a chance he's going to get rid of that holiday? Got 3 years.
I don't think that I don't think that he has the ability to get rid of it. But I know that they said Hegseth told me to not, not have a, thing about it. Don't throw picnics, don't do, a lot of promotion for the holiday. I think that's a Congress thing right there. You can't get rid of it.
Yeah, but you got a Republican Congress. Do you think they would get in the way if he stated it the way he stated it here? We're losing billions of dollars because of this holiday, and we want to make America great. We want to bring that money back into the economy. Do you think a Republican Congress would stop him?
They wouldn't. I don't think that they would vote to remove a holiday for financial reasons. That's stupid. That's just stupid. And not saying that, look, they wouldn't give it a shot, but I don't think it would be because you remember they only got a small margin. They only got a couple of people. You imagine it's a couple of senators.
But if it goes down party lines, the Republicans will win every time. I mean, there's enough of them to get stuff done without any Democratic support at all. Like the big beautiful bill for it. Nobody. Go ahead.
They would need every one of the votes to be able to do it. Like they could only lose 2, I think.
Well, so they got the big beautiful bill. They got the big beautiful bill through. They didn't get any Democrat votes on that.
No, you only in the House. Now the Senate is the problem. That's what I was talking about. You gotta get. They only got 2 people. they had around 6 or 7 in the House, but they only got like 2 votes they can miss.
Right.
In the Senate. And I can tell you right now, Susan Collins and what's the other female? Neither one of them will vote for that shit. I could tell you off the bat, and then we could go into the other people that just what's the one black senator over there?
You talking about shit? You're not talking about Tim Scott?
Yeah, he damn sure wouldn't vote for it.
You think Tim Scott would keep Juneteenth over Trump?
To get rid of it? Yeah, man. Come on, man. Get a man a
I don't know. You talking about Mr. I love you, man? I don't know. I think that if Trump talked to Tim Scott, he could get Tim Scott to vote against Juneteenth. I don't know. To me, Tim Scott ain't nothing but a younger version of Clarence Thomas. I really believe he is. He's a younger version of him. You keep treating him right, he'll be as far to the right as Clarence Thomas is after whatever period of time. So I don't know.
That's crazy.
All right, fair.
Yeah, like that's fucking wild. Has there been a holiday that he's come on and just gave an encouraging word to the country? Any holiday? I'm talking about Christmas, Thanksgiving. Every holiday is left-wing lunatics. They destroying the country. Not one time is this.
I've covered them all.
Or tweet or whatever that just says.
Yeah, I've covered them all since he's been reelected, and we've even talked about him. And I've posted the tweets. And no, he hasn't said anything positive, unifying on any of them so far. Every one of them. In fact, his greeting for Thanksgiving and Christmas was really bad. I mean, but I've covered them all. No, he hasn't said anything. I think Memorial Day too was pretty bad, but Christmas and Thanksgiving were terrible. So no, he's not a unifier. I don't know if didn't count.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, all right. Well, I'm moving on because your signal's going in and out. I'll go ahead and move it on. But yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to get anything unifying out of him for the 4th, for Labor Day. I just think the guy is doing well with division, so he's going to stay down that path.
I get it. I hear you. I'm not saying I know it's not. I don't believe it's right, but I believe that. He believes that he's doing what works for him.
And that it is. Denkel, appreciate you coming through.
All right, take care.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. I haven't asked anyone to do that. And thank you, Andy, for the sub. Appreciate that. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 20,000, THOU. That's what the Democrats do. They want, what he says, this is Florida Blondie says, that's what the Democrats do. They do what they want for them. I think, is there a party that does not do that? You're saying that Democrats only do what they want for themselves. Are you suggesting that the Republicans, when they get elected, they do what they can for Democrats too? I would love to hear some examples. I think all parties tend to get in office and do what they can to help their supporters. You're going to tell me you're seeing Trump looking out for liberals and liberal cities and all of that right now? Let me know what you think. Shouldn't have messed up the red light districts, and now they're fighting. He mentioned something about bringing Columbus Day back. Columbus Day still exists. What are they calling it? Indigenous Peoples Day in some areas, but Columbus Day is still kind of there. Also, too, I mean, there was a senator, I cannot think of his name, but he grilled Pete Hegseth. I meant to have a show on this, but he grilled Pete Hegseth about the notion, Trump's administration, by way of Pete Hegseth, is naming all of these bases, these military bases, back after Confederate soldiers. Any idea why that's happening? Why would that be happening? I'd be curious to know from you folks. I mean, look, just like you tell folks all the time, slavery ended hundreds of years ago. Well, so did all that Confederate stuff. Why are we renaming bases back after Confederate soldiers in 2025? I'd be curious to hear your opinion on that. Anyway, look at it in the comments. If it divides the people, is it a holiday or something else? Says Paul. Paul Smith, you said if it divides the people, is it a holiday or is it something else? Hey, look, it can be a holiday But listen, if you come up with a holiday that mentions anything in relations to someone that is not white, it's going to divide the people up. There are still plenty of folks that are not happy with MLK Day. It was incredibly divisive. Martin Luther King Day was only implemented in 1983. So it ain't, when I was a kid, when I was born, that was not a holiday. That stuff's only been around for a short period of time. So when you ask the question um, if it divides the people, is it a holiday or something else? Anything that gives tribute to someone that is not white is going to divide people. Black History Month still continues to divide people. If you come up with anything that's paying tribute to some entity, person, or somebody that's not white, it's going to divide a whole lot of white people. I mean, Black History Month, MLK, and now Juneteenth are all considered divisive to a lot of people in this country. A lot of people in this country. Anyway, looking in the comments, Big Shit says folks have an issue with Juneteenth since a tribe of natives kept their slaves past 1865. I haven't heard anybody mention that as the reason why they got a problem with Juneteenth. You're saying a tribe of natives kept their slaves past 1865. Okay, so then move the date up to when those slaves got free too. I haven't heard anybody use that as a reason why they got a problem with it though, because I'm going to tell you, I don't think most Americans even know what you just said, because I haven't heard that before. I've never heard that before. In fact, when I was coming up, going to school in the late 70s and the early 80s, we were not talking about what day slavery officially ended. There was no tribute to it at all. No, nobody, if you had to ask the average student what day slavery ended, they would not have known that answer. It was not being covered in schools. And I went to a school on the south side of Chicago. You can only imagine what it was like down south. Looking in the comments, going back to the box, Andy, good evening. Welcome to the program. Do you think it might be possible that this guy's going to get rid of Juneteenth with the statement he released on Juneteenth? Good evening, Andy.
Hello. Well, he got rid of the funding for the mechanisms to protect civil rights, of course.
So, now, what about what my last call? What about what my last caller said, where he suggested that it takes an act of Congress to get rid of a holiday, and they would not support Trump doing this?
Trump has both houses. They would support anything he says. That's why he's turning the Confederate bases back. Look, they want the Confederacy again. I mean, literally, they're asking for it.
Well, the Confederacy was seeking to divide the nation in half. You're saying that MAGA wants to divide the nation in half?
Well, the president does for sure. Look at that post he made about if you go to the VA, the doctors don't have to treat Democrats and single people. What kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah, he did say that. I did hear that the other day. Why is this stuff not getting more attention, Andy?
Divider in chief.
Huh?
Divider in chief. That's all he is. He is the divider in chief.
I get your point, but what I'm asking is, why is this not getting more attention? And he's talking about not treating some veterans. Why isn't the Republican Party not speaking out against this?
I think because do you remember the Moonies?
No.
The cult, used to do the tambourines, be at the airport all the time.
No.
The Moonies were a cult for a long time. Look them up after we leave. Like, they even had a bunch of their members marry each other, didn't even know each other. 1 million of them got married.
Wow.
They were bigger than Jim Jones. That's what MAGA reminds me of.
The Moonies.
Listen to their supreme leader, and they don't pay attention to facts. They don't up. They will deny the absolute truth if you hold it in front of them.
Well,
and Republicans aren't good at accountability or responsibility.
Like I said, but I can't understand this one because the Republican Party is pro-veteran, pro-military for sure. You seen what Trump just had a military parade. So I don't understand why he can be talking about not treating Democrat veterans. And I see your comments.
That military parade that almost nobody came to, but millions of people were in the street talking about how crappy he was, that parade.
I'm hearing 200.
The parade where the damn army didn't, I know the army knows how to march. Let's be honest. How many times you seen them march? They were protesting by not marching on purpose. They like even Vladimir Putin trolled him. He made a video afterwards that showed the North Korean army, the China army, and how they responded to their leader, and the American army, and how they responded to Donald Trump. And the video was horrible. I mean, it made Trump look like
but Andy, I'm hearing that 200,000 people showed up at that parade,
and 12 million were on the street protesting him.
Yeah.
I mean, 200,000 ain't a lot.
But that's not a
Did
fair.
you see the bleachers? Wait. I don't care what they said. Did you see how empty the bleachers were?
I saw that.
Trump also said he had more people at his inauguration than Barack Obama. We know that shit ain't true either.
But let me just real quick state that. And I see your comment. Gen X says this is stark raving mad. It's almost painful to listen to her bullshit in the comments. But I will say this, that it's unfair to compare the numbers of Trump's parade to I'm about to say stop this thing. What was it called? What was the parade called? No King's Day. It's unfair to compare.
No, it's not, because say he was crappy. They didn't go to his parade to say he was great.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, the parade was in D.C. The No King's Day parade was in dozens of cities. Of course, it's going to have a much larger attendance.
Yeah, but how many pale people do you think should have been protesting in Alabama, considering this is Donald Trump's state? And we had protests in every major city, everywhere. Wow. I saw more pale people than I've ever seen out protesting. So when I see your comments and they think I'm full of shit, I'm sorry that they're not educated and can't read.
Well, what about the notion that Johnny 11 makes a good point? He said it's D.C. anyways. I mean, did you really expect a high turnout for his parade in a city like D.C. where they don't like him there?
Well, do you know how many of Trump's people flew there during his inauguration only to be turned away because he decided to have it indoor with the dictators instead of outdoors with we the people? You know, he'd rather had Maduro and the vice president of China and all of them there than do it with the people. So if they would all go there for that, they would come for his parade. They're obviously pissed at him.
Wow. So let me ask you this, because when we first started talking, you said you do believe that he's likely to get rid of Juneteenth. My question to you is why? Why would he get rid of this holiday?
Racism. Same thing I told you earlier. He's trying to get rid of equal rights. The man is attacking everybody but pale, mediocre males.
Pale, mediocre males. So you're saying he is favoring, which sounds like white males, but you're using mediocrity in there as well. You're saying he's favoring white males over everybody.
Who is the most educated people in the country? Black women.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't know.
And women are more educated than men in this country.
Wow. Black women are the most educated group in this country.
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%. So when I see these men up here telling women to shut up and we're sandwich makers and all, I know that is the unaliving song of mediocre pale males who realize that the only way they compete in America is if they cut out everybody else, because when it was, a clear playing ground, they didn't do so well.
So, I mean, but you're talking about Trump in defense of mediocre pale males. Would it be wrong if I suggest that you're putting Trump in the category of being a racist, what it sounds like?
Well, I mean, he didn't. Okay, let's look at him not renting to black and brown people. Let's look at the fact his daddy got arrested at 2 Triple K meetings.
But that stuff is all that's decades old though.
Yeah, but you grow up in a house with somebody that's a Triple K member. Like, I'm out here espousing my mother's views daily. My mom walked in the Civil Rights Parade. You see how I am?
Yeah.
I am the voice because I grew up in that household. You're not going to say that didn't affect him in some way. You can't.
That's a good
because
point.
If his father kept going to Triple K meetings, that was going to seep out into his own life.
And yet he kicked ass with Hispanics and even increased his voter support among blacks.
Look at the Central Park 5. He increased his voters by getting non-voters who'd never voted before. That's what statistics say. People that don't understand how the government works, that's why they're okay with it.
What about if the election was held today? Do you think he would have lost any support in those communities?
Yes, absolutely. Because I told you to come by my panel. There have been people up there that regret their vote. I'll line them up for you one day.
I'm not seeing a lot. I would like to see that because I talk to a lot of black MAGA. I go in their forums and talk to them. Most black MAGA are still pretty happy with Trump.
I'm talking about pale, mediocre males.
I haven't talked to many pale mediocre males that are not happy with him either.
There's some out there. They're not all, boxer rocks uneducated. Some of them see that their 401ks are tanking. They're not happy. They don't like the volatility. No matter if we did get the stock market back up, we lost 5 months worth of gains.
But do you think that they believe the liberals would have did a better job?
I don't care what they believe, because at this point, the people that we lost that voted third party would definitely vote for her. Because now they understand the consequences of voting third party and what that will do for Palestine. So I actually think we would just recoup our own voters and we wouldn't need them. Because the Democratic Party is bigger than you think. A lot of people set out to protest what was going on in Palestine because they thought they could create a third party voter thing because they don't like either party. But in reality, they realize now what they ended up doing was putting him into office and causing all this drama, and they don't like it. Especially since there are young people that are completely, I'm talking to them lately, they feel like the whole administration just doesn't care about them at all.
The Trump administration.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not real happy with the Democrats either, but after seeing everything that's transpired in the last 6 months, and they're seeing, like, American citizens are being hassled by ICE for their color. They're literally racially profiling.
Yeah, I got a video. I'm going to play it after you and I talk. That certainly takes that to an all new level.
The third news organization said that they were hit with some kind of rubber projectile during the protest because they were being targeted. And there's actually video of one, the Australian woman.
Yeah, I've seen that. We talked about it on here. In the comments, though, Skin E says this now, he's referring to you, says this is the same lady that talks shit about people because of their race behind their backs.
I've never done that. You know me.
Yeah, I don't know where
Look, everybody that knows me in this room has never heard me do that. I'm always the same way every fucking day.
I don't look. If I had any validity at all what he's saying, I would question you on it. But I don't know where he's getting that from. I thought he was somebody that may have seen you in another social media.
I don't have any idea who they are.
Yeah, I don't know what that's.
There's somebody trying to hurt my reputation because apparently I must be doing a good job. They hate me really badly because I must be affecting something.
But the end
otherwise, that wouldn't matter to them. Think about it. I would not matter to them at all if they didn't think I was doing something that was affecting change.
Yeah. So let me ask it to you this way, because a lot of folks point out that Trump was favored by the black community, the Hispanic community, and things like that back in the day. What changed? What changed?
Not black women. Only black men fell into that, and they thought they could do that get rich. And when Trump got arrested, they were like, oh, some of them were out telling me, well, he ain't perfect, so that means because I'm not perfect, I can be president. I said, that is not what that means. That man's rich.
He ain't perfect. Yeah, I mean, well, it worked. That mugshot worked pretty well. He made a fortune off of that.
Yeah, but now they're upset because they thought that, jobs were coming in. And I explained to them very clearly, we cannot bring manufacturing back to America while we're literally deporting the workforce. I mean, we already have one of the lowest unemployments ever. And when you're under 5% is considered employment. So where are they going to get people to do all these manufacturing jobs that they whine incessantly about bringing back?
I don't know, but they really seem to be strong in their convictions that getting rid of these folks will open up jobs for Americans and that we will work those jobs. They do seem to believe that.
Yeah, but see, the reality is setting in. And like I said, there are reasons why pale people are out there protesting in Alabama. When they said they were going to get rid of FEMA after next year, the states cannot afford that. Katrina alone costs more than the GDP of Louisiana.
Yeah, I heard that. I don't know what he was thinking. Yeah, I did hear that they want to get rid of FEMA in return.
Yeah. He's just talking off the top of his head about shit he don't know. He expects it to come true and work the way he believes. But in reality, since he didn't have any knowledge in the first place, it's all going to shit.
Is there any, let me ask you this, and this might be a tough one for you, but is there any redeeming qualities of the Trump administration in your eyes at all? Has he done anything good for America at all?
And this time, yeah. No.
Not one good thing.
Look, there's... Oh, the Democrats are against Israel. They're supporting the H group. No, Trump is supporting the H group. Who do they think Qatar gives money to that they just took a plane from?
Yeah, we didn't
and sold arms to? Where do they think that's going?
But we didn't pay for the
Because
plane, though.
Qatar funds H group. They also fund one of the Al Qaeda's.
Yeah, I know that Qatar allegedly funds the Houthis and Hamas, but we didn't pay for the plane according to Trump, so we didn't give them any money for the funding.
No, Trump asked for that plane, and now they're going to want something in return because they came out and said he asked for it. And there's documentation that said that nobody talked about the plane, not Joe Biden. That came out of one of Trump's people's mouth as a lie. There's no documentation for that. The first documentation is in January, right after Trump gets elected and goes into office, and then he reaches out to Boeing to ask them where he can find a plane, and they give them a list of customers. Qatar's on that list.
Well, we'll see how that turns out. I got to move it on, Andy, but before I let you go, now, with you being in blood red Alabama, any chance your state will go at least purple in the midterms?
I don't know. Alabama was already 1/3 blue. We opened up that new district, and now they're going to have to rework that district because they still didn't give a black leadership district. They lied when they made the district, so they're going to have to do better. They're going to have to do a blackly dominant district.
A black leadership.
And that's fair. Because Alabama went to the Supreme Court and told them the truth. We drew the lines based on racial things, and they admitted it. So what did they expect the Supreme Court to do?
So you guys are obviously still having some problems with race as late as 2025.
Yeah. Like, look, I am so sick of the Republicans acting like they're not racist. Why are we deporting brown people and bringing South Africans to Alabama?
Well, they are going to bring up. We only brought in 50.
Why are they here?
We only brought in 59 South Afrikaners. They're talking about millions of immigrants.
No more are coming. Why are they here? They are not the majority of who was unalived in South Africa. Black farmers were unalived at 3-1 to the white farmers. So why did we bring them here?
It's a favor to Elon. Andy, I got to move it on. Appreciate it.
Look, he might get rid of them now because he's
I said that too when they fell out. I said that.
Elon deported. Did you hear that? Steve Bannon wants Elon deported, and Steve Bannon has pull, so maybe that'll work.
They're not.
Keep me out of here, will you?
All right, they're not deporting Elon. Thank you, Andy. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Get me on up to about 30,000. We can make that happen. Let your thumbs not be lazy. We don't block bitches, so this is uncensored programming. Democrats are the party of racism, slavery, and the KKK, while begging to keep their Mexican indentured servants. Wow, says that sauce though. There is some validity in that. The Democrats were the party of racism, slavery, and the KKK. I don't disagree with that they were the party that started those groups, but it's not like during that time, the Republican Party was really actively against a lot of that stuff. So, and not to mention a lot of the folks that were doing that stuff, the Republican Party is now fighting to name bases after those people, military bases, and fly their flag. I mean, so when folks say the party switch did not happen, that's the first thing I often ask. The Republicans abolished slavery. The Republicans fought off the Southern Confederates as Union soldiers and freed the slaves. And then for some reason in 2025, they're walking around waving the Confederate flag. That makes no sense at all unless some kind of switch happened. Why would a Republican leader want to name bases after folks that they fought off? I mean, those Confederate soldiers killed a hell of a lot of Union people. Why would you want to name a base after somebody that you took up arms against and killed thousands of your people? None of that makes sense. Well, I don't want to erase history, so I want to honor the people that was trying to kill me. Let me continue on. By the way, tap the screen. Get the lights on up to 30,000. We'll take the next caller. Doesn't matter what you two are saying. Black women are the least paid group in America. That is true. That is absolutely true. Madden exploits. The party switch was 2 out of hundreds of Dixiecrats switching to the Republican side. You know something, like I said, it really doesn't matter about the notion of the party switch. I mean, you can see how the modern day Republicans are acting compared to the Confederate Democrats of yesteryear. And it's clear that they have some stuff in common. Why are you going around? You even got Republicans in the North, in northern states, waving around the Confederate flag. Why? Why would you be doing that? If your side was against them, fought against them, died in the fighting, why would you be waving their flag around? I mean, so something switched. There's clearly some kind of mentality that they're one off course. That makes no sense at all. That would literally be like World War II veterans walking around with Japanese flags, talking about they don't want to erase history, putting up statues of Hirohito. Where are you going to see somebody do that at? Something happened, whether you want to admit it or not. Something happened that just simply does not make sense with that. All these people that are upset of illegals who are working farms being sent home are just as bad as slave owners back in the day. No, Florida Blondie, I got to disagree with you. The people that are getting upset that illegals are being sent home are not as bad as slave owners. The people that are hiring them and underpaying them are bad as slave owners. The people that want them to stay are actually working in agreements with what the person themselves want. It's the person that is exploiting them for cheap labor that you should be looking at that has more in common with a slave owner. The person that's actually making them work on the damn farm. That's somebody that's saying if you want to stay, I think you should be able to stay too. That I don't get that one. We'll go back to the box. Somebody, if you guys tap the screen, get the likes up to about 30,000. The people allowing it, demon rats or Democrats, are the people keeping them. All right, liberal annihilation. If you think that the only people that have worked illegal immigrants for the cheap labor are Democrats, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Mitt Romney was forced to come out and admit he was hiring people under the table that were illegals. You think Trump, with all of his real estate throughout New York, you think there weren't not illegal immigrants doing some of the drywalling and the painting in all of his buildings and shit like that? You think it's only Democrats, huh? Okay. All of the South is damn near all Republican. But yet only the Democratic employers down south are the ones that are hiring these people, huh? All of the farms that they work at, them are all Democrat farms, huh? All the hotels that they're making beds at and shit, the owners of those hotels are all Democrats, all throughout Alabama and Mississippi, huh? Just all Democrats. You believe that? Okay. All right. Everyone likes a discount, says XRP. There you go. That sounds more like it. In a capitalist society, if you got labor that can be exploited, party affiliation ain't gonna mean shit. You're gonna have Democrats and Republicans willing to exploit that cheap labor. The idea that only Democrats did it is just being crazy for party, in my opinion. I'm trying to bring up the next caller. You guys tap the screen. We know for a fact that he hired illegals, says King Fink. Yeah, I'm under the impression that Trump has also been known for hiring illegal immigrants. Dasa, good evening. Welcome to the program. People oppress themselves. You can't blame anybody for the choices you make. What do you mean by oppress themselves? DASA, Dasa, good evening.
What's up, Jim?
Not much at all. We're talking about why is Juneteenth so unpopular?
I mean, do you really have to ask that?
I need to know.
Yeah. I mean, the dynamic of America never changed from our parents to us.
What do you mean?
We would love to think that, because like we say, we look at America and we say, Jamal is, ramming the shit out of all the little white T girls. We got Tiger Woods just tapping white girls all over the place, and now we could be rich and we can work next to them and we can walk next to them in the park, barely, because they still call the police on us. But those type of examples are okay for the average white T person to say, see, America has changed so much. My daughter is knocked up by your son. That's not racism anymore. It's not.
Well,
so
but
it's easy for people to live in a comfortable zone where they don't have to put in the work to actually change America. They can just point out what they think is progression.
But you would agree America has progressed significantly since the days of old, right? Racism is significantly milder. I'm not saying it's gone, but it is significantly milder than it was even a few decades ago.
Well, I wouldn't say we progress, black people progress in spite of companies still, statistically you can look up, companies are still being prejudiced. They still bought up papers with black sounding names. We still walk around with fucking old president racist names. So America, again, like I said, the perception for people to be
comfortable and to live an easy, comfortable, I don't have to put in work to change society life is the norm now. Like,
Yeah, but it sounds like you are refusing to admit that as a country we have progress, at least in the direction towards racial harmony. You don't see progress at all from, let's say, 1970.
No, black people have progressed.
But not whites.
People got a no. They have to make a bill. I mean, again, we're talking about one generation, Tim. We're talking about our parents. Because I know I'm a product of a Black Panther. So what do you think that most white men our age are products of? Confederates. They racists, people who were comfortable and docile to how America was normal, where black people were treated wrong. And if they didn't teach their kids, then on a mass scale, no, America has not changed. Have black people excel? Have we put work in and fought to get where we are? Yes, that's what we.
Let me ask you this, because you made the statement about having white names or something like that, and in the comments, okay, Christopher Netto says blaming others because your parents named you what they wanted is crazy. Because he is right. I mean, nobody forced your parent to name you. Like, my name is Tim. Obviously, that has no African relation at all. Nobody made my mom do that, though. So
no, I'm not saying our first names. I'm talking about Jackson, Jefferson. My wife's name is Chaplin. A German name. Like, we have last names of Hamilton. Like, those were not last names. We have to live with that today.
You can actually legally change your last name, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can, but then that's, why should I have to pay the government to change every letter of my damn name? It's like $80 every letter to change your name.
Is that how it works? Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Well, I mean, the thing about it is, whoever owned your ancestors, that's how you got your last name. If you were a slave, once they purchased you, they could literally name you whatever the hell they wanted to name you.
Yeah, and again, that's what I mean about our history, American history. It's only acceptable when we're talking about Ben Revere, when we talk about people riding through the damn town, a white man. The redcoats are coming. We're fine learning all the presidents. We're fine learning anything about American history when it comes to white men. But when we talk about black people, now all of a sudden, somebody has a problem with it, and sometimes it's our own people because they're lazy too.
Have you heard any? I made a video about that. I asked that question. Have you heard of any black people that have a problem with Juneteenth as a holiday?
No, but black conservatives, or with the new black conservative party.
I haven't even heard any. I talked to a lot of black. I haven't even heard any black MAGA suggesting that Juneteenth is a bad idea. I haven't heard that.
They shouldn't. I mean, that's at least one thing. They got a pinch of they got a pinch of decency in them. I see.
Can't you just pinch the man?
Yeah, just a pinch. Just a pinch. Like Clarence Thomas, once in a while, he shows a pinch here and there. Once in a while, a black Republican has to stand up and say, well, I am black, But it's usually when their own party shuns them or throws them under the bus, like right now Trump doing to them.
Now, in the comments, Flash in the Pan, I think it says, Pay Dirt says, I like Juneteenth. I don't like the pandering. They're pandering. How do you pander on Juneteenth?
I mean, I don't know. I'm in Illinois, and Addison Park, they do a damn reenactment of the Civil War, and white people walking around with Confederate flags. And so, if pandering, I don't know what he means by that. Because, again, if we have Confederate stores in Illinois, you can buy Confederate memorabilia.
In Illinois, really?
Yeah, Addison Park.
What is Addison Park? Is that in the southern? Is that near Chicago?
That's right by Wrigley Field. Yeah, that's
wow. Really?
Yeah, right by the Cubby Bear, that famous little pub, right around the corner is Confederate memorabilia. You can buy all type of Confederate stuff out that store.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I'm surprised in the Chicago area that would be. I mean, I guess legal.
Technically, that's not Chicago area, where people, Chicago area is larger than what people think.
I mean, Addison Addison Park is in the city of Chicago. It's not a suburb. If you dial 911, the cops are going to show up in a car that says Chicago police, right?
Yeah,
that's Chicago.
Right. Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised they doing that in the city of Chicago. Wow, that's something I would not have expected. I've been an over the road driver. I've seen shops like that. I've seen outdoor salesmen selling Confederate shit down in Alabama and Mississippi and stuff like that. But in the city of Chicago, I'm really surprised to hear that.
Yeah, it's right around the corner. Well, not right around the corner, but I think that's like the Brownsville area. Not the Brownsville area. Get, like I said, Confederate memorabilia. That's where the little Patriot Front guys be hanging out and the motorcycle crews hang out. And they came right down Columbus about 6 in the morning in a little U-Haul truck, tried to do a little march in Chicago. And you saw how that ended. And that was 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
So, like, we don't usually see them. Like I said, they go out to Skokie. They do their little...
Yeah.
You know,
Skokie has a huge Jewish population.
Yeah, and they're terrified out there. You just saw what they were saying out there. That they're tired of the... and again, we could talk about how... That's what I mean, how America has not changed much. Because when we talk about the FBI are correct about black statistics. When it comes to... We're supposed to be the most violent people. But... when the FBI says that white tea supremacy is the most dangerous thing in America, now all of a sudden the FBI is corrupt. You know, and it's just like the holidays. You know, Trump is not gonna bash any other holiday or say like we need to get rid of it. We got too many non-working holidays. He don't have anything wrong with President's Day. He don't have a problem with all the damn people that took off of work for his birthday.
Yeah.
You know, it's that.
So are you like my last?
I'm gonna ignore that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to have to give me some MAGA up here. Are you like my last caller that you also believe Trump is racist though?
I think he's more of an opportunist. If he's around the same people he's been around the last 3-4 decades, then yes, he's a racist with them. You don't get to hang, like I said. You don't get to, like me, I don't get to hang around gangbangers and then, 40 years later tell people like, I wasn't part of that. I just watched them. I was just, attending all the gang activities. Like, no, you saw it. You were complacent. You sat around and or added to. Like, I mean, we seen Trump back in the days talking about that. They don't look Indian to me.
Yeah.
Black people get off his floor when his elite people come. Again, if we're going to talk about his racist tendency, I would say that if he has the opportunity to be racist, yes, he's going to be racist. If he has that opportunity.
It's crazy considering he's been a celebrity most of his adult life, and it took for him to run for president for most of this stuff to come out. I'm assuming people were saying it in the shadows maybe. If he's racist, I'm sure that somebody was saying it back in the day, but he still was a very highly favored celebrity. So it wasn't really sticking to him. Now, that he's president, people come at you when you're president. They were trying to say Obama was born in Kenya, and obviously Kamala Harris slept her way to power. I mean, people are going to come to you when you run for president. So now all of a sudden he became president. Do you think he'll go down in history as being known as a racist?
He's up to me. I think he's already implemented into society. Nobody cared that he was racist. That's what it was until he became president. It's a difference between, you being racist and being, and sadly, you could be just some capitalistic punk in America. You could be racist. You could be Ava Nunes. You could be a Tucker Carlson. You could be a O'Reilly. Sean Hannity. You can be racist and famous in America. That's not anything new. That's why I said a lot of dynamics that our parents went through is no different than now. So you could be racist and very popular in America, but when you become president, then obviously half of America is gonna look down upon the other half. Like, what is the toting point? What is enough? Don't try to compare what Joe Biden said in 1978 if you don't care what Trump said or posted on Twitter about, 91% of white people getting unalived is because of black people. you can't,
Yeah.
tote that fence. You can't do that. So again, like I said, the dynamic of America has not changed much from our parents to us. We would love to think so, but just going off of, like we said, you can go buy Confederate flags at every Trump rally. It's a booth outside selling them. We've never seen Confederate flags marched up in our Capitol building, but now we're okay with it because they're Republicans and they're patriots. So if we're going to ignore the fact that it has to be one generation that actually does better than the last, then no, I only see black people exceeding in spite of how horrible America has been to us.
Okay, Trump has 3.5 more years. What are you expecting? I mean, you're painting a pretty dark picture of the president. What are you expecting America to be like? He still has 3.5 more years in office.
Yeah, we're going to see what he's been doing these last couple of months. He's going to try to get rid of as many people as his administration points out. Obviously, it's going to be women and black people. We're going to see him try to get rid of anything Obama and Biden passed. Like, we're just going to see the same bitter, angry. Only thing we're going to see now is what we told everybody, Project 2025. Those people are in his administration now. And if you haven't read Project 2025 yet, go read it and you'll see everything that's in Project 2025. They're implementing it slowly but surely, and hopefully judges.
Do you give him credit for doing anything? I'm gonna ask you what I asked Andy. Do you give him credit for doing anything right? I mean, he has secured the border substantially over Biden, right?
Yeah, I mean, in his way, yeah. Okay. Even if his way is illegal and he's breaking the laws, yeah, again, we already knew that regardless if he would have passed all these laws, most people are just scared to come in here anyway. When you have a tyrant, like, nobody's running into countries with tyrants. Nobody's running to Russia and Ukraine right now. Nobody's rushing to get to Israel and Iran right now. Nobody's rushing to those countries. So when he got in office, there was going to be a slowdown anyway. It was going to be a slow. People were just going to be scared anyway to come. They did that last time. Other than the caravans were coming, at the end. But
that's a good point. That's a good point because even tourism is down substantially. Even people coming from first world countries that just want to come and visit, even a lot of them are like, I don't know, because they're talking about under Trump's term, we're supposed to be hosting the World Cup and the Olympics. And both of those groups are now starting to have talks about concerns they have about letting the U.S. host those events because you don't want to send your people to a country where they may get detained and mistreated, or if there is, and I'm going to put emphasis on is, like you're saying, if there is some sort of rise in hate, then you could have citizens coming to this country, and while you're touring the country, some of your citizens don't go back because they became a victim of a hate crime or something. So they are starting to be concerned about that.
We've seen him make a lot of idiotic decisions his first term, and they backfired. Nobody listened. He's doing it again. I mean, they're not going to listen. It's like a gambler at the casino. You could tell him, like, look, dude, take that last $100 and get your ass on the bus and go back home. And he's like, no, I can get rich off this $100. And that's what we're going to go off of. We're going to go off of hopes, dreams, thoughts, prayers. And again, we're going to always remember the exiting polls showed that the black community, we voted for harm reduction. We voted for your abuelos to be safe, to go to work and come home. Just remember that. We voted to save all the people crying and saying, Trump, I voted for Trump and he deported my grandmother. We voted to save your abuela. Just remember that.
All right. Now, that may go down in history exactly like you stated it. Dasa, I got to move on. Appreciate you coming through.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you. And real quick, in regards to what he is saying, I wanted to play a clip. We'll take a couple comments first, though. Florida has it. Florida has it all. Why do you black people? Well, why do you think people, rather? Why do you think people from the north always go on vacations to Florida? Well, the weather is going to make a big difference. And it's not just Florida, by the way. There's plenty of people that go to vacation in Texas. Plenty of people that go on vacation to Everything from what is the gambling city in Tunica in Mississippi? I've been down there several times. New Orleans, all of the warm areas are going to get huge amounts of vacation travel. It's not just Florida. Florida has a lot of big cities in it though. So just like California gets a lot of vacation travel. So it's not just Florida, but that's why they go is because it's got great weather. Um, and because they can't afford Hawaii. That's another good one. Choctaw Indians were the last ones to give up their slaves 1 year after June 19th, says Marshall. I'm hearing that now, but to me, that sounds more like the Irish slaves, all lives matter, or blacks sold themselves into slavery. You had to wait until Juneteenth became a holiday and then start talking about the Choctaw. Like I think I mentioned before, any of us Gen X folks, when we went to school back in the day, they never told you when slavery ended. You just knew it ended. They never gave you any dates at all. So if you want to say that it ended a year later with the Choctaw Indians, then damn it, let's have Juneteenth on that day. Whatever the case may be. But I think we're just bringing up the Choctaw as a way to criticize what's in place. But if they had named the holiday after the freeing of the Choctaw Indians, you still have a problem with that. I don't think it's a problem with the date. I think it's a problem with what they're commemorating. Extreme Agent Blue says, your last caller is right. Project 2025 is very detailed, and it has a lot of that in there. It's really, really descriptive. There was no shortage of people talking about Project 2025 before the election, but Trump was successful in convincing people that that was not much of an issue. We'll see, but I think as of now, if you itemize or do bullet points on what was in Project 2025, they checked off a lot of that. Certainly when you talk about getting rid of federal government and stuff like that, a lot of that has been checked off. So we can argue whether Project 2025 was some real document or not. But the fact is, if you look at how Trump's administration has been running, it's going the way of that language. So you can say it, Project 2025 is not real, but it looks like somebody who wrote it was able to accurately predict the way Trump's administration would go. Check this out.
Simply because they were Hispanic is headed to prison for the rest of his life. Douglas Cornett opened fire at two men filling up at a Spotsylvania County gas station last year as they returned home from work.
Both victims survived but will have lifelong injuries. Northern Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey reports today the judge blamed anti-immigrant rhetoric in the media for fueling the shooter's hatred.
Omar Guandike, too emotional to speak to us outside court. Last year at his home, after returning from weeks in the hospital, he showed us the wounds from 3 bullets fired into his body. His friend and colleague also shot and badly injured. The gunfire came after Douglas Cornett targeted the men as they drove on I-95, tracked them to a gas station, then opened fire after asking them where they were from and how long they'd been in the country. Omar's brother telling me they're pleased with the life prison sentence, explaining,
his life changed everything. They got 3 shots.
Then adding in Spanish, on one hand, it broke us seriously because of the injuries suffered by my brother. But we are happy because justice prevailed, which is what we wanted. A crime like this can't go unpunished. In April, Cornett pleaded guilty to 6 charges, the aggravated malicious wounding charge carrying the possible life prison term. Commonwealth Attorney Ryan Mahaffey seeking the maximum sentence.
Mr. Cornett and his actions just caused terrible fear and horror in the Hispanic community in Spotsylvania, and he acted out of what can only be described as extreme hatred.
Omar telling the judge his injuries mean he can't do all the work he used to support his family. Jesus Martinez still undergoing surgeries. But Cornett's defense attorney asked for a lesser prison term. He said his client, an ardent Donald Trump supporter, was influenced by right-wing political rhetoric. He also pointed to his client's severe alcoholism, telling the judge Cornett was blackout drunk when he shot the victims. Cornett offering an apology, saying, quote, I have no hatred for anybody. I have total remorse for this. Lo siento on my part. Judge William Glover unmoved, imposing 2 life prison terms, telling Cornett, quote, this case represents the consequences of a decades-long drumbeat of anti-immigrant sentiment and misinformation being broadcast and broadcast and broadcast. Cornett was also just indicted on federal hate crime charges and could face more jail time there. But the judge said he had, quote, little confidence if convicted there, Corbett wouldn't be pardoned. A clear reference to President Trump's pardons of hundreds of criminals. Prosecutor Mahaffey hoped
the judge stated that if you charge him with federal crimes, Trump is likely to pardon him. Wow. So there, I don't know what the racial makeup of that judge is, but he clearly believes that Trump is a racist. Wow. Looking in the comments, someone made a statement. Tim, your school's history program sucked. You didn't know about Liberia. Stop telling everyone how ignorant your history is. Okay, Draco. Well, I'm doing it. That's why. And by the way, that whole learning experience on Liberia was pretty damn good. I appreciate the educational lesson that Will G gave me on that. So it is what it is. America decides everything now. You might want to look at who is the global police force. Everything now? How long has that been going on? That's been going on for a long time. America's been doing that for a while. So this guy, pictured on the monitor behind me, tried to take the lives of two folks simply for being Hispanic. And his defense is he was drunk and he is sorry for doing it. You know how it is. You know, they always say, if you get drunk, the real you just comes out. How you feel really comes out. And that's what he tried to take the lives of two people simply for being Hispanic. I just thought that was worthy of mentioning, considering the conversation we're having right now. Looking in the comments, replace Pride Month with Black History Month. Why? You already have Black history's been around, I don't know how long, probably since the 80s. So there is a Pride Month too, right? I don't know. Why would you want to? Why replace one with the other? Explain that to me. I don't know what you mean by that. That I see the Project 2025. Somebody tried to say, and Project 2025 has not happened yet. Don't put the cart before the horse. Well, Trump's only been in office for like 5 months. It takes time to do all of that shit. The thing about it is, though, if you do bullet points of Project 2025, they are checking off some of that stuff. Some of that stuff is starting to happen. So no, it hasn't been complete. You can't do it overnight, but you certainly see it formatting as opposed to going away from it. That's the point that I'm making here. June is Pride Month now instead of Black History. I don't know what's the case on that. If you are talking about replacing one with the other, chances are you don't like either one of them. So I don't know where it's going with that. What is fueling the hate, the division Democrats are doing? Dislike of Trump. If you're asking what is fueling the hate and the division Democrats are doing, well, first of all, the Republican Party is not running from a platform of unity. So if you're saying what's fueling the hate and division coming from the Democratic Party, well, the Republicans are the ones that are in power, and they're not running on a platform of unity. So the division is coming from the leadership in this country. You're not going to have the citizens in the population become unifying under a divisive leader. And Trump is a divisive leader. So that's what's fueling it, if you want to know the question. My guess is Trump is doing a lot of divisive shit. That's what's fueling the division. Tap the screen, get the lights on up to about 35,000. We can certainly make that happen. What hate and division are the Dems doing? Well, they're saying all kinds of awful shit about MAGA. Let's be real. If you're a black MAGA, they're calling you everything from a sellout to an Uncle Tom. I get criticized on this program for defending them and saying that there are legitimate reasons to be black and vote for Trump. The Democrats are very divisive towards black MAGA. They're very divisive towards MAGA in general. So the Democrats are being divisive too, but the Democrats are not in power. Trump is. And Trump is not running from anything other than division himself. So, like I said, I do believe it's, unity or division starts at the top. If the top is unifying, it helps out. If the top is divisive, the bottom is they're not going to unite. Vance is a part of Project 2025. Yeah, I've heard that. How do you celebrate Flag Day? You put up the damn flag, I guess. Another racist blaming Democrats, same method as scumbags use, Republican scumbag. Let me go back to the box real quick in the comments. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Black History Month is February, always has been since it was created in 1976. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because they always make the joke that Black History Month is the shortest month of the year. But the legal system acknowledges the change now, allowing projects and other things to go forward. Those will stay the same, and name changing makes these. I don't know where you're going with that, Christopher. All right, let me go back to the box. We're talking about the notion of possibly getting rid of Juneteenth. But before I go to that, I posted another clip on YouTube, and I played this earlier in the live, but I do want to hear from you folks. Oh, here's something else. Before I go take the next caller, this one here, I don't even know what to say.
Get to a developing story here out of Florida that we are following, as a top Florida official is suggesting the creation of a new facility to hold those in the U.S. illegally. Florida's Attorney General, seen right there, James Upmeyer, saying that facility in the Everglades would be called Alligator Alcatraz. Upmeyer says if people were to get out, the facility is surrounded by only alligators and pythons. This would involve a 39 square mile site. We do have that video from James Upmeyer that you are seeing on your screen playing right now. It's fairly short, but I do want to play it for you on Live Now from Fox.
Attorney General James Upmeyer here at the Miami-Dade Collier training facility. This is an old, virtually abandoned airport facility right in the middle of the Everglades. Florida's been leading on immigration enforcement, supporting the Trump administration and ICE's efforts to detain and deport criminal aliens. The governor tasked state leaders to identify places for new temporary detention facilities. I think this is the best one. As I call it, Alligator Alcatraz. This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. People get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Within just 30 to 60 days after we begin construction, it could be up and running and could house as many as 1,000 criminal aliens. This presents a great opportunity for the state of Florida to work with Miami-Dade and Collier counties. Alligator Alcatraz, we're ready to go.
Does it not sound like they really want these illegal immigrants to die in the process? I mean, because Trump talked about this with the other Alcatraz that, you could be eaten by sharks. There were rumors that when Trump was in office the first time, he wanted to build a moat around the country and put dangerous animals in it. We know what Texas Governor Greg Abbott did with those drowning machines that actually did take the lives of a couple of people trying to enter the country illegally. By way of yes or no in the comments, because we do got to have a secure border. I'm not going to pretend like we should just have open borders and let any damn body in here. We should protect the borders of this country. But I want to ask you folks this by way of yes or no in the comments. Simply type yes or no. How many of you believe that if you try to enter this country illegally, death should be an option? Death should be an option. The United States should do things that can lead to your death if you are caught trying to enter the country. How many of you support, or maybe even, shooting? You got Border Patrol in towers and things like that where you could actually shoot illegal immigrants. How many of you folks believe that death should be an option for someone trying to enter this country illegally? Because it does seem like the Republican Party, I just gave you multiple examples. See, there definitely seems to be a case where many of the leaders of the Republican Party are flirting with that. I mentioned Texas Governor Abbott with the drowning machines, Trump talking about moats, talking about Alcatraz out in California with sharks eating them, and now you got somebody here talking about alligators and pythons getting their hands on them. Death as an option. Not to mention sending people to El Salvador wasn't exactly a happy life either. I mean, obviously sending people to El Salvador could probably lead to their deaths as well. So it does seem like some folks on the right are favorable to securing the border up to and including death. Kind of like the Berlin Wall. You remember with Germany or better yet Russia, the whole Berlin Wall, Checkpoint Charlie. How many of you folks believe death should be an option? Lewis, welcome to the program. Fox Christians. Yeah, that doesn't sound very Christian-like at all. I agree with that. Kinda sick says 40 FM. Well, I do got some yeses. Not many, fortunately. There are some folks that do believe that death should be an option, though. Lewis, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. What about you? If you're trying to enter this country illegally, and you lose your life due to America either putting a deadly obstacle in your way or taking your life. Do you believe that's justified? Do you believe taking the life of an illegal immigrant is a justifiable death if they're trying to enter this country?
That is absolutely ridiculous. That makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, the desperation of those people leaving their countries, what people don't understand is that most of those people leaving from South America is because we went down there and screwed up South America. We're the ones that started all that stuff in there and started those civil wars. We left those people in a bad position. Kamala Harris was tasked over there and trying to get those people's economy back in shape so they would have no reason to leave their country. What we need to do is we need to send troops. Those National Guards that are here in our country, we need to send them over there to make their country safer for them to stay there. And that would be a big improvement in itself. But if they don't want the help and they keep letting their people be terrorized, they're going to escape. What people don't understand is these people, if there wasn't a big ocean between the United States and Europe, those people would swim to Europe before they came to the United States.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, and I've said that. I've said that folks always say, well, if the United States is that bad, why does everybody want to come here? And I've said the same thing. It's not that everyone wants to come here. It's the closest nation for some people. I mean, there are plenty of folks that are trying to flee countries in desperation that are not coming to the United States. Every first world country on earth has an immigration problem. We got an immigration problem with the people that are as closest to us. But you're right. You know, Mexicans would be just as happy going to Italy or going to the UK as well. They're coming here because you can walk here.
That's right. They'd actually be treated better over there. So my thing is they treat their immigrants way better than we do. I'm not saying immigrants don't get treated like royalty nowhere, but they do get treated more civilized in other countries, especially first world countries, because they know they need the help. You got to figure, Tim, in any capitalist society, you need poor, low-wage people. You could not survive.
I don't know about that. You could. The reason why you need poor, low-wage people in America is because the people that are making money want to make a lot of money. If they were not trying to make, that's the problem. It ain't that we need those folks. Is that they want to make so much money. The only way they can make that kind of money is to not pay you or I a decent wage.
Absolutely. And not only that, I don't think what we make is low wage. That's not the low wage I'm talking about. What I mean is that what you need is people that are working for less than what the average person's working for. You need someone that can survive off that. So we have a lot of immigrants up in my area, even in Pennsylvania here. And I'm going to tell you now, those people still got 2-3 F-150s. They make it work. They
pile up tent to a house and shit like
exactly.
that. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you go by one of those houses out in the middle of nowhere, and it'd be like 10 satellites in there. Those guys live in the same place, but they live separately. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they send half their money back home, and their families back home live like kings and queens. You know what I'm saying? So it's just so. When I say we need poor, low-wage workers, what I mean is that we need people that are willing to work for that. I'm not saying we need that. I'm saying we need people that are willing to work for that. And those people are willing to work for that. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. After they come over here, you might have a construction company that hires a guy that comes over from El Salvador, and he's a carpenter. But once he get in the United States, he's not going to keep working for those low wages.
I was just about to say that. Especially his kids and all of them, they're going to grow up wanting to go to college and have a good job just like any other American. Yeah.
I mean, those guys are not. We don't have a bunch of people coming over here with no skills. You don't leave. Tim, you went to Australia. If you'd have went over there with no damn skills, you would have never survived over there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's the same thing with these people. These people ain't leaving their countries coming over here with no skills. Even if it is housekeeping, even if it is dishwasher, that's what they did back home.
Well, their skill is they're willing to work very hard. Working hard is a skill in itself. I mean, if I can trade, like picking fruits is not a big skill, but if you're willing to do that shit all day with no breaks or lunches in the hot sun, that's a skill. I mean, so you don't.
Let me tell you something, Tim. Let me tell you something. That's bullshit. What you just said.
Tell me
I
how.
got a friend that owns an apple. I got a friend that has an apple orchard outside of where I live at, and Al had been asking me for 10 years to come out there and help him so he could take his family on vacation. I'm telling you now, it is a skill even to that. Pruning them trees and cutting them apples and taking those apples up, knowing which one goes in the mash bin, knowing all this stuff. It's a skill trade too, trust me.
Okay.
And I'm telling you something. I wasn't doing nothing but riding around on a tractor and picking up the bins and putting that shit on. Every now and then I get off and help them pick that shit. I'm telling you something. That was almost over 20 years ago when Al asked me to do that shit. And I ain't been back. That is some hard, back-breaking ass.
You know, it's interesting you say that because on TikTok, you got some Hispanics that are doing lives where they got the phone on the truck or whatever, and it's going over the field, and they're picking cabbage or whatever. Yeah. And I sat there and watched that shit for about 10 minutes, and I got on there and I put in the comments, my back is hurting just watching this. I mean, they constantly bending over, and I'm like, I can only imagine how much work that is.
And the women work just as hard as the men. And I'm gonna tell you something too. This is the thing right here too. I told you that they did create a machine that could pick those things, but the machine made more mistakes, and they did have a robot that could do it. To pick those apples and do those things, but it wasted more than it actually picked. It is a job that definitely it's going to be a long time before AI take that job. That is a man's. Even picking cabbage up off the ground or picking up lettuce and all that stuff, it ruined more than it picked. You know what I'm saying? So it's not worth it. Eventually will they get it right? Of course they will. Yeah. That's just progress. But right now, the best thing, I wanted to really comment on one thing, though, Tim. I want to tell you this right here.
Yeah.
Juneteenth.
Okay.
I grew up knowing nothing about Juneteenth.
Same. Exact same thing. City of Chicago, nothing about that shit.
And I think the problem with Juneteenth is that most Caucasians and Blacker think that we just created another holiday for lazy black people. They don't understand that.
Jesus.
What they don't understand is that Juneteenth is way more important than July the 4th, because on July 4th, all white people here will celebrate their own independence. They don't know that 2.5 years later, those people down in South Carolina and Texas and Galveston were still being treated and still being hunted and sent back down to the South. That's what people say. They were coming up here and taking them back down to the South, putting them back in slavery until June 19th. And
I think it's simple. I mean, like you said, when I grew up in the South Side of Chicago, we weren't talking about that. We knew slaves were free, but the actual date, we never discussed it as well. Just like you mentioned, Juneteenth being 2 years after they were officially free. None of that stuff was coming up because we as Gen Xers, if you're any generation before that, you still kind of lived during the time when we didn't teach history based on accuracy. It was based on American exceptionalism and white supremacy, really. I mean, so only in recent generations, late 80s, 90s, and more, have they started trying to accurately teach history of what minorities went through. We didn't talk about slavery much. When I was going to school, slavery wasn't a big discussion. It wasn't until Alex Haley came out. When Alex Haley came out with the movie Roots, all of a sudden there was conversation about slavery. But you go back to people who went to school in the 60s and the early 70s before Roots came out in the late 70s, slavery was not covered in schools at all. It was not being mentioned.
Right. It definitely wasn't. It wasn't even no thing that we knew. We knew, but it wasn't studied, and it definitely wasn't taught.
No.
It's just that we knew. We're just as dumb. My mother, who was a teacher, didn't even know about that stuff, and she went to college and was a teacher, so she didn't even know. I was asking her the last time I was on. I said, "Mom, you didn't know about this?" She said, "No, we ain't know about no Juneteenth." You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't teach them either. And she's an educated person. Now, there are some people a little bit older than me. I'm 66, Tim. So just for me, there's people that are a little bit age group ahead of me. They might have known more because if they were up on the East Coast but I remember when those people came down with, you got to figure, I was in the ninth grade when they integrated all the schools in my hometown. I was in the ninth grade. Was the first time I went to
Are you in the South?
I was in the ninth grade. I went to in the South, yeah,
okay.
in Florida. And I'm telling you something. It was just strange to me. None of us wanted for it to change because they bust all us out to the white schools, and it was hard on us, man, going into those white folks' neighborhoods, and shoot, we got beat up bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They were turning buses over on us because they did not want us there. And the name of the high school that I went to, Tim, was the Escalating High School Rebels. They used to have a guy ride out on a horse with a Confederate flag, dressed like General Lee, and sticking that flag down in the middle of the football field before every football game. And all of us black guys who came over from Booker T. Washington High School, because that was the school that all of us came from, we were going to be going to anyway, before they bust us. All of us black guys, all the stars on the football team. Houston McTeer was on my football team. You might know that name. Anyway, but my thing is that Houston McTeer, one time he was the fastest man in the world. He actually won a gold medal in the Olympics.
Okay.
Yeah. But we out there having to bow down to a Confederate flag. We wasn't going for that for long. So we fought for 3 years to get that name changed. And they changed it. They changed it when we were in the 10th grade. Guess what they changed it to?
What?
The Escalating High School Patriots. You know what a patriot is? A patriot is a British rebel. So soon as we got smart enough we fought for another year. Then they changed it, and guess what they changed it to? This is gonna really trip you up. They changed it to the Escalating High School Panthers. Now this was in the heart of the Black Panther movement when this was going on now. So, them white folks wasn't going. My senior year, they changed it to the Escalating High School Gators, and to this day, it's still the Escalating High School Gators.
That's a hell of a shit. You were literally there doing the transition. What year? What year is the 60s, early 70s?
No, this started in 72 and went up until 76. So that's when they started integrating the schools down there. I didn't get into it, well, I guess it was 72 when I got into it, because that was the first year when they did it. When my sister and them were going there and all that, they went to all black school, But Tim, I remember getting those school books back in the day, and you might even remember all the black schools books. It'd be 900 names in it. And when we got to the white school, we were getting brand new books when we got to that school. You know what I'm saying? I used to have to sign those books every year. Yeah.
This is the kind of history. This is the kind of history that is great to discuss with an audience like mine, because I got everybody from MAGA to progressives on here, because a lot of people don't know this kind of history. I mean, if you grew up in certainly if you grew up in white America, this is the kind of history that you might have heard about, you might dismiss, but you certainly did not live it.
I'm gonna tell you something, Tim, and I don't say this being. I think this generation of white males are the weakest males on the planet, and the reason I'm saying that is because they're trying to hide. The baby boomers from my era are the weakest, and the reason I'm saying that, they're trying to hide the history of what their parents did to black people and before that. So my generation, the baby boomers, us baby boomers, we don't get blamed for shit, because our parents are the silent generation parents. You know what I'm saying? Okay. We don't get blamed for nothing. They don't blame our parents for nothing. The baby boomers.
It was definitely happening though.
Yeah, but my thing in World War II, man, those guys came back and they were treated like kings. You know what I'm saying? But what they don't understand is that the black veterans that fought in World War II didn't even get any kind of benefits whatsoever.
Yeah. That's crazy. Like the GI Bill and none of that. I've heard that. I wish I could ask my grandfather that.
Nothing.
Yeah, I wish I could ask my grandfather
Tim,
that.
They didn't even get Purple Hearts. They didn't even get nothing. They didn't get no disability, no nothing. Even no matter how bad they came back from that place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
was issued like in the 70s.
My grandfather fought in World War II, and he passed away in '99. But we used to have a lot of conversations, and I wish I could have asked him, like, why would you even go? Like, I mean, you're not fighting for your freedom. You're not even going to get it if you win. some of these countries you're fighting against might actually treat you better if they win. So,
and the funny thing about it, the first person to turn it down, they made a big deal, believe it or not, was Muhammad Ali. Yeah. He refused to go to Vietnam. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't trying to hear that because he said, why should I go over there when they're treating us like shit over here? Why should I go over there and
I believe in the Martin Luther King Museum down in Memphis, they got a thing where they actually show you like newspapers in Germany and stuff that was out during World War II. They were using that as propaganda. Like, if you're black, why are you fight? Your side ain't, these people are not going to treat you any worse than we're treated. They were trying to tell the black soldiers, it's propaganda. The Germans were trying to, the Nazis were trying to say this, is that you're not fighting for anything special because the United States is treating you like shit.
But it was just propaganda.
Yeah, of course.
Before Hitler even attacked the Jews, he attacked the blacks over in Germany.
Yeah.
So he first he did the disabled, which I don't want to call them what we used to call them back. The word we used to use back.
The R word
started with R, right?
Yeah, the R word.
Okay. Yeah, so they got rid of those first. Those are the ones they tried to get rid of first. And then it was the blacks, it was the minorities. And then after that, then it became the Jews. The Jews were actually the last result of Hitler's tyrant behavior. You know what I'm saying? He definitely.
Yeah, I know he treated them. Yeah, he even treated our POWs. If you were a black POW, I think they just instantly slaughtered you versus a white POW. Yeah, it was different. He definitely did not like black people.
Yeah, and the black POWs, they just shot them on the streets. Yeah. They didn't even take them to no camps. You know what I'm saying? They shot you on the streets if they seen you walking down the streets.
Well, let's not go back to that. I gotta move it on, Lewis. But hopefully we never go back to that era, even in the United States.
Well, my thing is definitely yourself, Tim. Is definitely read up Juneteenth yourself. That way, when somebody come in, maybe you can give them a little bit of that history, and know that, hey, man, emancipation happened in 1963, and those people were still being treated like,
I don't think anybody criticizing it. I don't think anybody that's criticizing it to that level even care about the accuracy of it. They want the damn gone.
I agree. Yeah. I agree 100%.
All right, Lewis.
All right, Tim, you can kick me out of here.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Looking in the comments real quick before I make sure I didn't miss out. Extreme Major Boo says they don't have this education in schools because they shouldn't. Away from the truth, they don't have this education in schools because they shouldn't. Away from the truth, they're teaching our kids something else under false pretenses. Well, like I said, in this country, we kind of have always taught history based on American exceptionalism, not based on accuracy. It's always been taught based on America's the best country on earth. A lot of countries do that. They teach the actual truth. They teach what it takes to have people believe that you're in the best country in the world. You got people right now to this day, national anthem is about freedom, when there are actual verses of it that talk about slavery. So clearly, if you're being taught that it was about freedom and you just simply realize that when the national anthem was created, everybody didn't have free. How could it be about freedom when it was written at a time when everybody wasn't free? So, it's just a little bit of digging into it and you can start seeing that stuff. Looking in the comments though, remember when black people many of times tried to escape white racists like in Tulsa, what happens there? Well, I've said that before. When people start making this notion that Trump is somehow going to be a threat to democracy and all this stuff, and people, I want to leave America and all this other crazy shit people say. My response is, if you think that he is that much of a danger to this country that you need to consider leaving, I understand you might need to leave sooner than later, because in real life, when people do become dictators, that's one of the main things they do is they shut off your ability to leave. Most dictatorships, coming and going is not very easy to do at all. So if you're one of the ones who do fear that something like that is going to happen, you're better off leaving now, as opposed to, if you believe something, that is wild. But if you believe that, understand that is what happens in dictatorships. They don't just let you come and go. Looking in the comments, they won't leave us alone. Our hair stands up straight on our head. Einstein theory doesn't apply. I don't know what you mean by that. Desegregation was a dissolution and nothing more than the biggest money grab in history. You're saying desegregation was a dissolution and nothing more than the biggest money grab in history. So what was segregation? If you're saying that desegregation was money grab, what was segregation? I'd like to know your response to that before we go to shut you off at any moment. I don't know where you're going with that. Now, this is an interesting. Maxie Cat says, I went to school in the 1960s in Canada, and I knew about this stuff, what is being discussed here. Says it was commonly taught about the world and history. Canada was not segregated in schools. Our high school mascot was a panther and still is. Well, that's one of the things I learned when I went to Australia, and I'll go to the next caller after this. When I moved to Australia, I was surprised at how much of our history and of world history in general they knew. In America, like I've been stating, we're taught based on American exceptionalism. In America, you're taught really that America's the only country that matters. Most Americans cannot tell you the name of any other world leader unless we're at war with them. Obviously, everybody knew Saddam Hussein because we were at war with Iraq. Try naming any of the other leaders that led Iraq. Do you know of any of them that led before him? And not really after him has been a mess, but I mean, same thing with Iran. Unless we have a country, unless we're about to go to war with a country, we generally do not know the leader of that country. Most of the NATO member states, Italy, Germany, France, most Americans can't tell you who lead those countries. Even Canada, before the right started trashing Justin Trudeau, most of the people on the right didn't have any idea who led Canada. It was only once Trump started trashing him for his liberal leanings in Canada that it became, we don't know people. We're not taught anything at all about world history. How many folks know who leads Mexico? It's a female, Christina, something. I know the picture of her, but I don't even know what the woman's name that is current president of Mexico. Most Americans don't know that. We don't know anything about world history. We have the belief that we're on top and we're all that matters, and everybody's going to follow our lead. But when you go to these other countries, yeah, they know a lot more about. They know a lot more. They have a lot more geographical knowledge than we do. Because I was really surprised when I went to Australia. They knew everything about the slave trade. They knew about stuff like the Kennedy assassination and Martin Luther King and the stroke. I mean, they knew all of that shit. Most Americans don't know much in regards to the history of Australia or the history of UK. You know a little bit of it, but they know a lot more of our shit than we know of theirs. Looking at the comments real quick before I continue on. Our delusional president don't want to give the national anthem back in statue, but we have stupid gay pride month. Makes no damn sense. What do you mean? You says our delusional president don't want to give the national anthem back in statue, but we have stupid gay pride month. Makes no damn sense. Well, let me be clear. Gay pride month is me. If you don't support the LGBT community, LGBTQ community, gay pride month is just something you hear about on TV. That ain't something that's being shoved in your throat, as they say. You could live in areas where you have no contact with that at all. That doesn't come up. Nobody's in your area celebrating it, nothing. I don't understand why people have such a big issue with gay pride month. I mean, that ain't being taught in schools, for instance. It's just something that's out there. So I don't know. When you said stupid, I'd be curious to know what you mean by that. Tim, just take the money and smile. That's me too. No, I want to viewers. Certainly somebody that like Evil Major Boo. He's supporting the program. Extreme Major Boo, rather. He's supporting the program. So I definitely, anybody who supports the program, I'm gonna certainly give a detailed answer, opinion of their comment. Like I said, the Pride Month thing, it makes no sense. Look, I'm not part of the LGBTQ community, so I can't say whether that month makes sense to me or not. I understand why they are looking at it. I mean, there's a lot of people in this country that does not like their community. So amongst themselves, they're like, there is a reason to be proud of yourself. Kind of like the old James Brown, I'm black and I'm proud, because they were trashing the black community back then. And you had a black man, listen, there's a reason to be proud of yourself, despite what they're saying. Well, the LGBTQ community is probably looking at it from that standpoint. So I'll leave it at that. Of course, they're teaching that shit in schools. Are they? Rapid fire? You think most schools in America is honoring Gay Pride Month? Or is it a handful of schools in some liberal areas? The lib turds are getting dumber by the day. I don't know, John. I watched the 2020 election, and some of that shit coming from the right. You want to say the liberals are getting dumber every day? This all Jewish space lasers and all that kind of shit. Does that sound intelligent to you? Let me go back to the box. He says the liberals are getting dumber by the day. All right. MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the program. I'll start out by asking you, man, what is wrong with Juneteenth Day?
It wasn't a holiday until Joe Biden decided to pander to BLM by making it a major holiday. And it also makes no sense. You know, they were comparing it to Independence Day, right? Independence Day is July 4th, 1776.
Okay.
But we were, you know, the end of the Revolutionary War, when we were actually independent, was like 10 years later, like 1880.
Yeah, but you do know on Independence Day, July 4th, 1770. You got an echo or something in the background?
I have you on speaker.
Yeah, take it off of that. I'll give him a second. Are you there?
Go ahead. I'm just going to mute myself when I'm talking.
Okay. So you do realize, you mentioned in July 4th, 1776, you know, and all of the independence. You do realize that day was irrelevant for black people, right? There was no independence for black people on July 4th, 1776. That day is meaningless.
No, that's not my point. I'm talking about, like, we celebrate that as Independence Day because that's when we signed the Declaration of Independence. So if we're going to celebrate the end of slavery, it should be January 1865. It should be like what, January 35th or something? No, January what?
January 35th?
The 13th Amendment was passed, which was January 31st, 1865. Or it could be the day it was ratified, December 6th, 1865.
So would it make you happier if they changed the date?
It would make more sense, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it seems to me all this date is when Texas did it. Because, like some people were saying, other states like Delaware and some other state did it December 6th when the 13th Amendment was actually ratified.
And I see the comments, then you said asking when should we celebrate Christmas. Here's my thing on it.
I celebrate Christmas January 7th because I'm Orthodox and we use a different calendar. Yeah. So
here's my thing. My thing about it is this: we know there was a day when black people were given freedom, and we know parts of the country did not honor that day until they were forced to do so sometime later. If we want to just honor the original day and ignore the fact that they kept people in bondage for 2 or 3 years, illegally, or if we want to honor the day they got everybody out, or you want to bring up the Choctaw Indians or whatever the case may be. Fact is, do you believe there should be a day to honor when blacks were free?
Yeah, that's fine. But don't do it because you want to pander to BLM. Do it because you want to honor that day.
Why the hell did it take for BLM just came along 10 years or so ago? Why the hell did it take all the way to the 2000s for it to be honored to begin with?
That's a good question. I agree with you. It should have been honored earlier.
Right.
It should have been one of these other dates. It seemed to me they took some random holiday from Texas and blew it up. Like, this date makes no sense for the rest of the country.
Well, my point is this: when you say they were pandering to BLM, the fact that it took that long for it to be a holiday, they were pandering to whites that did not want to honor the freedom of black people. They've been pandering the whole damn time. It's just when they started pandering to BLM, in your opinion, that it become a problem. As you readily admit, this should have been a holiday a long damn time ago.
Yeah, I just don't like the pandering, period. I don't care what side it's for. And I think it should have been January 1st, 1863, the Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, when he was.
How about? So you want a day to honor blacks being free? You just think the actual day they're talking about is wrong?
Yeah.
So
even Juneteenth sounds very racist. Like the way the
what?
Yeah. I don't know. It sounds kind of like it sounds racist the way it's like combined like that.
How does
I don't know. Doesn't that sound like somebody just tried to took a date and Africanized it?
How does the word Juneteenth sound racist?
I don't know who talks like that. Juneteenth.
Well, I'll tell you my interpretation of it is because the days are so screwed up. They just said we know it was around Juneteenth. It was somewhere around the teens in June. That's what I heard. That's the way I interpreted it. Is you don't exactly know the day because the white guy didn't want to free people. So we know it happened somewhere around this time. So we'll just honor it and just say Juneteenth. That's the way I took it.
I got you. I mean, didn't we used to celebrate the Emancipation Proclamation or whatever?
What?
Wasn't there a holiday that day? Oh, and then one of your other callers was like bitching about how we took a day off for Trump's birthday. It was on a Saturday. We took it off because it was Saturday.
Hey, I'm not aware of them taking any days off. But I want to read this to you. I'm sure
your earlier caller was like,
Yeah, I heard him say it. I'm not aware of people taking a day off for a military parade. But I do want to read this to you. This is what Trump sent out on his social media page, on his Truth Social, on Juneteenth. He said, too many non-working days in America. It is costing our country billions of dollars to keep all these businesses closed. The workers don't want it either. Now, I'm not aware of a bunch of businesses that are closed due to Juneteenth, but he says soon we'll end up having a holiday for every one working day of the year. That's an incredible exaggeration. We only have about a dozen holidays or less, and he's making it sound like soon it'll be one holiday for every working holiday. So what is he saying? It'll soon be about 100 holidays in this country? What the hell is he talking about? Including, he says this must change if we're going to make America great again. Does this sound like he's trying to get rid of Juneteenth?
No, because you can still celebrate the shit out of it. You just don't take the day off. And that goes for other holidays that we take off that we shouldn't, like President's Day and Labor Day.
So then he's getting rid of it. If he's saying you can celebrate it, but it's no longer going to be a holiday, you can't take the day off anymore, then he's getting rid of it.
Not necessarily. We celebrate a lot of holidays that we still work on. Like,
so if hold on. So if I made July 4th a day where you could still celebrate it, but you can't take it off anymore, would that not be considered getting rid of it?
No, because July 4th is always going to be July 4th. Hell, I work on most of these holidays, so.
But if you can't take the day off, it's no longer a holiday, MAGA.
Since when? What are you talking about? I work Christmas. I work a bunch of holidays, and it's still Christmas. It doesn't make them go away.
If you can't take the day off and get paid for it, it's no longer a holiday.
Since when?
What is a holiday to you? Give me your definition of what a holiday is.
It's a special day that you celebrate something.
So Sweetie's Day is a holiday to you. Your birthday is a holiday to you.
Mother's Day, all these days are holidays.
No.
Christmas, Thanksgiving. There's a bunch of... My Christmas is January 7th, and I usually work that day. And I end up working American Christmas anyway because my real Christmas is January 7th.
So this is a federal paid holiday. Juneteenth is a federal paid holiday. Do you think Trump is trying to get rid of it being a federal paid holiday?
Yeah, I guess so, because, he wants... Because let's put it like this. My cousin, he's a stock trader, and he wanted to make money, and then, he was bitching to me that he had this trade, and I don't know, he basically was pissed that market was closed because of June 19th.
Does that not make it?
He couldn't make money that day.
Okay, if he takes away the holiday that's honoring the ending of slavery, can you at least understand why Alex will start talking about he looks racist for doing that when you got Columbus Day and Flag Day and all these other holidays? If he goes after Juneteenth.
We work Columbus Day, and I'm pretty sure
Columbus Day is a federal holiday, just like Juneteenth is.
I'm pretty sure we work that day.
Are you a federal employee?
I was working on Columbus Day.
Columbus Day is a federal paid holiday, just like Juneteenth is.
Okay. I remember working and going to school on that day, so.
You went to school on Columbus Day?
Yeah, it's like a Monday.
We definitely got that day off.
I might be wrong. I mean, it's been
a
while.
I
mean,
I think
altogether. It's called. They renamed it, didn't they?
I know they've talked about Indigenous Peoples Day, but I'm trying.
Same thing.
So, how would that make Trump look, in your opinion, if he got rid of Juneteenth being a federal paid holiday?
I guess they do. I guess federal employees and many banks have the day off. But many private sector jobs do not. In Florida, Columbus Day is a legal holiday, meaning state workers may get the day off.
Right.
I don't know. I remember working that day.
So if you work in the private sector, you get a lot less holidays than they do in federal banks and schools. Banks, schools, and federal jobs, and to some degree, like you work for the police department in your city. I mean, some of the state jobs get a lot more days off too. But if you work in government, for instance, state, local, federal, whatever. But the private sector, if you're working for Target somewhere, you don't get all those holidays off. But I'm asking you, how would that make Trump look if he removed Juneteenth as a federal paid holiday?
It'll make him look bad. So he has to remove a bunch of them altogether, including Columbus Day. So get rid of Columbus Day, get rid of Juneteenth, get rid of Labor Day.
Why?
I don't have the whole list of holidays in front of me.
What would be the purpose of
days? And again, you can still celebrate them, but it's going to be a work day. The bank's going to be open. I'm going to be able to go to the bank and deposit my money, and I want to be able to trade stocks.
What would be the purpose of making Americans work harder?
What do you mean?
I mean, we only get a handful of holidays as it is, and you want to get rid of those?
You don't think we have too many holidays? I feel like every 2 weeks is a holiday.
No, what bullshit? What holiday is coming up in 2 weeks? We got July 4th. After July 4th, what's the next holiday?
Let me look up the list.
It's Labor Day.
Father's Day, and then before that, Mother's Day. I guess those are always Sundays.
And you don't get those days off either. You don't get Father's Day. That's
they're always on Sundays, so you always have them off because it's Sunday.
You don't get if you're scheduled to work on Mother's Day or Father's Day, you don't get any extra money. Your company does not recognize that as a holiday. That's not a holiday. Mother's Day and Father's Day are not holidays.
After July 4th is Labor Day, September.
Right. You said every 2 weeks. Those days are 2 months apart.
July, yeah. We don't have any holidays in August.
No. And after Labor Day, when is the next holiday? Thanksgiving.
It's Columbus Day, Monday in October.
Okay. All right, I'll give you that.
Day in November, and then Thanksgiving.
Wait, say that again.
Then Veterans Day in November 11th, and then Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and like I said, most people do not get those days off. And if you work in the private sector, you're not getting Veterans Day off. You're not getting Columbus Day off. If you work in the private sector, you're not getting any. You're going to get Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and then it started. Let me see. You started from.
That kind of makes my point too. Even though it goes against everything I just said. The fact that most people work these holidays anyway, who does this really affect?
It's just the thought that counts. Is that all of a sudden they make this holiday in honor of Black Day and freedom.
Juneteenth. Did you work June 19th? Well, there you go. So this doesn't like federal workers and stock traders and bankers.
I'm just going to say it this way. This getting rid of Juneteenth is not going to make America great again. It's just not.
Well, also it doesn't get rid of it because you're still going to celebrate it. You celebrate June 19th even though you work that day. You just kind of prove my point.
I don't see why the president is targeting it.
Well, because it's probably affecting the GDP of the country or something.
What?
Like that. It's a whole trading. It's the whole day of banks being open. It's the whole day of business being done.
You think one day, and it happens to be Juneteenth, is affecting the GDP of the country?
Well, I also want to do Columbus Day and a few other ones. And maybe not Labor Day. Right. I gotta see how they're spread out and see which ones we could get rid of. But I think we should get rid of one or two of them. Maybe celebrate something else that's more meaningful.
Why would you?
Maybe celebrate the when the 13th Amendment was passed, or when the Emancipation Proclamation was signed or whatever by Lincoln, or proclaimed by Lincoln.
I'll tell you, when that was one of the things when I was in Australia, they get a lot more holidays than we do. I don't understand why Americans say, let's get rid of holidays. That's insane. Let's make them work more. I mean, you don't.
Because,
go ahead.
like for me, for example, I worked that day anyway, and now I can't access my bank because my bank's closed.
How fucking often are you going to the bank? One day is going to kill you that much?
No, I'm just giving you an example how, how it's inconvenient for some people. And it doesn't matter for most people because they're working anyway.
Okay. I don't know. Okay, fair enough. We'll skip out of that. I want to play something. I mentioned this earlier to some of the other viewers. I want to get your opinion on this because, and by the way, I also mentioned for some reason everybody that's complaining about Juneteenth seems to be white. Why is that?
Well, I don't know if you call me white or not. I'm on what day it is. Sometimes I'm white, sometimes I'm not.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I might be darker than racist grandma from the pictures that I saw on her page.
Racist grandma. Oh my God. I want you to do this. This is something I actually made on my page, and I took a lot of criticism for it. But I want to get your opinion on this. Shall not be infringed. Can someone explain why many of the same Second Amendment folks who believe an armed society is a polite society is so gung-ho against Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon? After all, nuclear weapons don't kill people. People kill people. Or are we beginning to understand that once they believe their lives are in danger, they suddenly see the validity of a weapons ban? What happened to that? An armed society is a polite society. What's your take on that?
Well, if everybody had nukes, everybody would be really too polite. There's such a thing as too polite.
What?
And we would be too polite. If everybody had fucking nukes, we would be super polite. And that's too much, I feel like.
What's wrong with everybody being super polite?
Because it's impossible. And then we'll just have mutually assured destruction.
Right.
Nobody's perfect.
In other words, if everybody had nukes, nobody would be threatening to attack each other.
Or one can die.
Well, that exists anyway.
Yeah, it's just more risk. The more people have it, the more risk. And you're talking about something...
Wait a minute. You said the more people have it, the more risk. Does that not apply to an armed American population? The more people that have guns, the more risk?
No, because a gun could only kill, at most 13... at most, let's say a regular gun fully loaded, 30 people, if one bullet a person.
So we're okay with death, just long as it's in smaller numbers.
Well, for one thing, you could use the gun to defend your house. You can't use a nuke to defend your house.
You can use it to defend your whole damn country.
No, but say someone comes to our country. You're going to nuke your own country to defend yourself from the invader?
No, you would nuke where they came from so that it won't happen.
Yeah, but they already invaded your country. So
well, you can see. Well,
it can be used for self-defense.
Well, first of all, if they're no, that's not how it works. If somebody is invading our country, the leadership of that country is not with them. The person that's ordering them to invade our country is still back home in his country. That's the person you want to take out because he'll cancel that order to come over here.
I got you, but again, the Second Amendment has more to do with defending your own home, not from preemptively striking the neighbor's house before he comes over.
Well, it's about tyranny and all kinds of shit. I'm just simply saying, if we believe that if everybody is armed, America will be a more polite country, why don't we believe that on the world stage?
Because it doesn't work. Because
how do you know?
Everybody.
How do you know when?
Everybody, even the person firing them.
Let me ask you this question: have you ever heard the phrase, "If we ban guns, only criminals will have guns"?
Yeah, will kill each other with knives.
And look what has happened. We've banned nuclear weapons, and look at the few countries that have them, like the United States, and look what we're doing. We're dominating all the other places and kind of taking the place of a criminal. We're destroying people's countries, exploiting their labor and everything.
Dominating them with nukes.
What?
How are nukes the reason we're dominating the world?
Yeah, no, we're using our military might to dominate the world. It's just like going in a liquor store and pulling out a gun. You don't have to shoot anybody to dominate your might with the gun. They know we have it.
But if we got rid of all the world's nukes, we would still be in the same position. If there's no nukes in the world, we would still be in the same position.
Yeah, but if everybody have them, we wouldn't be in the same position.
Yeah. It'd be chaos.
See why you say that?
What do you mean? Because one crazy person comes into power and he could set off a chain reaction. Everybody ends up nuking each other.
I don't understand how the only country on earth to ever use the weapon is talking about how everybody else might be crazy and irresponsible to own one. We're the only country on earth to ever actually use it.
Yeah, and even then we didn't it. We're on our way to winning that war either way.
So in other words, we used it irresponsibly.
Well, that nuke back then was like nothing compared to what we have today. Like right now, that bomb they want to use to blow up that mountain is the power of half a nuke.
Yeah.
Half the nuke that they used in Japan. And and that's not even nuclear. That's just regular,
What I just don't understand is this. Why are we the ones dictating who is responsible and who are not? When we're the ones that are starting wars, I mean, we're the ones that started the 20-year war in Iraq. Are we really a good voice of who should be militarily responsible?
No, but we're also not passing out nukes to people saying that they're responsible. And again, we're not using the nukes to do all those things you mentioned.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, but we killed more people in Iraq without a nuke than a small nuke would actually do. We're talking about as many as 1 million people died in that area because of that war. So that was at the hands of the United States getting involved in an unnecessary war. I'm saying that we don't seem like the country that should be deciding who is militarily responsible or not.
I mean, in a way, we've been very responsible since we've had them for so long and only used them like back when we didn't know better, We've had them for what, like almost 100 years? How long has it been? 1860, like almost 70 years, and we've only used them once or twice in battle.
Yeah, but you're not acknowledging all the times we've used our conventional weapons against people who may have or may not have deserved it.
Here's the question: if we are on the verge of defeat, you think we would use nukes?
Yeah.
Then you're right. I agree with you. Then we're not responsible. We shouldn't have them.
Okay. And I definitely.
If we're not responsible and shouldn't have them, what makes you think Iran should or the rest of the world should?
I don't think Iran, in my opinion, I don't think they're as irresponsible as America and Israel is suggesting. Because if you notice, you don't hear the NATO member states demanding that Iran not have a nuclear weapon. It's mainly just us and Israel. The rest of the states you don't see America getting any assistance from any other. It's Iran and Israel right now. If Iran was that much of a danger, you would hear other NATO member states stepping up like they're doing with the Ukraine. The Ukraine is not part of NATO yet. The NATO member states are clearly speaking up on behalf of the Ukraine. They're not saying anything about this. Iran must not have a nuclear weapon standpoint. They're not saying anything about that at all. The rest of the world don't see Iran as bad as we do.
I don't think that's true. Like,
give me some countries.
They don't. Yeah, I think you're kind of twins a little bit.
Give me some. Then correct me. Give me some countries that are speaking out and talking about how bad Iran is.
I mean, right now, that's not the conversation. Right now,
yeah, it is. We're about to go to war. We're about to go to war over that conversation. You just mentioned the bomb they're talking about dropping. It's over that.
The reason Europe hasn't brought it up is because they don't think Iran has a nuke. If we knew 100% that they had one, they would be saying that they shouldn't have one.
We've been talking.
Now it's up in the air whether they actually do or not.
America America and Israel.
That's not even the argument. The
No,
argument
that is what the war is about.
No, the war isn't about them having a nuke. The war is about them making the uranium strong enough to make a nuke. So they're a step behind the nuke. And that's why the rest of the world is pissed, because they're like, it's like 50-50 right now whether they can make a nuke or not. Because they have to refine the uranium to like more than 60%, and they're like maybe at 40 or 50%.
I don't think you're saying
done because they think they're close, where the rest of the world, they're like, they don't think they're close, and they don't want to jump the gun until, they actually
maybe it's because America and Israel has been claiming that Iran is close to getting a nuclear weapon for about 20 straight years now.
I'm on your side with this argument, right? I don't think Israel should attack. I think I said that last live. Because you're like talking like I'm one of those MAGAs that are against the war, which there's a lot of us. And I don't think they should attack Iran because I think
most of the free world is against the war. I think most of the free world, which is what I just told you, do not believe Iran is as bad as the U.S. and Israel is making them out to be. You don't even hear the UK talking about this.
Pushing it. No, everyone knows Iran is bad. They just don't think they have a nuke, or they don't think they're close to having a nuke. And some people don't even think they want a nuke. But the problem is Iran is like talking shit like, you better, hook us up or we're going to make a nuke out of this uranium,
You can't bomb a country for talking shit. I mean, that's not a legitimate reason to bomb somebody. And keep in mind,
with a possible future nuke.
But keep in mind, both both America and Israel, about 20 some odd years ago, was saying that Iraq had about to make biological weapons or had weapons of mass destruction. Both of the same two countries that are saying Iran is a danger were saying Iraq was a danger. It was Israel and America involved in that as well.
I 100% agree with you. I was against the Iraq War. I was a Democrat back then, and I hated everything about the Iraq War.
Is it possible that these two countries are just making up shit for reasons to go to war with people?
Yeah. But, it's kind of like Trump. When Trump's running his mouth, Iran's not helping them, or not helping themselves when they run their mouth and say death to America and say, let's make a deal so I don't refine the uranium to make a nuke. Iran's like playing, they're talking shit like they're the bad guy, and Israel wants to treat them like the bad guy, but the rest of the world, they know better, and they say Iran's talking shit. They're not actually going to do anything. So it's the difference between people that are taking Iran's threat literally, like you take Trump's word literally sometimes, versus people that know better. Like, I know better when Trump's talking shit, and I think Iran's talking shit, and they're not anywhere near. I don't even think they want a nuke. They're just using it to piss off Israel.
Well, the thing about it is Obama had made a deal with the Iranians that was holding according to the rest of the world. I think the problem is certainly under Trump, but even with George W. Bush with the Iraq War, I think what's starting to happen is America's credibility is starting to fade on the world stage. A lot of people are not believing us anymore. We got obviously the Iraq War with the weapons of mass destruction. That didn't turn out worth a shit. And then you got Trump comes in there and cancels a deal that America made with Iran so that he made our work not look worth a shit there. Then he's talking about getting out of the Paris Accord, getting out of NATO, getting out of NAFTA. He's making our word and our credibility not look worth shit. Why would you enter any deal or trust anything coming from the United States? Not to mention the whole election being stolen. The rest of the world knows that wasn't true.
If Iran is so peaceful and harmless, why do we need a deal in the first place?
Because we want it. That's it. That is it. We were Iran with a nuclear weapon would probably be similar to North Korea with a nuclear weapon. Just leave them the fuck alone and they'll be okay.
North Korea has a nuclear weapon either.
What?
I think that's bullshit. I don't think North Korea has nuclear weapons.
Yeah, they do. They do.
I think that's the rhetoric being spread around. No. But just like Iraq and the WMDs, if we actually invade them, I doubt they have nukes.
But do you see hypocrisy in a country that has over 2,000 nuclear weapons suggesting that somebody else can't get one.
Yeah, but even one kills millions of people, and you know it's a miracle that we've been. It's a miracle that us, Russia, and the
MAGA, 2,000 nuclear weapons could split the planet in half. You're going to talk about being irresponsible. We have enough weapons to destroy humanity, but we're going to say if they get one, well, that could kill a lot of people.
Yeah, even one will kill a ton of people. What are you talking about? I mean, one nuclear disaster is horrible. Like, look what happened in Japan and what happened in Russia.
All right.
I mean, you're trying to argue with me when I completely agree with you. Like, I don't even know what we're arguing about.
You're agreeing with me. The point.
I tell you I agree with you, and you're trying to argue with me.
I don't know because it doesn't sound that way. I'll go ahead and move it on, but thank you.
I mean, would you trust them? These people that say that's to America all the time, and it's not like we forced them or Israel forced them to. Because I have Israeli friends, Iranian friends. Hell, I'm married an Iranian. So I know all sides of this argument, and I'm just telling you the other side of the argument, even though I don't really agree with it.
All right.
And you always confuse that for me thinking or believing that side of the argument.
I'll leave it at that. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you. And real quick, looking in the comments, someone said, no, you can get quotes from speeches by Iranian leaders in Anatolia. Well, look, I mean, like I stated before, you can't go destroy a country because they're talking shit. I mean, Trump talked about blowing North Korea off the map. He said that. Didn't he say he sent pictures of somebody's house to them? I mean, Trump has actually killed a few world leaders like Soleimani and some. I mean, are we in an environment where we can talk shit but they can't? And I hate to come off this way because it sounds like I'm defending Iran, and I'm not. But I don't believe that we should be able to do something and then dictate to others that they cannot. That sounds like we're taking a stance of we're the supreme country or something like that. I don't believe that should be the case. I think that we know that as long as we have nuclear weapons and a strong military and they do not, we can fuck with them. If they all of a sudden get their hands on a couple atomic weapons, I don't think it's that they're going to rush to use them. I don't believe Iran would do that. I think it's more of us being concerned that we'll lose control on the world stage and certainly in that region, because now you got to contend with somebody that does have a decent ability to fight back. So that's what I think it is. I don't think it's that we're afraid that Iran's going to, make a nuclear weapon and then use it right off the bat. I don't believe it's that way. North Korea is a perfect example. Yeah, I agree with you, Cal. Once North Korea got their hands on atomic weapons, people stopped fucking with them. North Korea is not going around the world bombing everybody up. They want to be left alone. And that's exactly what's happening now that they got atomic weapons. It's like we're just doing whatever Israel wants. We are. When you got Ted Cruz talking about the Bible says that we should support Israel, he's not the only one that's saying that. I mean, he's the only one dumb enough to say it on camera, but you got to believe that there are plenty of evangelicals, and I'm assuming that some Democrats are that way as well, that they believe, like what it says in Genesis, that you'll be blessed if you support Israel. So people are supporting Israel because they're getting it out the damn Bible. And what really throws me off is this. Most of the Western Europe states or countries are believers in Christianity. I mean, the Pope is in Rome. You don't hear them talking about we must support Israel like there's some kind of robot. Must support Israel, get bombed, call military. They're not doing it. Almost all of Western Europe, all of those countries from Italia, everything from Italy to Spain, all of those countries are Christian-based countries. And they're not rushing to support Israel. Same thing south of the border. Most of those nations that are south of the border, from Mexico on down, all the way on down to Brazil, are all believers in Christianity. They're not rushing to support Israel. So I don't believe it's a matter of just religion. I think we're getting shit out of it. A brother took his girl, then he joined MAGA, says Debo. The United States has had a substantial Persian population for decades. We didn't have an Iraqi population at all for the most part before the war. Well, that could be interesting because that could turn into terrorism. That could turn into that. Imagine white supremacists hating jewelry but still believe in the stupid Bible references. So they have to kiss Jews' ass anyway. You know something? I don't believe it's the Bible as opposed to why we're doing it. I think it's people making money. I think people will use religion in any way, shape, or form if it benefits them. Up to and including just simply wanting to have a good orgasm. Fuck it. Convincing some young girl that you're doing this shit for God. I mean, people will use religion in any way, fashion, or form if it'll benefit them. And they'll have no problem committing sins or going against what's in that book if it benefits them to do that as well. But you do have a lot of the folks at the lower end, nothing to lose. They don't have not a lot of income. I'm talking about more of the peasant class. Once you get in that desperation state, God is all you can count on. And a lot of folks that have power, have wealth, know that. So you want to get them to do something, tell them you're doing it for God. Tell them God requires it. And a lot of folks at that level down there will blindly follow that shit. They'll blindly follow it. Okay, look at your motherfucking. Okay, I know what you're saying. Arma, whatever your name is. Wow, this is okay. Look at your motherfucking Jew hating reporting. Wow. Hexef types believe all the Bible shit. Yeah, the evangelical base do. But even no, I don't. I don't know if I agree with that though. You're saying that the Pete Hexef types believe all the Bible shit. I don't. I don't totally believe that because I'll tell you, like slavery and all of that stuff we had in this country, and the country was way more religious during the era of slavery than it is now. As I stated, they will use the Bible when they can use it to their benefit. But if breaking what's in the Bible, going against Scripture, committing all sorts of sins works in their benefit, they will do that as well. Because obviously, when you look at the shit that was taking place during the era of slavery, there's no way you're going to tell me that all of that was not sins. I mean, you banging kids and forcing, I mean, the rapes and all. I mean, that shit, none of that, all of that shit was awful. But they're making a fortune off of it. They were getting power off of it. So they'll gladly commit all the money, then I'll ride with the Bible. If I got to go against the Bible to make money, then I'm going to do that. It's more about power, in my opinion, than it is about biblical prophecies and shit like that. Looking in the comments, there's plenty who believe it. Manifest destiny is real. Yeah. And well, that's a whole different conversation where you believe God told you could take over somebody's land and all that kind of stuff. To me, I just believe even in that case, you're using the Bible to get what you want. If something, where as opposed to if manifest destiny said you had to give up your land, you would gladly go against it. That's what I'm saying. Is people are going to use the Bible to benefit them, but if they benefit going against it, they'll do that as well. I don't know what I just hit here in the comments though. The hypocrisy is insane. Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, you're picking and choosing when to use the Bible. I mean, you think about all the Catholic Church scandals and shit like that. I'm just saying. Although I'm aware people are leaving the United States all the time. Yeah. You do know what happened in every country thousands of years ago before America even existed, right? Yeah, but why does that matter, though? Why does when we're discussing the good and bad in America, when it comes to things that America done that was wrong, well, that was happening somewhere else. That's like literally going to court and being convicted of murder and telling the judge, well, people were murdering folks before me. That has no relevance. That has zero relevance. Because when America was doing it, America knew it was wrong. Bringing up some shit that happened hundreds of thousands of years before, you knew when you was doing it at that time it was wrong. I mean, you want to use that as a defense for all of the atrocities, the sexual atrocities of the Catholic Church? Well, they were abusing women during the Roman age. They got nothing to do with this. They got shit to do with it. Anytime you bring up slavery, well, it happened everywhere. It happened all over the planet. Got nothing to do with what you're doing right now, though. Just trying to come up with an excuse to make some awful shit sound better. Well, I ain't the only one that did it. Okay, well, shit, you need to go down to hell with the rest of them then. Looking at it's crazy, though. Thank you, Johnny Robinson says, I love your YouTube shorts. Thank you. All right, Hanson, it's not about religion. Israel is there to keep America's interest in the Middle East. and in Africa. So they will always be supported, even if we don't like it. That's probably the best description of what's going on, Gerald, that I've ever heard. Jimerson, Jimerson, I hope I ain't butchering that, stated, it's not about religion. Israel is there to keep America's interest in the Middle East and in Africa, so they will always be supported, even if we don't like it. And that's my sentiment exactly. Because as I stated, there's a whole lot, or there's a lot more Christian countries on this planet other than just America, and they're not rushing to support Israel, despite what they're claiming is in the Bible. That should tell you everything you need to know. And there's countries out there that are more religious in terms of a lot of the Hispanic community. They're very religious. You don't hear none of them rushing talking about we need to go support Israel. So yeah, that makes what he said. I agree with that 100%. Anyway, folks, I do appreciate the 40 foul on the likes. I got to step away for a minute. If you enjoy uncensored dialogue, this is the place. Follow the program if you're watching on Clapper or TikTok. Give your boy a sub if you're tuned in on YouTube. We're generally here most weekdays. This is what we do. Until next time, it is your boy Tim, the handsome. Real quick, I want to bring up somebody before I do. For the Great, I saw it because I missed you the other time, so I didn't want to miss you again. You are a sub. For the Great, good evening.
What's up, Tim?
My apologies, I didn't see you in there to the last minute. But what brings you up? What am I getting wrong?
Well, I think I told you. I think those secret meetings and all those dealings. You had Netanyahu coming down before he was elected. I'm just saying, man, it just seemed like it was some underhanded stuff going on. A lot of plans was probably made before he even got elected. I'm just saying.
I don't disagree with you. And thank you for the hat, big dog. Yee-haw! Thank you. I do believe that Trump has pretty much given Netanyahu a green light to do whatever he wants to do. I mean, has he said anything critical of Israel at all since he became president? And Israel's blowing up and bombing every damn body now. We're way past October 7th. I mean, he's went into Syria, he's went into Yemen, he's went into Lebanon. Let me see, where else has he bombed? West Bank. I mean, and now he's in Iran. I mean, like, he's way beyond October 7th. Has Trump said anything critical of him at all?
No. And I mean, people, on the other side, MAGA say, look what he's doing to Putin. Putin been talking shit from the jump.
Yeah.
Putin just said the other day, if you fuck with him, you're going to have a problem. He got right in front of everybody and said, yeah, I talked to Putin and, we got to understand it. Doesn't sound like you guys do.
No. I don't know what's going on with Putin. I mean, because now they're saying that he has threatened Vladimir Putin has threatened the United States against attacking Israel. Because you hear Trump with this 2 weeks thing. I don't know if that's some taco type shit Trump always comes out or not. He went from making it sound like it was about to happen or suddenly it's being 2 weeks away. But it does sound China and Russia has been outspoken, letting America know that they're not down with attacking Iran because their biggest exporter of oil in Iran is to China. So if we all of a sudden start fucking up China, it's going to really hurt the economy, or if it starts messing up Iran, rather, it's going to hurt the economy in China. So, I mean, what do? They sit back and let the United States just go and blow up all of the oil fields in Iran, and then all of a sudden they're paying a fortune for gas in China?
No, and I don't know a lot about NATO, but I think it's some mechanism where, if they have a vote, maybe we're not in NATO anymore. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, man, when people was talking about, I think I said it on your show when they was talking about the secret documents and all that. I think I told you then, I was like, it's going to be hard for us to get any kind of information with that kind of information out there about him.
Yeah.
And I think it's coming home to roost, so to speak.
I think the only way the United States is going to get its credibility back on the world stage is you're going to have somebody do like what Obama did, like an apology tour. Because I do believe Trump, and I mean, to a lesser degree, George W. Bush with that whole thing as well, didn't help, talking about they got weapons of mass destruction and leading to the unnecessary deaths of about 1 million people in the Middle East. And then right after we leave Iraq, what is it, less than a decade later, here's Trump talking about bombing Iran. I think that we're going to need somebody to get in office that's going to go around apologizing to other nations and saying, look, we fucked up. You can depend on us not to do this, and having to put some meat on the bone, because Trump has made it clear that it don't matter what President A tells you, President B can get elected and just throw all that shit out. I mean, he's made that clear. So even if you get in there and you say, listen, under the Trump era, we fucked up and look, we made some bad mistakes, we're going to promise you that won't happen anymore. The response is, how do we know the next guy after you is not going to do what Trump did? Just start canceling deals and saying they're stupid. So,
and I think,
go ahead.
To your point, I think Trump is unique in that standpoint, because I think a lot of countries and a lot of world leaders was seriously like, y'all elected this fucking guy again? I think that's literally what they were saying, like, what the fuck are y'all doing over there? So, to your point, I agree, but I also kind of disagree, because I think as long as it's not another Trump, I think they'd be willing to do business with it. But I think they look at us like fools because we put that fucker back in there again.
Well, the problem is, you say as long as there's not another Trump, the problem is there's no guarantee we won't have a guy like Trump in the future. So you're going to have to put something in place to guarantee that the next, I don't care if it's 3 or 4 presidents down, we need to know that the deal you make with us today cannot just be abandoned willy-nilly like Trump did. Like I said, the Paris Accord, NAFTA, the Iran deal, I mean, what good is your word if the next guy can just tear it up like that?
And what I mean by that is the guy with the rhetoric. I don't disagree with you, but the next guy's going to have to be quiet about it. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you get another guy up here talking about kicking ass and taking names and the buck stops here, we're going to have the same situation that we have now around the world. And I know you got to go. I wanted to get up here the last time.
Yeah, my fault on that.
No problem, brother. Well, no problem, brother. You know, I'm still here though, so I didn't leave you, so it's all good.
Yeah, bro.
But this immigration thing, you know how I feel about it. I really don't give a shit. You know, but it's just funny that, you know, immigrants wrote the fucking Constitution. That's why it's written the way it is. So people just need to get over this shit. You know, they covered their ass. They just did assume in 200 or 300 years that the people would be brown and coming from the southern border. Whatever the case is, that's why the fucking Constitution is written the way it is. So people get over it. Nobody's fucking illegal. You know, illegals wrote the fucking Constitution. So, I mean, what are we talking about?
Well, but you do agree the border should be secure. You don't want to just let anybody in here, right?
I tell you what, man, in my 47 years, and it's anecdotal, I'm not worried about them. It's these motherfuckers I live next door to and go to fucking school with and go to work with every fucking day. Those people.
Well,
So,
while I strongly believe you should secure the border and know who's coming in the country, I do agree with you, though. You're far more at risk from your fellow American than you are from some immigrant coming in here. That road rage incident, whether it's black on black crime or whether it's hate crimes from other communities, I mean, yeah, you're far more at risk from other Americans than you are from some dude coming across the border.
Or whether it's the fucking president got elected, they might think I'm fucking Haitian. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, the threat to me is coming within the house. It's not outside the house. And with all these fucking pews, I just don't understand the paranoia. You know what I mean? You can literally go buy 20 of them and not have a fucking problem, but you're worried about a little guy that got on flip-flops in a 1988 fucking jersey coming across the border. I just don't get it. They don't speak English. They don't speak English. Like,
well, listen, let's be honest.
I know what I do, but I don't know if someone that can come off the street that doesn't even know how to read the English language to come take my job.
Yeah. Let's be honest. Let's call it what it is. It's hate. I mean, let's just call it what it is. You ain't worried about dude taking your job. You ain't worried about dude hurting your kids and them like that. You worried about dude poisoning the blood of America in replacement theory. That's what it is. It's more of that than it. I mean, like you're right. Just about everybody in the country who want to be armed is armed. You're not worried about an illegal immigrant coming and hurting you. You worried more about the fact that replacement theory and this other shit. I agree with you. I don't think that these are the biggest dangers to the average American. I believe it's red-blooded Americans that were born in this country that live right next door to you, as you stated.
And I'm gonna end on this, man. This is the weakest generation of fucking men that we probably ever had in history.
You gotta elaborate on that.
Well, I just touched on it. Who's fucking worried about a fucking guy that can't fucking speak English to take his job? Who's worried about a man in a dress affecting his fucking life? Who's worried about two men holding their hands in public is gonna fuck with me? The weakest generation of men we've ever had, bro.
Third degree. Appreciate it, man. My fault not getting to you sooner. Thank you.
Appreciate it, brother.
All right, always a pleasure. All right, moving on. Real quick in the comments, Matthew Luther wants to let everybody know he thinks I am a monkey. He typed monkey 12 times. I'm sure he has a lot of black friends and hangs around the cookout eating fried chicken. Wait, looking in the comments real quick. The EP didn't free anyone. Now the EP didn't free anyone now that it's monetized. The masters win by you paying for the joke. I don't quite understand what you're saying with that one. Who cares, guys? Who cares? Gays aren't attacking people. Yeah, it's more of that. Yes, it's more, like I said, most of the people we're concerned with are of no real danger to us. You know, some dude playing in girl sports. I mean, that's some shit that 99.9% of Americans is not dealing with. I'm gay and I would never hit on a straight guy. I don't know about that one, Kyle. I don't know you personally, but there's a lot of people in the LGBTQ community that admit they like turning out straight people. That is a thing. There's a lot of gay people that like hitting on straight people. I'm just might not be the one doing that. Tim, if he's going to say that, he is ignorant. He has no intelligence. Get gangster grandma after him. Didn't have gangster grandma on here today. Extreme Major Boo, but yeah, he typed in monkey. You know, I do occasionally see the N-word in the comments and things like that. I don't like to block, ban, or censor people, so I tried my best not to. Even the guy typing monkey, I didn't block him or censor him at all. In fact, I read his comment. But the problem is you can fuck up our conversation on the apps because the apps don't like you using the N-word and saying all kinds of racist shit. So if it's left up to me, I believe in letting MAGA speak. I believe in letting the liberals speak. When I say I go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q, damn it, I mean it. I let everyone speak. It's an uncensored forum. But TikTok and YouTube don't like that. So sometimes I have to come, when people get outrageous, obviously stuff like the N-word is going to really attract the censor. So stuff like that, I have to do something about it. Otherwise, it'll take the whole damn program down. Otherwise, I would just let you speak. I will let you speak. Monkeys are white and hairy, by the way. Who said that? Rapid fire. That's a good name for a comment like that. He says monkeys are white and hairy. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. You do know you can make up to $60,000 and qualify for Section 8 housing and EBT. That has no relevance to what we're talking about whatsoever. But thanks for the information. People can come the legal way. The reason they don't is if you do come legally, you can't use any freebies like EBT, Section 8, free medical. I will just say this real quick. In regards to the notion that they're coming here to be freeloaders and collect EBT and welfare and Obama phones and all this other shit, then why the fuck are they raiding workplaces? If they're here to freeload, then why the fuck are you hanging out at a Home Depot or going into some kind of actual place of work where people are? You're in the back in the fucking break room arresting people. Why aren't you down at the welfare office? Why aren't you down where they go and apply for Section 8 waiting on them? That shows you how that shit makes no fucking sense at all. You're not raiding welfare. Have you seen any ICE hanging around welfare offices at all? They're actually going places where they're fucking working. Thank you, Rapid Fire. 100 points. Extreme Major Boo. Yeah. I mean, like, seriously, if they're coming in to get all this welfare and EBT and Section 8, why aren't you hanging around those places where you get that shit from? You're hanging around places where they actually go and fucking work. It just, if it makes you feel better to think that, go for it. But the actions of ICE and immigration officials shows that's not true. It also shows that all of that rapist and murderer stuff was bullshit too. Because you notice most of the people they're taking in custody are not those kind of people. They've dropped it all the way down to, well, maybe he's not a serial killer, but he did come here illegally. That ain't what you said. You made it sound like these people were the next coming of Freddy Krueger or Jason. Well, he did walk across the river with no socks on, so we got to get him for that. Then just say that. Why paint these folks out to be some kind of, you know, some kind of version of a serial killer when all it is they're here undocumented. Just this is the kind of stuff that can lead to violence and hatred, which is exactly what I played for you guys earlier. It can lead to shit like this.
Man who shot two people simply because they were Hispanic is headed to prison for the rest of his life. Douglas Cornett opened fire at two men filling up at a Spotsylvania County gas station last year as they returned home from work.
Both victims survived, but will have lifelong injuries. Northern Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey reports today the judge blamed anti-immigrant rhetoric in the media for fueling the shooter's hatred.
Omar Guandique, too emotional to speak to us outside court. Last year at his home, after returning from weeks in the hospital, he showed us the wounds from 3 bullets fired into his body. His friend and colleague also shot and badly injured. The gunfire came after Douglas Cornett targeted the men as they drove on I-95, tracked them to a gas station, then opened fire after asking them where they were from and how long they'd been in the country. Omar's brother telling me they're pleased with the life prison sentence, explaining,
his life changed everything. They got 3 shots.
Then adding in Spanish,
Pues no sé, por un lado, no.
On one hand, it broke us seriously because of the injuries suffered by my brother. But we are happy because justice prevailed, which is what we wanted. A crime like this can't go unpunished. In April, Cornett pleaded guilty to 6 charges, the aggravated malicious wounding charge carrying the possible life prison term. Commonwealth Attorney Ryan Mahaffey seeking the maximum sentence.
Mr. Cornett and his actions just caused terrible fear and horror in the Hispanic community in Spotsylvania, and he acted out of what can only be described as extreme hatred.
Omar telling the judge his injuries mean he can't do all the work he used to support his family. Jesus Martinez still undergoing surgeries. But Cornett's defense attorney asked for a lesser prison term. He said his client, an ardent Donald Trump supporter, was influenced by right-wing political rhetoric. He also...
And I want to say, somebody in the comments, what did he say? This happened last April or something like that. I wanted to read that comment. I don't know where it happened, but he was trying to suggest that it happened last April, so you can't blame it on Trump or whatever. This time last year, Trump was saying all kinds of awful shit about the immigrants. Remember, this is around this time last year that Joe Biden was trying to get that border bill passed. Trump was saying all sorts of awful shit. The poison in the blood of this country and the vermin, all of that stuff was on the table this time last year. So he was doing it before becoming president. Anytime you put a microphone in front of his face, he was saying, I mean, when did the Lincoln rally stuff was even more in the news than it is now? I mean, so he was saying all kinds of awful shit about immigrants. So, yeah, this guy right here, you know, his lawyer's admitting he's an ardent Trump supporter and things like that. Like I said, this is the kind of stuff when you're painting these folks out as opposed to just being somebody who came here illegally. When you're painting them out to be rapists and murderers and all that kind of stuff, you radicalize people like this. This guy might be, you know, I don't know what I don't know any damn thing about this guy, so I'm speculating, but there are certain media outlets, certain news channels, certain social media platforms that if you're on them, it can radicalize you to become like this guy. And I say that just because I've been watching right-wing media myself for about 20 years, and it makes me to the point where when I go to the hood, I'm a little jumpy because all they show you is, you know, people doing bad shit. And you can get this type of shit. Same thing that happened up in Minnesota the other day. You can radicalize people when you're watching that kind of stuff. You can blame this on Trump. This is what I'm talking about. Delusional talking about cats and dogs going very far, wild, crazy ass stuff. Yeah. Extreme major move. Yeah, that's exactly. Same thing in regards to that. Talking about they're eating people's pets and shit like that. Yeah, you can really make folks hate folks. If you believe some of the stuff he said, I played the video because people always say, well, Trump never said anything racist, and why do you guys say that? I played the video once on the channel, or a few times on the channel, where Trump has said that if you're a white person and you're the victim of a homicide, there's an 81% chance that a black person did. I played to retweeted that with Bill O'Reilly on the show many times. That absolutely can lead to something bad happening. I mean, if I believe Trump, if I'm white and I don't have any black friends, black associates, and I believe Trump what he said that if I'm the victim of a homicide as a white person, there's an 81% chance a black person is going to be the one doing it. If I'm walking down the street at night and I see some black people coming towards me, I'm either going to cross the street and walk on the other side or put my hand on my gun. I mean, you're painting them out to be murderers. This is the kind of stuff that comes from them. So you end up with people like this. You just end up with people like this. This guy literally tried to take 2 lives solely because they were Hispanic. No other reason. Tim, that is facts. Yeah. No sympathy for them. I've had far too many bad encounters with both of those races. Fuck both of them, says Cleo Fuss, the junkie. Well, you've had now you're one person, so I'm assuming you've had bad. Okay, let's say you had 3 dozen bad encounters with a black person, 3 dozen bad encounters with Hispanics. You realize there's tens of millions of these people. So you had a few bad encounters, so you fucked the whole race. Interesting thing though, you would say that you've had a few bad encounters, so fuck those people. But then if I was to tell you about all the bad encounters Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton may have had, you would not agree that they should be saying that. And I guarantee you, Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton have had more bad encounters among white people than you've had against anything. Both of those individuals probably received at least 1 million death threats each. Both of them have. This is what I'm talking about. It works for you, but then when somebody uses it on the other side, it don't make no sense anymore. But based on what you're saying, they should be saying fuck those people, right? Real quick, and thank you, Mr. Walter. Appreciate that. What does that say? There's not a separate independent. Oh, I'm on the wrong platform there. Anyway, I was mugged at gunpoint by a Native American, says Deanna. Well, sorry to hear that, but yeah, listen, I've had plenty of bad experiences with blacks. I've had plenty of bad experiences with whites. I've had some bad experiences with cops. I don't know if I've had any bad experiences with Hispanics. I wouldn't know if I had any bad experiences with Asians because I can't understand what the hell they're saying, but that don't mean I'm going to denounce the whole race of people because of any of that. This is the whole black fatigue shit. I see black folks on TV doing mob riots or they're rioting with BLM. Black fatigue, just seeing them doing all. You could see mass shooting after mass. You would never have white fatigue. It's not going to make you hate your own kind no matter how many things I don't care if it's cases of incest or whatever. You're not going to. It's easy just to hate other people. That's where black fatigue comes from. If you saw people of your own kind doing the same shit that gave you black fatigue, you wouldn't have fatigue against your own kind. So it ain't got nothing to do with fatigue. It's probably a little bit of hate tossed in there. Looking in the comments real quick. If they're not black, they're racist, period. I don't believe that. You said if they're not black, they're racist, period. Yeah, that's not true. Every night, these immigrants leave 12-hour shifts with smiles on their faces. I don't know if they all do that either, but I do believe we're treating people who are just here to work and try to better themselves as if they're some kind of mass murderer or some kind of shit. Trump should have just simply said, if you're here illegally, my goal is to get you out of the country and figure out who you are. We need to vet who's in the country before we can just let people stay. You don't have to make up all these lies about them eating pets and raping and murdering everybody. But that is how Trump works. Trump works in the extreme. If you hear Trump, anytime Trump is giving numbers or describing something, you can expect it to be exaggerated. How many people attended the parade in Washington, D.C.? Whatever number he gives you is greatly exaggerated. How many people attended your inauguration? How big did you win the 2024 election? But anytime he gives you numbers, those numbers are not accurate. It's just the way it is with the guy. The guy loves to exaggerate. Will G, I ain't seen you in a while. Says Trump and MAGA ain't shit. Says you notice that we are on the brink of war and MAGA is blaming all these people, all these outside powers except the one person making the dumb decisions. I agree with that. I agree with that because I don't think that I don't think what Israel did with Iran was necessary. I think that if you had another president in there, obviously any liberal president, but even some of the Republicans, like I don't think Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, I'm not even for certain Ron DeSantis would have just let Israel do whatever the hell they want to do at this point. And yeah, I don't believe that what Israel did to Iran was necessary, bombing all of this shit with the war they start. I think the reason Israel started a war with Iran is because they know they have America's backing through Trump. So, Will, I can't argue with that. I agree with that 100%. I don't think it's necessary, and it's leading us down a dark path. And I don't really know what the accomplishment is. I mean, the goal was to stop Iran from attaining a nuclear weapon or whatever the case may be. They're bombing way more than just nuclear facilities over there. They're taking, I mean, they're controlling the skies, bombing airplanes and everything. They're not just going after nuclear facilities. They're just, I mean, I think they're trying to pound them into submission. Uh, just because they put cute names on it doesn't change the truth. These are all animalistic characteristics. I don't know what you mean by that. Let me look in a thing here. I don't know where I just hit there, but Mr. Walter, thank you for coming through. Dude, understand Iran is fucking up the money that getting ready to be made. So you just go around and kill people. Yeah, Gerald, you be hitting home runs. Yeah, Mr. Walter, good evening.
Hey, Tim, good evening. I just joined up. I didn't hear a whole lot of your previous, so I don't know if there's a topic tonight, but I like what you were saying earlier. I feel like Israel, we're working for Israel.
Yeah, why do you think that? It does appear as if we're working for them. Why? What are we getting out of this?
I don't know, man. I really don't know. I mean, can you imagine any other country having a lobby as influential as AIPAC and able to, bend their will to all of these politicians? I just don't understand it. I mean, what if, China had a chai pack or whatever the fuck? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, why are they doing? Is it just money?
Yeah. I really believe it's money and power. Yeah, because
it's money, I guess.
Because you have Ted Cruz saying, no, it's in the Bible that we must support Israel. But as I pointed out, there's a whole lot of Christian countries throughout Western Europe and south of the border that are not jumping up to support Israel. It's because we're at money and power. We're getting money in terms of their resources in the Middle East and power in regards to controlling the Middle East. The other countries that are Christian are not going to enjoy the money and power that we will, so they're not involved in it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you look at, Saudi Arabia. I mean, we're in with them too. It's basically money. I think that's the bottom line.
But let me ask you this:
about what's your politics? What you really doing?
Yeah, but let me ask you this, and this is in regards to Will G's statement. He says, "No new wars, my foot. Trump ain't shit." Why do you think MAGA is so quiet on the fact that Trump did talk about under Obama and Bush there were all these wars, and under his first term there were no new wars? Now all of a sudden it seems like we're headed down that path, and MAGA seems to be, for the most part, on board with it.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think there has been a division.
Not enough. Not enough. I get that. Yeah, I know Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Not enough, though.
Steve Bannon. I mean, they all have a pretty good following. I'm not saying that, but the answer to your question is they fucking love him. They think he's Jesus. I mean, there's nothing he could do. He shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter what the fucking this guy does. It doesn't matter. I've seen so many interviews of people who are like, well, I saw somebody interviewed on one of the, I don't know, Daily Show or whatever, some MAGA guy, and they were like, well, what if he was on Epstein's Island? What if he did do that? Would you care? And the guy was like, nah, I wouldn't care. I really don't care. They don't care. This guy can do whatever the fuck he wants. And that's, we talk about cult, whatever. Just who else could do that? There's literally no one else.
Yeah. How do you think he got that power? What is Trump offering that would make his supporters look the other way on even a murder in the middle of Fifth Avenue? What is he offering that's that great?
the man is a master manipulator, a master salesman to dumb people. I mean, I hate to be that way, but honestly,
come on,
most of the MAGA people are not. Come on, Tim. I mean, I'm not saying they're bad people, whatever. But I just don't think they're very intellectually. They were. Well, let's be honest. Many of them were just deep-seated racists. Many of them have no education. Many of them want to blame somebody for their problems. And Trump was able to give them a boogeyman and say, this is the way you're going to succeed in life. You're going to get over. And as long as they're punishing people that they don't like, they're all on board. They're all on board for it. It doesn't matter how, horrible the conditions these children are being kept in these, detainment centers. None of it matters. As long as, they feel better about themselves because he talks bad about people, that he gives them a boogeyman. I mean, I hate to say it, they're just not great people, to be honest. I just don't feel like they're they have zero empathy. They're not very smart. They feel better when other people are being hurt, that they feel are taking away from them. This is my
you said they feel. You said they feel. Agree that MAGA is kind of short on empathy. I don't even think MAGA would disagree with that. But you said they feel better when people are being hurt.
Yeah. I mean, I've literally heard that from them. That they like him because he is punishing the people they don't like. He still says, he still divides this U.S. Every day he's talking about how the radical left and me. I mean, he is succeeding by dividing, and the only thing that's going to come from this is either a civil war or some bigger problem. Unless these people understand that we're all Americans. And I just don't.
You don't think we're headed to civil unrest, though, do you, under Trump?
I think it could very, very easily go that way. I think if he wanted it to go that way, he could do it.
Wow.
I mean, think about where we are. Let's be honest, man. Look what's happening.
That is.
I mean, I know they don't see it, and they think we're being overreactive and whatever. But look what's happening. I mean, people are being, detained by people with no uniform, they don't have any warrant. I mean, this is not legal shit that's happening.
No, I gotta admit that because I did a video earlier today on my YouTube page about an American citizen that. Yeah, they smashed out his ICE officials smashed out his car window and shit like that, and threw him on the ground and arrested him. And it turned out he was an American citizen. So, yeah, it's they definitely are doing this to people that are not rapists and murderers, are not in the country illegally, are just regular citizens that happen to be brown.
Yeah. Do you remember we were talking about when he was mentioning how he's going to deputize and give immunity to police? That's what's happeing. A lot of these ICE people are not ICE. They're bounty hunters, and they're getting paid $1,000 to $1,500 for every person, and they enjoy the whole law enforcement protection because they've been deputized. So these are just fucking Jan 6 people, yokel, whatever, who have no accountability, no qualified immunity.
You know what's likely to happen is I believe that if for some reason, if democracy continues, if the republic survives, because people are saying it's not, but if the republic survives and we get another president after Trump like it normally happens, you're going to find out a lot about that stuff. And my guess is, I said this on my video, because you mentioned people being deputized and bounty hunters, find out that there were a lot of hate groups working for ICE under those masks. Because I said this when Trump first became president. I said right now if you have hatred toward these people in your heart, this is a good time to go apply for a job in law enforcement because they're going to let you operate with impunity. I said that before it started up. I'm like, this is a really good time. If you don't like them, go get a job in law enforcement because they're going to let you do whatever you want to do to them. And that's
exactly.
kind of where we're at.
And that's what's happened. I mean, and the fucked up part is it's just getting more. It's ramping. It's not just like, oh, this is the thing. It's getting worse and worse and worse by the week. They're building these facilities. I saw there was a recent report about these children who are being held in this detention center that are fighting over water. And I mean, this is just like crimes against humanity shit. Seriously. Why are we treating these people like this? These are legal people. These people, Trump.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say, if we do end up
in my state,
if we do end up moving on from Trump, how do we right some of these wrongs? I mean, look, I get the idea was to secure the border, but we know, and I'm talking even MAGA, we know that some people are being wronged in the process. Do we ignore that under the guise, well, he was just trying to do what was right by the border, so we're going to give him a pass on all the people that got wronged, like the American citizens that were detained, or, people are being wronged that shouldn't be. Do we just give them a pass on that?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. After the Civil War, people were wanting blood, for the rebellion, and Lincoln wanted to have a sort of a reconciliation. He wanted to err on the side of let's come together, and if God, let's hope we get back into power after this, stint. But if that happens, I don't know, man. I think they're going to go for Nuremberg-style trials on some of this shit. You know what I mean?
Ooh. So this is going to end up likely being a mess.
Stephen Miller, I think it's going to be messy. I think it's going to be a long time before we can reconcile with these people. They literally think that we are... and I say we, like me and Democrat, liberal, whatever, people are the enemy. We are the enemy.
Yeah.
It's like, Sharia law, but the Sunni versus the, they cannot understand that we're all American and we all want the same thing. We all want America to succeed. We all want money. We all want these things. We want our family to do well. No, they don't see it like that. Well, they want us to perish.
It's the replacement theory thing. You're a danger to the existence of them. I mean, if they believe in replacement theory, you're a danger just by simply being born. Mr. Walter, I do got to move it on though, but I think that has a lot more to do with it than anything else. Is that whole replacement theory thing?
Yeah, no, I agree, Tim. Just last thing I would want to say is, I haven't heard you talk to MAGA lately. And if on the other side, you can tell me what are they saying about this? Like, what's the counter? I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
What are they saying about? What are they saying about what exactly? Wait, with immigration or Iran? What?
Yeah, all of it. I mean, I'm saying, like, how are they approaching it to you? What are they saying? How are they explaining this?
Well, it's simple. Well, the explanation is, okay, Trump is not flawless. He's not perfect, but he's a hell of a lot better than what we would have had if we had to put Kamala Harris in there. So he'll make a few mistakes. I mean, most of America does not believe Iran should get a nuclear weapon. They don't really want to go to war, but if it can be done in in an orderly fashion, we're kind of okay with tolerating that as opposed to a weak leader like Biden. I mean, this is what I'm hearing. On immigration, he's 100%. They're giving him an A+ on immigration, so it doesn't matter what happens in immigration. They love what he's doing in immigration. But the Iran war thing is shaking a few folks. But for the most part, the support for Trump is definitely still there.
Yeah. All right. I don't get it, but all right, I appreciate that.
That's our country. Thank you, Mr. Walter. Appreciate it. All right, looking in the comments real quick. Extreme Mage and Boo says JD Vance and Trump ain't shit. Says, I want to give a shout out to Will G. Welcome back, man. Missed you. And we wouldn't be anywhere. And I do agree with what Will G said earlier. I totally agree with that. Real quick in the comments, Will G says, if you think Trump hates black people by now after that BS non-Juneteenth post, y'all are crazy. If you think, you meant to say if you don't think Trump hates black people, the post he's talking about is on Juneteenth itself. Trump got on social media and said, too many non-working holidays in America. It is costing our country billions of dollars to keep all these businesses closed. The workers don't want it either. Soon we'll end up having a holiday for every one working day of the year. It must change if we're going to make America great again. So he's suggesting that we have too many holidays, and that has to change if we want to make America great again. The idea, because he also says in here, the workers don't want it either. What worker doesn't want a holiday? I mean, that makes no sense at all. Same thing with him saying it's costing the country billions of dollars to keep all these businesses closed. There's not a whole lot of businesses being closed on Juneteenth. In fact, if you're in the private sector, if you have your own business, there's no law requiring you close your business at all. There's not a lot of money being lost on Juneteenth to closing businesses. The federal government gives its employees that day off. If you work at a bank, or if you go to school, but for the most part, if you're working at a Target or something like that, you're not getting that day off. They're not closing Target on Juneteenth. I don't know what he's talking about. He's kind of making that up. My guess is he just doesn't like Juneteenth, and he's coming up with these excuses to validate why he's trying to do that. If you think Trump doesn't hate Blau, you did correct it. That's exactly what I thought you were trying to say, Will G. But like I said, when people say it's all about getting rid of illegals and I'm okay with coming here, just come here the right way. As me and my last caller was talking about, there are innocent people being harmed in this.
Are you serious, bro?
An update to this story we told you about last night. That's a U.S. citizen being arrested during an ICE raid at the Hollywood Home Depot. Tonight, he was let go, and now he's sharing his experience with us. Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter has his story.
No les abra. No, you serious, bro?
Pope Garcia was capturing an ICE raid on camera when he suddenly became the target as well. The 37-year-old U.S. citizen tackled and taken into custody.
You want to go to jail? Fine. You got it.
The pressure of the knee on my back and his hand on my neck, I felt is this it for me?
Other witnesses capturing the violent takedown, which quickly went viral. It happened Thursday. As Garcia was filming ICE agents detaining people outside Home Depot in Hollywood. Numerous witnesses, including Garcia, yelling at the officers as they targeted a man in this truck, smashing his window.
A split second after that is when he lunged at me, and I'm still recording. So he pushes me, puts both hands on me, and I push his hand off. And then he didn't like that, so he grabbed my left hand.
Garcia, who is a PhD student at Claremont Graduate University, says the officers seemed surprised when he told them he was a U.S. citizen. He says he was first taken to a holding area at Dodger Stadium, where he heard the agents boasting about how many people they had grabbed.
How many bodies did you guys get today? And one of them said 31, and they started yay, it was a good day today, and they were high-fiving each other.
He says the officers also debated about what they could charge him with.
First, it was assault of a federal agent, but only later the narrative started switching because the video was out.
After 24 hours, Garcia was released. He says that his violent arrest by numerous officers gave others a window of opportunity.
See, here's what's fucked up about this is because they can wear masks, and if you see in the video, the person that's breaking out his window right there is wearing a mask on his face. If they can wear masks during the encounter, if they fuck you up and you try to file a complaint, you can't even tell them who did it to you. They're not wearing nameplates or anything. There's some dude with a vest on that says police or it says ICE and a mask on his face. So if you go and file a police report, you're solely dependent upon other officers that may have witnessed it and say, yeah, well, this person did have on a red shirt and jeans. That was Officer so and so. You're dependent on the officers to give you accurate information as to who mistreated you. That's not going to go anywhere. So the problem is when they're all allowed to wear masks during the encounter, you can really fuck people up and get away with it. You can really fuck because there's no recourse at all. Like this guy was simply filming them, grabbing people at Home Depot, and they noticed he was filming them, and they decided to go over and fuck with him, smashed his window out and dragged him out of the car. And he's a citizen. There's 100% legal to film officers on the street. Problem is they're federal officers. You think Trump is going to punish them at all? If they ended up going, if any of them get charged or go to court or anything like that, you think Trump is going to let any of them receive any significant punishment? So this is one of the things, like when my last caller was talking about, because I often get asked, well, why the hell would you vote for a liberal like Biden or Kamala Harris over Trump? And that was what I used to say, is that Trump concerned me when he started talking about giving police immunity in liberal cities. And everybody swooping down, that was not going to happen. These dudes have immunity. These dudes you're seeing on the screen, they pretty much got immunity. If something happens and they give any sort of sob story for why they had to do it, Trump is not going to let these dudes go down. These dudes essentially have immunity. And right now, fortunately, they're only using it against brown people. But God knows how soon it'll be before that expands. I mean, we don't even know who they are. And that's what I was telling my last callers. My guess is after Trump is gone and they start doing real investigations, you're going to probably find out some of these people that are wearing ICE uniforms, their resume says they never should have been allowed on the force. Because I heard rumors that some of the January 6th pardonees were allowed to join this group. I'm not for certain that's true or not, but I did hear rumors that some of them folks who participated in January 6th were allowed to become members of immigration. You already know they don't like these people. So you know if they're dealing with these folks, the outcome is not likely to be good. So that's what I'm saying, is I definitely believe that once Trump is gone and they start doing investigations about who these folks are, it wouldn't surprise me if they start saying that when the Trump administration left, a lot of the records for who actually was allowed to be an ICE or immigration official has disappeared. So we don't even know who all took the roles of officers or people who were arrested and detained. There's nothing written down for who was the person that grabbed them. My guess, and like I said, I'm willing to admit I'm speculating here, but I strongly believe some of the stuff they're doing, they're not going to want the future to ever know accurately what's going on with this stuff. They're not going to want you to know who participates. I mean, there's a reason why they're wearing masks. Now, if you're MAGA, if you support what's going on, the argument is simple. Well, they're allowed to wear masks because their family is receiving death threats and things like that. So they're wearing masks to prevent from identifying themselves. Yeah, but they're mistreating people and it's being caught on video. So we're actually putting the safety of the officers above the safety of the public. Because people are being mistreated. I mean, like I stated, right here on this video, this guy is an American citizen being treated like that. And you would have to question who did it. Because all of the people who are dealing with him are wearing masks. And you heard him state that he was in the vehicle hearing them contemplating what to charge him with. And once this video came out, and you can see in the format that it's in, it was taken with a cell phone. This isn't taken by police. This is taken by some other bystander. Once video came out that showed that they were manhandling this person for something he didn't do, and he's an American citizen, they started backing off on the original plan to charge him with, assaulting a federal officer. If this video didn't exist, they were going to make up shit on that American citizen. He's not an illegal immigrant or anything like that. He's a citizen. And they were going to put him in jail for simply filming what they were doing and make up felonies on him. You think that ain't happened to some people already? You think every time they encounter somebody and mistreat somebody, it's caught on video? You think that they don't get the benefit of the doubt in federal court under Trump? Americans are being harmed by this. I'm gonna tell you right off the bat. I think if you want to, you either know Americans are being harmed about it and you don't give a damn about it, or you're lying to yourself. Americans are being harmed by this. And like I just stated before, these dudes have immunity. They have immunity now. Major Will G says, I appreciate you. Sorry, I've been taking care of family business. Isn't that a commercial? Taking care of business, taking care of family business, but we didn't even have to write the story of how Trump ain't shit. It was already predicted. Well, I don't think we predicted he would go this bad, though. I mean, because what happened to the Hispanic community? There's no way in hell they predicted all this was going to happen. You're not safe as a Hispanic of any type. Even the Cubanos and Venezuelan folks that voted for him, he's tearing up their communities in Florida as well. Not to mention American citizens that happen to be brown. You ain't safe nowhere. They're not safe at all. I'd be curious to know, considering the midterms are about a year in, what is this, June? A year and 5 months away the midterms are. That's the vote I want to see what happens, is the Hispanic vote. We already know the black vote is not strong for Trump, and it's going to be less, obviously. But I'll be curious to see what the Hispanic vote is for Trump, because he outright won the Hispanic male vote. I'd be curious to see how that's changed in November next year. Extreme Major Blue says rights go out the window. These days are gone. No Miranda rights. You have the right to be silent. Asking for an officer's business card is gone. Yeah, you're not getting anything. I'm not even for certain you got the right to be silent with these people. They got immunity. So if they got you in a car and they're smacking the shit out of you, you gonna tell us. You're gonna tell us whatever they're trying to get. I don't even know if you have the right to be silent. I mean, like I said, I don't see Trump holding immigration officials accountable no matter what they do. It would have to be really, really egregious and highly detailed on video before Trump lets them go down. I just don't feel confident that Trump is going to let them go down no matter what they do. What she says, you see how many empty and wait a minute, you see how empty and how lax the soldiers were on Trump's birthday parade. Yeah, we talked about that. They were marching. People believe they were marching in a silent protest. The marching they done at that parade was horrendous. The Russians used that to criticize America. The steps were not crisp. They were not on step. I mean, it was horrible. It just looked like a bunch of dudes walking. That's what I mean. It was horrible. The Army birthday Trump could care less. Yeah, it was horrible. I mean, you listen, the type of crisp cadence walks that Trump wants, I think the problem is because he's trying to, you're trying to emulate North Korea, or you're trying to emulate what they do in Russia and things like that. Understand that the participants in the parade in Russia or the participants in the parade in North Korea don't have a choice. If they don't do a good job, they can be shot and killed on the spot. Their families can be killed. So you're going to get the utmost participation from them. You can't do that in America yet. So they have the ability to voice silent protests and shit like that. That would never happen in North Korea because they know that after that parade is over with, something really bad is going to happen to them. Trump doesn't have the power to do that yet. So big difference. And he's never going to get the participation either. Like, for instance, I don't know how many people showed up at his parade, but it was a small amount. There was a lot of empty seats. That's never going to happen in Russia or North Korea. They'll force you to come out to that damn parade. And if you don't smile and look like you're really enjoying it, then they'll punish you after the parade is over with. So all of the North Korean and Russian parades are going to look like you got full, gleeful participation because the people are being told either your ass participate or you get fucked up. That's not going to happen in America. So Trump is never going to throw a parade that's going to look anywhere near like they shit does. because there's going to be people who don't want to be there. There's going to be protests nearby. There's going to be people looking at their cell phones and not paying attention. All of that. That ain't none of that going to happen in North Korea or Russia. None of that. Because they got the death, the fear of threat on them. This is just a phase. Too shall pass. It's a bad phase. Somebody said this is just a phase. This too shall pass. No, this is a really bad phase. They said rap music was a phase. Liberals will cuss someone out for wearing a MAGA hat. Conservatives, on the other hand, work every day and act normal. You skipping a whole lot there. Your name is Doing Work. He says liberals will cuss someone out for wearing a MAGA hat. Conservatives, on the other hand, work every day and act normal. Yeah, so you go to a Trump rally wearing a Black Lives Matter hat, wearing a rainbow pride flag, and you tell me you won't get cussed out? You skipping a whole lot to make that make sense. As if you can do anything around the conservatives. They're the big tent party. They don't mind. You go to a Trump rally wearing a turban and see what happens. We just work and act normal. Yeah, bullshit. Will G said if Trump really cared about the military, he would have a parade for every military branch birthday, but we know it was about him on his birthday. I don't know what it was about other than it was completely fucking unnecessary. It was unnecessary and it cost a lot of money at a time when you're firing people and claiming to be broke. It just, that parade, and it was a bust. And it was a bust. So even now that we've had it, looking back, now there is the claim that, the UFC and other entities sponsored the parade. But as we talked about on the show before, that ain't good either. You should not have people sponsoring the military. That doesn't look good. Let's make it happen. Gen X, good evening.
What's going on, my man? How you doing?
You know me hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So,
hold on, before you start, I got someone that wants to say hi to you.
Why the hell, you fluffing pookie? What you got going on over there? You go over there sitting like a white man.
Okay, I'll get rid of her.
I'm gonna fucking bring her up next with you talking like that. Oh my God. You got a problem with gangster grandma?
Man, I have nightmares about that woman. I would rather get dragged through a field of broken tree stumps behind a pickup truck than listen to her for fucking 3 seconds.
Well, she makes some points though.
But it's the way it's not, and I'll concede there. She does, but it's her presentation. She's the most disrespectful fucking. Bro, you don't come on somebody's show and just fucking dog.
Wait a minute. She makes some points, but it's the presentation. She's disrespectful. You don't come with some. You voted for Trump. You're describing him.
Respect, baby.
That's
respect.
He does everything you said. It's the presentation. He comes on people's show and calls them all kinds of names. You're literally describing Trump while criticizing her.
The next time Trump gets on TV and the first words out of his mouth are,
"Why you flopping pookie? I don't know who the hell you think you is."
I'll concede and I'll dump it. Until then, no, there's no comparison there.
Oh my gosh, your interpretation is funny. I'm trying to figure out, you sound like somebody I've heard. Not her, but a comedian or something.
Your grandma.
She doesn't sound like that. So, I gotta ask you, you're the person to ask, what the hell is wrong with Juneteenth?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And you know what? Let me say this. A lot of my constituents are going to disagree with me, but I don't think it's as many as you present. Not all of us have a problem with Juneteenth. I have no issue with a group of individuals who suffered hardships having a day, one day out of the year. And then 1 month, I got no issue with that. In fact, I wouldn't care if you took a bunch of degenerates, I'm not going to say the word, that have a month and give them 2 months of Black History Month.
Then I'm going to ask you then, if you don't have a problem with it and it's not as big as you suggest, then why the hell does your president have a problem with it? Did you see what he sent on social media that day?
He never said he was canceling Black History Month. He said we have too many holidays. And, you know, in part, I agree with that, but in part, I don't. I think holidays in America are what makes America. When we find something worthy of celebrating.
Gen X. That man's been president 4 years the first time, and now he's in his 5th month now. So he's been president on Thanksgiving. He's been president on Christmas. He's been president on New Year's and Easter. Why the fuck he picked Juneteenth to send this out?
President Trump says something unpalatable at almost every holiday. That's just you know it, I know it. I'm not going to deny it. He's just got a mouth on him. Be it right or wrong, he's just got a mouth on him.
But nobody is supposed to read this and think that he has a hard on for Juneteenth and that he's literally sending it out that day, and we know that if there is somebody that doesn't like Juneteenth, it's MAGA. There are plenty of your constituents. There are plenty of people that vote like you that don't like this holiday.
And they have a right to do that.
Yeah.
That's their God-given right to agree or disagree.
And it's pretty clear he doesn't like this holiday as well, right?
You don't know that. He never said, let's make this clear.
What?
He never said, hold on. He never said he doesn't like Juneteenth. The fact that he said he made that post
on Juneteenth
doesn't prove anything. It may suggest it, but as you always say, show me the evidence.
Let me give you the damn evidence. Even though you're right, on the other holidays, he sent out a bunch of bullshit and critical messages. One thing all the other holidays he has in common is on Thanksgiving, even though he talked about the radical left, he started out by saying Happy Thanksgiving. He talked about the radical left on Christmas. He said Merry Christmas. Same thing with New Year. Same thing with Easter. Criticized the liberals every day. He didn't even say Happy Juneteenth in this. He didn't even honor the holiday at all. He just started talking about how we got too many of them. You don't see why did he wish a happy? Go ahead.
I'll concede there. I think the appropriate thing to do would have been to say Happy Juneteenth, dude. When I shot to KFC and got me a bucket of chicken on Juneteenth, the first thing I said to the girl was Happy Juneteenth, and she was white. But I acknowledge the holiday.
You find ways to fuck up a wet dream. Fried chicken, huh?
Dude, I love me some KFC. I love it. Your black ass can't sit here and tell me you don't love it too.
I like chicken. Yeah, I like chicken. I try to get rotisserie though. I'm already big enough. Oh my God.
Let me ask you this. A serious question.
Sure.
KFC or Church's? Or Popeyes?
KFC. Wow.
Come on, that's not a hard
Probably KFC, but Popeyes would be a close second.
Very close. Yeah. Very close.
All right. Damn, you sound like you've been hanging around cookouts eating like that.
Brother, I grew up at cookouts. Whoa. I grew up back east in New York and Brooklyn. I have friends that are Italian, that are Irish, that are white, that are black, Puerto Rican. Not very many Asian friends, because Asians kind of keep to themselves. But I'm pretty well racially versed, I believe. Like I said, I admit I'm a racist. Everybody's a fucking racist.
Well, hold on.
I hate everybody equally. I find fault in all races, including my own.
So you're racist against white people?
Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude.
Hold on a second. I got a message on my screen. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and all planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. And they got the Fox News thing in front. I can't read the rest of it. It says, now is the time for peace. What the fuck? He says, now is the time for peace. That is a Trump post that just came out. So they just bombed Iran. America did.
And you know where I stand on that, Tim. Let's make no mistake. I talked about this with you a couple days ago. I do not agree with that at all. I am not anti or pro-Iran. I am not anti or pro-Israel. What I am anti is and wrong. I'm anti-wrong. Okay, when they hooked up with Hezbollah and Hamas and whoever else, and they hit Israel on October 6th or 7th, whatever it was, I said they were wrong. I said they need to retaliate as hard as they can. 2 years later, they're not just retaliating. Now it's genocide, and that's fucking wrong.
Would this be happening? I know your political aspirations, but I'm going to ask you: would this shit be happening if Kamala Harris was our president?
We wouldn't be here if Kamala Harris was president. We'd probably be nuking each other.
What about Joe Biden?
Trump is exercising restraint right now. He could have went off the rails. Hold on. I see that little great big old eyes looking at me.
Restraint?
He could have went off the rails and did what he needed to do without serious consideration. He considered this strike. I don't agree with it. Again, I think it's wrong. I think he made a bad fucking choice. But he didn't just jump into it.
I'm going to tell you something. Trump is going to fuck around and have Americans rooting for the other team. I think a large portion of this country, including people like you, realize that what he is doing is wrong. He's going to fuck around. Now, MAGA's not going to root for another country. I understand that. But even you realize it's wrong. You just going to back America because it's America. But he's going to fuck around and have a lot of Americans rooting for Iran.
Here's the difference with me. I can disagree with my president and not turn my back on him.
You can't go around killing people, Gen X. You're killing people that don't deserve to be killed. I mean, people. We don't see any numbers of them. I got 5, so I don't see.
What did I just say? I can disagree with what he's doing and still support him.
You're supporting somebody that is.
I believe that he's doing what he thinks is best for our nation. I don't agree with it, but I agree with his logic, and I don't agree with what he's doing, but I agree with why he's doing based on what he believes.
You're murdering innocent people. I don't care if you believe what you're doing is right or wrong. You are murdering innocent people. People just died in the course of us having a conversation. You're murdering innocent people. I don't care if you think it's right. You notice we don't have any allies that are saying, yes, go do that. You had a hell of a lot of MAGA that are even saying, no, don't go do that. This guy is getting something out of this shit. He's not doing.
Why is Canada, the UK, Italy, France, and a handful of other nations supporting this, and the ones that are not supporting Iran, which again, I don't support what he did, but why are the people that are supporting it are Russia, China, North Korea, the people that the liberals scream the loudest about?
Because those people are not supporting this. Russia warned us against doing it, and so did China. And I don't know, I haven't heard Canada or UK being on it. None of the nations you mentioned, I'm not aware that any of those nations are in favor of what just happened.
Everybody's chosen a side.
No, Israel in America is on a side by themselves. Nobody else is on the side with Israel in America right now. They're doing this stuff by themselves.
And neither am I. I do not support Israel in this. In fact, I think it's fucking dead wrong. Now let me add this. If they just hit military facilities and nuclear facilities, I'd be a lot less confrontational about it. But at this point, both sides are bombing hospitals, civilian areas, and it's not just Iran, it's Israel too. Both sides are fucking up big time.
No, it is Israel that received the green light from Trump to go after anybody they deemed an enemy. Netanyahu, since Trump
never authorized them. We never authorized Israel to hit Iran. In fact, we didn't know about it until the next day.
That ain't what Trump said. Trump said, I knew about all of it before it happened. He actually said that on TV. He said, I knew about it. He admitted to knowing about it.
I never heard that. But even if he said that, I highly doubt that the Mossad is going to release that kind of intelligence. The Mossad ain't stupid.
I don't think it's the Mossad is stupid. I think they're viewing Trump as a weak. I don't want to say Trump is stupid, but they're viewing Trump as somebody who is weak, Well, look, we can we
100%.
can finagle him, or we can finesse him, or we can schmooze him into letting us do whatever we want to do. He's
100%, Tim. There we will not agree. I think Israel is manipulating Trump and using him as a pawn because they do believe that his decision making and his pride is in question, and they're going to do whatever they can to get us dragged into a war that we just don't belong in. If you want to send people to die, send them, but don't do it for another country's cause like fucking Israel.
Man, your pick is going to get, man. He gonna get us fucked up. I gotta move it on. This is disturbing, but your boy gonna get us. Your boy gonna get us into some crazy shit. We're sitting here arguing with what is his name, Zelensky of the Ukraine, talking about you're flirting with World War III when the people doing that is actually us. It ain't Zelensky. It's us that is flirting with World War III.
Hey, let me answer Johnny 11 in the chat because he's a fellow conservative. Johnny, I think they're serving Trump like this. Back when the Gulf War first started, before all our intelligence came in, Netanyahu got on and said, they have weapons of mass destruction. They're doing this and they're doing that. And guess what? They didn't have weapons of mass destruction. Even Trump spoke out about that. Yep. Now, here we are in 2025, and they're saying the exact same thing. Yep. Iran is getting ready to develop weapons of mass destruction, or they have weapons of mass destruction. Okay, fine. If they do, that's valid, but show us the fucking receipts.
And you know, it's interesting. It's interesting you would say that because what really looks bad is Tulsi Gabbard stated that they do not have a nuclear weapon. That's Trump's chief of intelligence. Huh?
That is not what Tulsi Gabbard said.
What did she say?
What Tulsi Gabbard said was that it appears, based on the reports of the IC, that they do not have weapons of mass destruction. She never said they don't have weapons of mass destruction. That was never a concrete statement ever. So listen to the interview. Listen and pay attention to the interview, what she actually said.
So then the question is, where the hell is Trump getting this information from? If he's not going with his own, I mean, she's the one that would be responsible for telling him yay or nay on that. If he's not trusting her, where the hell is he getting his information from?
He's getting his information wrongly and trusting fucking Netanyahu.
Yeah.
I like to call him Netanyahu.
That's exactly where he's getting it from. He's getting it from Israel.
That's who he's getting his information from. And I agree with you on this. He should put a little more trust in our own intelligence community, even though, and I'll stand by this, that's not what Tulsi Gabbard said. Now Tulsi Gabbard released a statement today saying that, yeah, they're weeks or maybe months away from developing one. Not that they have, from developing one. We've known that.
Tulsi Gabbard, you know something, I don't, listen, at the end of the day, my guess is Tulsi Gabbard, when she spoke in March, gave her honest opinion based on the investigation. Once she realized Trump said that she didn't know what the hell she was talking about, she's now trying to change her statement to fit what's coming from Trump because she knows if she don't back up Trump is going to destroy her. So what she's saying today, I don't even trust that shit no more. What she said in March was probably the most accurate. What she's saying now is just to stay on board with the Trump administration. I'll give you the last word. I got to move it on.
I'll make this quick, Tim. Believe some of what you see and none of what you hear, my brother.
Well said. I can agree with that. Thank you.
Have a good night, my friend.
You too. Thanks for coming through. Real quick, I do want to, because this was in regards to what my last caller was talking about. Didn't get caught wearing a hat at a rally at Marjorie Taylor Greene's. See you over there. Yeah, you're right. If you wear a BLM hat to Marjorie Taylor Greene gathering, something like that, yeah, she would attack you probably personally if she see you wearing it. And I see Will G says Trump is off the rails now by not taking his own director of national intelligence advice and saying she is wrong. And that's exactly what has happened. And he's fucking around and gotten us in the war. I don't know what capabilities Iran has at this point, but man, they use the bunker buster bombs on that country. So that's a lot of damage. Those things are, 30,000 pound bombs they used on that country. So I don't know if Dencal's in here, and thank you, handsome conservative, for that sub. I do see you now. We already know Trump don't give a fuck about national intelligence. We already know he doesn't read or attend security briefings. Yeah, I agree with what my last caller why can't I remember his fucking name? Gen X. I agree with what Gen X said. It's Netanyahu. Trump is going by what Netanyahu is saying. That's where he's getting his information from. Just like when he took office the last time, he was going with Russian intelligence. He was taking their intelligence over ours. I do want to hear this. Hang on a second here, real quick, before we go to the next caller.
First, let's get straight to Megan Casella with the latest on Israel and Iran and how Washington is responding. Morning again, Megan.
Hey, good morning again, Carl. So the president making a round of calls to reporters this morning, telling very...
Real quick, this is in regards to Iran strike. This is a few days old, but this is in regards to my last caller saying that Trump was not aware that Netanyahu was going to go and start bombing Iran.
Various outlets, including the Wall Street Journal, that he and the administration knew about Israel's plans to attack Iran before they happened. He also called the attacks very successful, said that he had spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, and Netanyahu's office now says the two men do plan to speak again today.
Yeah, they've been planning this shit together. I mean, because Trump been tweeting out, we control the Iranian skies, we. They've been planning on this shit for a minute. I mean, I don't know how bad this is going to get, but they've been planning on it. Him and Netanyahu have been planning on this shit together. Gangsta Grandma, this is terrible. This is terrible. I mean, even you just heard Gen X. He don't even agree with it. And he's straight MAGA. He don't even agree with it. Gangsta Grandma, you just heard Gen X. He don't even agree with it. You got to echo. You got to echo. I don't know if you're on Bluetooth. I give her a minute. This is terrible, though. This is really bad. Man, I cannot believe this. Trump said he attacked 3 Iranian nuclear sites. Wow. Unfucking believable. Gangsta Grandma, you dropped out. Let me go ahead and move on. Oh, my God. I just can't fucking believe we doing this shit. I don't know what just happened with my viewers. The thing is moving all around. What does it say here? What's a good doggy Kimmy? I don't know what that means. So a black woman is a mother of all humans. What are you guys talking about here? We're at war, goddammit. So who are Americans going to support when the Ayatollah is killed? It's a religious war. No, what America's going to do is the same shit they did to Iraq. They're going to go in there, do what they want to do, and lead a country in shambles. They don't care about what's left over. They're going to go in there and lead that country, all fighting each other to be the next leader. Same thing that's happened in Iraq. They just destroyed the country and left it like that. He's ruining our credibility. You good? You good?
So, Tim, you can tell your little white, I can't see, little bucket, your little Gen X, little inbred mofo, keep my name out of his mouth. Because he don't want this with me. He really don't. Because I will wash him up with his no cook looking ass.
Yeah, he definitely was trying to imitate you.
Hey, he can't even do that right, okay? The two interbred.
Oh,
the two interbred. I swear you're not the two interbred. I tell you, Tim. Now you went on YouTube and found some more crap. I tell those motherfuckers are nasty asses.
It is amazing, since you started talking about MAGA is inbred and all that shit. Yeah, it's amazing, and I found a little bit on it. Now YouTube keeps recommending Southerners that are sleeping with each other as family. I mean, it's a lot. It is a lot of that happening. I'm really surprised at how much.
The interbred. That's why they special. That's why Trump likes them. They can pull off anything with the interbred mofos. They you know what I mean? They need to go back to school or something. Who be messing with their cousins and stuff? Like, you guys are so nasty. You guys can't find nobody else outside your family. That's just nasty. Now look, we got the biggest interbred mofo in office that got us into war. They didn't get no Congress, nothing. No approval, no nothing. Now we're into a war. Now, we're not going to get no boots on the ground. We're going to get boots on the ground because guess what? Iran's going to go after our people over there.
Yeah, you're kind of giving them no choice at this point. Yeah, my guess is me and Dencal talked about this. Now, Dencal is retired military. He didn't think it was going to happen, but I felt confident because once you start sitting...
Dencal is so... I love that man with all, but that little mofo, he better too. He'll be over here talking, oh, well, we got to be at peace. There ain't no peace with these motherfuckers. What are you talking about?
No.
You can see, this is why, Tim, this is why you cannot coddle the maggots. You cannot coddle them. You know, Jen Cow, all you guys be coddling them. Oh, well, you know, we got to look at this. No, bitch. You guys do it as it is. They just got us to a war. You don't think now they're going to put boots on the ground? They are. Because one of those little idiots over there, like one of those sleeper cells, are going to go and attack our people. Yeah. Get over it, man. I'm so
I gotta agree. There's a good chance that you're gonna have at least some boots on the ground because Iran has got to do something back, and that with so many of our guys in the region, they're likely to strike some of the bases and stuff we have over there.
It's not no likely they're going to. I hate being at war. I don't want to be at war, and I did not vote for this man. But now look at what we got now. It's insane.
Yeah, I got in the comments, Mitch is saying Trump is going to speak tonight at 10. I don't know if that's probably 10 Eastern time. If that is the case, that's...
Why do we need to hear his ass? He went against everything. He was supposed to have Congress. He was supposed to have Congress approval. And he did it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm so done with this man. And you know, you got the maggots still. Oh yes, master. You know, we have to follow him. We can't go against. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know. You think MAGA? I mean, this could cause some cracks in MAGA. You think MAGA support will still be a strong? I mean, you're what Gen X said.
You can unalive somebody on Fifth Avenue and still get people. Now come on, and it's the truth because they're uneducated.
Yeah, it is.
They are so uneducated.
Yeah, Carolyn Leavitt is on. Carolyn Leavitt said, 10 o'clock Eastern time, so that's a little bit over an hour.
Well, you know what? My brain feels I'm probably naked by then because, you know, now I'm worried about our people over there. You know, I have family over there right now. I have my uncle and stuff over there in the military. So a lot of people got families over there. They didn't want this shit. They didn't sign up for this shit. Now we have a damn loose cannon that's in office. Oh my God, our eggs are so expensive. Our milk is so expensive. The white people was counting the fucking cheese on their sandwich, and now look away and win a fucking war. They didn't win a black war in that laugh.
Now I see in the comments.
Her laugh got on their fucking nerves. I'd rather her laughing and then we'll be in a fucking war that none of us signed up for.
Yeah.
All this is for racism. One hell of an expensive racism. All this is behind race. You cannot tell me no different, Tim.
I wish I could. The handsome conservative says, can't the president suspend the Constitution in times of war? Is that
no? Well, I don't know. Why would he even do that?
Power?
He's already going against the Constitution. He has already went against this damn Constitution. You know what I mean? He violated a lot of people's amendments already. So what the fuck is he talking about? Handsome liberal is oh my God, I cannot stand maggots. I really can't. I really can't. That's why I go ham on him. That's why I call him interbred. That's why I call them all things, because I cannot stand them anymore. Look what they got us into. All behind race. Yeah. All this was all behind racism. It really was. Are we great yet? Hell no.
Yeah.
Our eggs are still high. Our cheese is still high. What? I went to the store today. Our ground beef was at $9.99 a pound. So what the fuck is wrong with these people? It was all behind race. And they know this was. But guess what though? Midterms are coming. Guess what though?
You sure you're gonna be able to vote? You sure your vote in the midterms is even gonna matter?
You know what? Let me tell you something. I have faith. You know what? I'm a Christian, okay? I ain't one of these little Christians that fucks they uncles and shit. You know, I'm not interbred. I love my chocolate dangling outside my home.
I know a lot of people, I know many people probably are not going to agree with what I'm about to say here, including yourself. You're probably not going to agree with this either, but Christianity is the reason why we're in this shit. You said I'm a Christian.
You know what? It's the best. Okay. There's two different kinds. You know, I am a Christian, but I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not the far right. I'm not the Christian nationalist. So no, don't put us all in the same category. There's a lot of Christians on the blue that believe you mind your damn business. You believe that you don't step on somebody else's boundaries. You know what I mean? God loves everybody, and that's the truth. I'm a good Christian. I believe that I could, God was on our side. If Jesus was here today, God would be voting blue. Because they're not even going for what God believes in. See, God believes in humanity.
How about this now? Well, how about this? Handsome Conservative makes an interesting point. He says, with respect, Christianity actually told you this stuff was going to happen. So did Christianity let you know that Trump was going to likely bomb Iran?
It depends if he believes in the Bible. And in the book of the Bible, it says that he's the Antichrist. You know what I mean?
What?
That Donald Trump is that. Hey, if you want to go there, I believe that man's the Antichrist. I shit you not. Because what he did at AI with him having gold statues of him, that is the sign of Antichrist. If people read the Bible, you know what I mean? If people read that Bible, he is the sign of the Antichrist. But now we got an Antichrist in the damn office. Now we're gonna go to war, and I wouldn't be surprised that when the hate groups over there that don't even like us in the first place, they're gonna attack our people.
I would tell you one thing.
And that's all behind Donald Trump.
Yeah, I would tell you one thing. It's not a good time to be traveling internationally. I definitely.
It ain't a good time to be being in the United States. They got sleeper cells here. What is it these motherfuckers don't get? You know what I mean? What these motherfuckers don't get? Yeah, the Bible says mind your business. Yeah, it sure does. I don't get into people who they be sleeping with. Only thing I be doing is I don't like the inbred motherfucker. When you can't even find your dating leg outside your family, and you gotta go get your own coochie with your mama and your daddy and shit. That's nasty. You motherfucking inbred motherfuckers. You make Christianity look fucking bad. What the hell?
I see it. Ed G is saying that you blame Trump for everything. He says, Gangsta Grandma falls down, damn, it's Trump's fault. So he's saying that you will blame Trump for any damn thing.
Oh, oh my God. This is his fault. This war is his fault. He didn't go to Congress like he's supposed to have.
Here's what he's saying. I will be giving an address at the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House regarding a very successful military operation in Iran. This is a historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you. How is this a historic moment for the rest of the fucking world?
Oh my God, I don't know. I just lost brain cells just by listening to him. And then you got your fucking little maggot right here. What, Gen X? Oh, America is protected by the Proud Boys, white nationalists. Are you fucking shitting? This is a shit. I swear to God, he's interbred. His sister's fucking. His mama is his sister. You feel what I'm saying? On God. This is disgusting. On God, it is. This is why I go off on their asses. This is why I tell them they are nasty people. I wouldn't go to their uncooked barbecue for nothing. They probably put some they can't You know, Tim, you know I'm right.
I don't know. I'm not getting involved in that. Oh, Tim, that's funny though.
Tim, you went down the rabbit hole. You know you did.
Yeah.
You went on YouTube and you see some nasty shit.
Yeah.
Now, us black folks, us normal, I pray there's normal white tea people.
Oh my God.
That wouldn't do that. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm just listening.
I would never mess with my cousin, my uncle. I mean, I had to have my toys with me then before I touched my fucking family.
Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, that's
that is nasty. Now look what they got. The interbreds got us into fucking a war. Because they're so special.
That is where we're at. All right, gangster.
We're out of war. I gotta go anyway. I have to roll up and
I want to be. Yeah, I want to be. I'm going to be off here soon because I want to be able to see what the president has to say.
Yeah, you know what, Tim? This is my last thing. We are in bad trouble. We're in trouble now. We are. And this ain't no jokes aside with the interbreds and shit. You know what I mean?
I definitely gotta agree with you and say I don't see the path to greatness. Make America great again. I don't see how we're aiming in that direction at all.
We're fixing, you know what, and we're fixing the FAFO. You feel what I'm saying? Because these people don't give a fuck about us. None of these people do over there in the Middle East. We just started a war, and now we're really in deep shit. They're going to come back and something's going to happen really bad. They're going to come back and they're going to retaliate. And then it's going to make us have boots on the ground. Is it worth it? Is the egg price worth it? Was her laugh worth it? Was having a black woman in office? We would have been in this situation if we had a black woman in office. Now we have a white team man that's going bipolar. You know what I mean?
This is who we elected.
All this is expensive. All this was behind racism. And I hate the United States right now. All this is behind racism. All this was behind racism. Now, guess what? Republican will never get in office again. I put money on it. When we get the blue back in office, there's never going to be a Republican back in office.
I don't agree with you because a Democrat could fuck up in the future as well. But right now, he's hurting the Republican Party. I'll agree right now.
You know what? There ain't no Republican Party no more. This isn't a Republican. It's a maggots. This isn't a Republican Party no more. All Republican Party is out. This is the maggots, the white nationalists and stuff. The white nationalists. I hope we'll never ever have a Republican again, unless they come back to reality. If they come back to reality, you know what I mean?
You will have a Republican in office again. I got to move it on, but
I hope it's not maggot.
Well,
look at the maggots doing now. Well, you have a good night.
I don't know about that, but thanks, Gangsta Grandma, for coming through. Wow, I don't know. It's concerning. I mean, you want to run an entertaining show, but when some news come through that's this fucking bad, I'm watching Fox on, you get those, got a Samsung TV. They give you free channels, and I always run the Fox internet live behind all of these cameras. I'm talking to you folks on all these different cameras. By the way, give your boy a sub, by the way. I didn't ask for any of that. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, feel free to subscribe to the program if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Clapper or TikTok. Give your boy a follow. We're generally here Monday through Friday, but I'm watching it on the free TV shit. I got, a streaming service. I normally go to Fubo and watch Fox News or something like that, but I like to watch it on here because it's a little bit more unbiased, so to speak. This is just a channel you can get on the internet, or if you got it's just basically 24-hour news. Fox News, you can probably expect they're coming up with reasons to justify what Trump did and make it sound great. They think Iran deserved every bomb they got. That's what's going to be on Fox. CNN is going to probably be somewhat the opposite of Fox. And MSNBC is definitely going to be saying that MSNBC is going to probably sound like Gangsta Grandma. So I try to watch any type of source that's somewhere in the middle of all of that. And they're just simply putting up Trump's tweets and shit like that. But this is bad. Like I said, it's disturbing. Because as Gangsta Grandma pointed out, it's not going to stop tonight. Trump is talking about Iran must now agree to end this war. Why the fuck would they agree to end the war that they didn't start? They didn't start this. America started it. Israel started it. They didn't start it. Now you're talking about they must agree to. It's fucked up. CNN and Booze has rotted her brain, says New Construction Tampa. Yeah, but she's the one that's got a cooler head prevailing. The MAGA side is the one that's causing a war right now. So maybe the CNN and Booze is what we all need. I thought y'all voted for him because he swore no new wars. Swore a lot of things. And just got in office and started doing different shit. Oh, wow. I don't even know what to say. But continuing on, Mike. If I can bring him up. Man, what a night. What a night.
I told you, Tim. I told you. And this is not even about validation of being right.
Cal didn't think it was going to happen. So you guys normally are kind of similar, but Cal didn't think it was going to happen.
Listen, Tim, my position on this has been this. You can't believe somebody that is untrustworthy and has no characters, integrity, morals, or ethics. I've been telling you those 4 things from the beginning. This man sat here yesterday and said he's going to take 2 weeks.
Yep. Right?
To start talking about diplomacy. 2 weeks. Full. So what he did was he hoping that they would kind of relax? Listen, look, 2-week Trump, we've been talking about, he always says that. In 2 weeks. The sad part is this, and listen, I vehemently disagree with. I know Gen X said he doesn't agree with this, but then he turns around and makes these statements. And listen, there are going to be boots on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear proxy anymore. That's just out the window. This did not have to happen. He's been in office 5 months, and we are at.
That's crazy. You know, the clarity of what you just said. He's been in office 5 months, and we are now at war. That's how quick that was. 5 months. That is crazy.
The very thing I told you, his whole campaign is about projection. Everything he said would happen if Kamala was in office, they are doing. They have done. He's not a pillar of strength. He's mediocre as fuck, like I've been telling you, Tim. Because if he was a pillar of strength, he could have talked Netanyahu back, but he didn't. You just heard Putin say this morning that all of Ukraine is theirs. Wherever our Russian soldiers step a foot on is ours. He said that this morning, Tim. Listen, and this is for listen, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. If you know somebody that's in the military, like I do, I got family that are probably going to get caught up in this, right? I got a nephew who literally just went into the Navy, literally just went in. He's going to get caught up in this. And for what? What are we talking about? Because people like the handsome conservative want to think that this is a game, or Gen X, yeah, you disagree, but you won't turn his back on them, so you agree. Because there's a certain point in time where a line has to be drawn in the sand. And if you still support him after this, you're just as guilty and you're just as complicit as he is. And anytime you want to talk that off the ledge, you're kidding yourself. You're kidding yourself. If you still want to go support him, but understand what side of this you stand on. And then to say, don't worry, the Proud Boys got our back. You see, that's what makes people like me completely understand people like you. So when we look at this thing as a whole, when you get on these apps and you say, no, but seriously, I care about all people. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're just saying what you want to say to feel better about yourself. But you're the demons that we say you are. You are the demons that we say you are. You are the deplorables that we feel that you are. You can laugh about it all you want. But here's the thing, Gen X. There's going to be people there's going to be U.S. soldiers that are going to lose their lives. And tell me what for. Tell me how this helps the middle class. Tell me how this helps the lower class. Tell me how this helps your eggs. Tell me how this helps your gas. Tell me how this helps the stock market. Tell me how this helps the things that you guys said were important to you to be in a World War III. Because if you think the conflict's going to stop here, you're sadly mistaken. But hey, as long as Trump stands up there and stands up for your white Christian nationalism, your white supremacy, you're okay with it. But just say that shit. Quit trying to fool us, because this is a somber moment.
Let me ask you something, Mike, because Will G said this. Did you hear that? Did you hear about some tech bros getting instant rank in the military reserves? No training, no nothing. Straight rank and commission. I heard something about that, but I didn't. Go ahead.
There were four CEOs from companies from Silicon Valley that were sworn in as lieutenant colonels into the military, to Army Reserves.
For what?
Lieutenant colonels. So, because now it's all about the technology. It's all about, and again, how are they going to control the technology? What's going to go on with that? This is the kakistocracy that we said it was. This is exactly what we said.
Now, you want to hear, I would just say this for my beloved MAGA. You're talking about DEI all the time. He just swore, as you talked about, 4 individuals into the military. They ain't even went through fucking boot camp.
Nothing.
And they are now high-ranking officers.
Right out of the boardroom, Tim. Right out of the boardroom. But you know, MAGA's okay because they're trying to, to homogenize the listen, you are taking people that want to serve this country out of the military. They want to serve because of how they identify. We talking about boys in girls' bathrooms and mass deportation and getting illegals out. You know who the illegals are, Tim? The people that are running the country. And listen, you don't even have an argument anymore, Tim.
No,
here's the funny part about it. You don't have an argument anymore. And here's what I'm going to say. I came up to say this to you. Since I met you, you've been trying to bring the news,
You know, your beloved MAGA. And I'm going to challenge you to keep picking up that goddamn hat, to be honest with you. Because at the end of the day, this is what they were talking about. You know, and you know what, MAGA Reacts? I don't give a fuck if you're with me or not, to be honest with you, because you were never a progressive. You can say you were a Democrat, but you were never about progression. Because if you were ever about progression, you would never be with conservatism. Because those two don't fucking go.
I gotta put, now I'll push back. I'll put on my MAGA hat and push back. What Trump is doing now is not what people like MAGA Reacts or hell, maybe not even Gen X voted for. Trump is going off the rails. I mean, look, I understand that as somebody who leans left, Trump was never somebody that you or even I was going to favor on many levels. But he's going further away from even what a lot of his supporters. I mean, look at the Hispanic community. They voted for Trump because the economy, they were okay with getting rid of rapists and murderers. They'll tell you he's doing all kinds of shit within the Hispanic community that he never campaigned on. So I'm going to say that. I'm not going to blame all conservatives because Trump is doing a whole lot of shit he never campaigned on.
Nope. I'm going to push back vehemently. Here's why. Trump has done so much since the 5 months. They had multiple stops to get the fuck off the train.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you get off the train now. He's in there.
No, but what I'm saying, and here's the thing. MAGA React said he was once a Democrat. You may have been a registered. He said that when he was up here earlier. I heard him. He said he was once a Democrat. What I'm saying is you may have been a registered Democrat, but you were never about progression because you don't go from progression to regression. That just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. Not if you were really about progression, Tim. Now, that's what I'm saying about that. No, you weren't. Fuck it. Now, when it comes to Gen X, I'm not surprised, Tim. I'm not surprised. All I'm saying to people like Gen X is you're staying on these tracks and you continue to support him, so there's nothing he can do that they won't support. That's what I'm saying. Up to this point, what else could he do where they don't support him, Tim, at this point? What else could he do?
Yeah. Well, what about Ed says, you know, he says you act like Kamala Harris would have stopped this. Do you think this stuff would be going on if Kamala Harris is in office?
Listen, I'll give you my opinion, but that's not what we're talking about. No, I don't think that this would have happened.
I don't think so.
I don't think this would have happened. I don't think this would have happened but here's the thing. We're not talking about Kamala because y'all didn't vote for her. We're talking about the one you voted for. So why are we having this hypothetical about?
Well, let me ask you this, and I'm asking some of my supporters. I do want to acknowledge what they're saying. Evil Supermation Blue says, Tim, ask Super Mike, do you think Trump is suffering mentally, or do you think that they are hiding his illness just like Biden did? Is that the reason why we went to war, why he went to war? Do you think it's possible that they may be hiding Trump? Because remember Adolf in Germany he was on coke, he was off of his rocker. I mean, is it possible that something like that is happening with Trump?
I'll answer the question this way. This is what I'll say. It could be. But what difference does it make? Because if you're saying that about Biden, this never happened under Biden. And see, this is what I'm saying, Tim. This didn't happen under Biden. It could have, but it didn't. It could have, but it didn't. Yeah. So I'm not about to get into the what if games because we're here.
Yeah.
I'm not about to get into
listen, my take on this is simple. Netanyahu has Trump's ear. Trump is going by what Netanyahu is saying. When you got Tulsi Gabbard saying something completely different, being the head of our intelligence agents, and Trump is saying that she is wrong and going the way of Netanyahu, it seems like Trump has gave Netanyahu just a free pass to do whatever he wants, and he has America's backing. He kind of turned into our Ukraine. Instead of supporting the Ukraine, we weren't supporting the Ukraine totally. We're supporting Israel totally. Like whatever they want to do, we got their back. So to me, I think Netanyahu's the one that's controlling Trump.
Well, again, even if listen, Tim, there is no good synopsis for this. If that's the case, he's the wrong guy. Let's just think about it.
Yeah.
He's the wrong. No matter what you say, he's the wrong guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to listen to his intelligence agents. He's the wrong guy. He didn't believe the intelligence agency when they told him about Putin back in his first term. He's the wrong guy. But they just looked over that shit. See, here's my problem. I don't want to hear from a Trump supporter about isms. I don't want to hear it because you didn't look at any of this stuff in his first term. You turned a blind eye for whatever your bigoted, prejudiced, racist beliefs were. Simple. You went in there and you voted for deportation for harming brown people. You went in there about transgender when no one's ever harmed you. You obfuscated everything to put this man back in office. And now we're here. You want to talk to me about what Kamala would or would not have done? You had an opportunity to be an adult. You had the opportunity to really care about this country, and you didn't. You cared about your own biases, and you've had multiple times since he's been in office to get off the train. Multiple times. When he started deporting people illegally, you could have got off then. When there's just so many things he's done when he was doing all these executive orders to harm people, you could have got off then. This big beautiful bill, which we know is going to increase the deficit, you could have got off then. Right? I mean, there's so many times they could have got off and they didn't. Well, it's just a proxy war. It's not a war. Okay. Well, what else are you going to say now? So if you
you can't say it's a proxy war anymore.
You can't say any of that. This is harming. I thought it was America first. How is this putting America first? The man has usurped the Constitution. He's usurped the emoluments clause. He's usurped all the controls and guardrails. And these people come up here every day and try to justify it. And now we're here. And Trump said, this is a historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you.
I don't know how the world benefits from this at all. But you're right. Robert Kennedy in the comments even says we voted for this. Cope harder. So you have some MAGA saying this is what we voted for.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what's the funny thing about it? I don't even have a problem with him. At least he's saying it with his full chest. At least he's saying this is what we voted for. We are despicable human beings. We are the racist bottom of the shoes that we are. And at least he's owning it. I don't agree with it.
What about now? Here's an interesting way to view it. Jeremy in the comments says Iran started this on October 7th. Now we know Hamas is what happened on October 7th, but I guess he's saying that Hamas was a proxy for Iran, so therefore it's okay to attack Iran for what happened on October 7th.
That's bullshit. That's a way for Jeremy to feel good about himself, because if Trump was the strong guy that you thought he was, he could have stepped in and said he had a whole year to respond to October 7th. Tim, what are we talking about? He had a whole year. If it was about October 7th, we would have did something November 7th, but we didn't. We stayed out of it, and we wait until he gets in office and does something. Again, I thought you guys were voting for America first, no new wars. He was the pillar of strength, and the international community respected him. I thought that's what they said, Tim. So if Netanyahu has his ear, who is in charge? Yeah. He's the prostitute in chief, like I said he was. J.D. Vance is a bitch, to come here to California and call Alex Padilla Jose today, but he wouldn't say it to his face. He knows what his name is. Tim, how longer are we going to try to excuse the blatant racism and prejudice and bigotry we're seeing from the Trump administration? How long?
The rest of his term.
Well, that's what they're going to do. I'm not going to do that. But I tell you what, I will always be in your request to combat the bullshit that they're talking about. And I get it, Gen X. Most of us don't want war. But if you voted for him and you stand by him, then you did. Because if you would have read a little bit, you got to know the devil you dance with. And I know you know, because when you say that, Gen X, and then you say Proud Boys on the back end, that's white supremacy, Gen X. How do you square the two? The reality is you don't, and you don't want to. And that's cool, just say that. But don't come on Tim's panel talking about having a beer with him when you don't want to spend time with people like Tim. Get the fuck out of here. Would the rest of the Proud Boys want to spend time with Tim? Let's just keep it a buck. We got to stop saying this shit. It's all fun and we laugh and we giggle and make me a sandwich and all that shit. But the reality is, Gen X don't want to spend no time with black folks. Proud Boys don't want to spend time with no black folks. They want this shit. That's why he will support him no matter what. Call the thing what the fuck it is, and let's just live with that. See, I've accepted it already. That's why I told you, don't you get your ass in the car with them motherfuckers, because they get on this app because we're in little square boxes, but they have no intentions on treating or having any humanity. And that's the bottom line. Humanity is not in their Rolodex.
All right, Mike, thank you. And I see in the comments, Debo says Tim will end up on the back of a milk carton. Damn. All right, Mike, thanks. He says end up on the back of a milk carton. Jesus, if he hangs out with them. You guys think that's that bad? Gen X, do you hear what they saying? Real quick in the comments, Will G says 5 months and no health care plan, no minimum wage increase, nothing about America first. Just trolling brown people, gaslighting white people, and making themselves richer. Wow. That's a mouthful. I mean, I don't think he ever intended on giving you a minimum wage increase, though. But yeah, the America First thing is not. I don't see where that's happening under Trump, and I don't see the health care plan. Absolutely trolling brown people, and yeah, I guess that is well said. Tax on tips and overtime is only temporary and or non-existent. Well, you know something, you go behind the curtain and you find out the wizard is just a machine. I'm starting to really think maggots are undercover anarchists. Ooh, ooh. And I see the comments. Police cam reaction says Trump is the least racist president that we've ever had. Trump has done more for blacks than any Democrats want to keep us divided, and Republicans want us united. I I don't know how that would work anymore. Police cam reactions when the guy is making references to getting rid of Juneteenth, affirmative action, DEI. Uh, he's done more for black people. I would love to know what that stuff is. I mean, I'm just being honest. I would love to know all the things he's been doing for black people. I mean, how many folks have been fired that are black because he said they were DEI? That comment, even before he got reelected, is a pretty strong comment to make, considering that there are people who gave black civil rights and freed slaves, and Trump don't come anywhere near close to doing that. But now that he's gotten reelected, he you can point to HBCUs or something you might want to say from his first term. His second term has been fairly anti-black. So when you start telling me he's done more, you ain't coming up with nothing from his second term. What has he done during his second term that is good for black people? His second term has been pretty fucking harsh. So I don't know if I think that comment is kind of that comment is yeah, that comment makes no sense at this point. And I would give Trump credit. You know, like I said, I'm able to play devil's advocate. If I could come up with things he was doing that was helping the African American community, I don't need to favor or not like a guy. I would give him credit. He ain't did nothing in these first 5 months. That I mean, anything you bring up claiming that Trump did for black people, it's gonna be from that first term. There's nothing there for his second term. There's absolutely nothing there. Mexicans in my woke native here still. Okay, Edgy, you says Mexicans in my woke native here still for deportation, still for chastism, American enemies threatening us. Am I white trash, or let me guess, I'm uneducated and poor? Look, deporting bad people, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with the rapists and murderers. I'm okay with requiring people be identified that's coming in this country. But, and that's what Trump campaigned on, but that's not what's happening. When you're going in schools and you're taking elementary school kids out of the school to deport them, I'm not for that. That ain't, and listen, he went from we're here to get out the bad hombres to if you're here undocumented, you gotta go. I don't care if you've been here 60 years. That ain't what he campaigned on. So now all of a sudden, grandmas and disabled folks, you got kids with cancer and shit are getting deported. That ain't what he campaigned on. He went way beyond just getting rid of bad hombres. So that's where the difference is. Let's say 100% pro-black. He pardoned NBA YoungBoy. That ain't doing shit for black people. You pardon one dude that happens to be black. Pardoning NBA YoungBoy don't do shit for the black community. Pardoning Lil Wayne, that don't do nothing for the black community. That you don't get credit for I mean, that would be like if Biden pardoned somebody white. He did something for the white community. They ain't got nothing to do with that. He didn't affect my life one bit by pardoning NBA YoungBoy. That ain't got shit to do with the black community. Bro, there's not going to be a civil war. There's going to be a uprising against not just the government, but the rich. Yeah, but then they would convince some of the poor to be on their side. So you would still have a civil uprising. Trump has not said anything about getting rid of Juneteenth, bro. He said there's too many holidays that shuts everything down. Plus, you do know that Juneteenth isn't it. It actually happened later. Yeah, well, here's a problem with trying to suggest, and me and Gen X talked about this, trying to suggest that Trump didn't say anything about getting rid of Juneteenth. The messaging is pretty clear in how it was done. Now, Trump says inflammatory shit every holiday. Talks about the radical left and how they destroying the country. He did it on Thanksgiving. He did it on Christmas. He did it on Memorial Day. Here's the difference. On Thanksgiving, even though he criticized the left, he said Happy Thanksgiving. On Christmas, even though he chastised the left in a big statement, it started out with Merry Christmas. Happy New Year's, he started that out that way, even though he criticized the left in that statement. Did the same thing on Easter, did the same thing on Memorial Day. On Juneteenth, he never even said Happy Juneteenth. Never even acknowledged the holiday. He literally started out by saying there's too many non-working holidays in America and it's costing our country billions of dollars. He didn't even acknowledge the holiday at all. But yet we're supposed to read this and think, well, he's not going to get rid of it. Look, the guy don't like Juneteenth. That's pretty fucking clear. He literally did this on the day of Juneteenth. And you're supposed to read this and think, well, don't worry about it. He says in the post, it must change if we're going to make America great. What's going to change? He's talking about we got too many holidays. He announces this on Juneteenth. He does not acknowledge Juneteenth. And he starts talking about it's got to change if we want to make America great again. And you're supposed to skip over all of that. Okay. All right. Real quick in the comments. I think we just need to deport criminals and, keep civilized immigrants. But that ain't what they're doing, though. I would agree with you, but that's not what's happening. They're deporting citizens. You've had Americans have to plead that I'm an American citizen and get returned. They're not deporting bad hombres, illegal immigrants, and they're deporting brown people. That's it. They're deporting brown people. Continue to celebrate like we always have. Since when was Juneteenth a thing so freaking stupid? Well, let's just say it this way. The slaves were free. We know slavery ended. Why hasn't there been a holiday all this time to acknowledge that? Just go with that. If you think Juneteenth is stupid, answer that question. Why would we free African Americans and never designate the day at all? That's literally a day when millions of people in this country gain their freedom. Why not? Why is that not worth a holiday? Some of our holidays do not acknowledge things that are anywhere near as significant. You're talking about millions of people gaining their freedom. That's certainly got to be more important than Flag Day. Like I said, Columbus Day is not even based on reality. So you can call it stupid if you don't like the name or how it sounds. There should have been a day to designate it, period. There should have been a day to designate it. Tim, why didn't you guys celebrate it? They did, MAGA Reacts. In fact, I remember the first time I heard about Juneteenth, I was a high schooler when I was living in Milwaukee, and they were talking about it. I had never heard of it before. But there was an African-American museum, and they had a parade in front of it and stuff like that, downtown Milwaukee. Because I didn't hear about it at all in Chicago, but I heard about it when I moved to Milwaukee for a time. So they were acknowledging it. In the northern areas, I'm sure down south, just like Pride Month, the people down south have a different mindset. It's not even safe to acknowledge a lot of shit down south. But I do remember in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, they had a parade for it. It was acknowledged, and that would have been in the 80s. So they weren't celebrating in certain places. Will G says, where is the praise for the Obama immigration policy? If MAGA thinks Trump is doing the same thing, Obama was all about legality. Trump, I don't give a fuck about anything. They're all animals to him. And that's a great point. That once Trump started getting in trouble for separating families and putting kids in cages and deporting so many folks, all of a sudden MAGA and Trump himself, Obama deported more than Trump. Obama was separating. Well, if you think Trump is doing the right thing on the border, as Will G says, then you should be giving Obama credit for it. Because Obama was doing the same thing according to you. Why isn't he getting credit for it? That is a great question. That this guy, that you're using Obama when you're doing things that are controversial, you're going to say, well, you can't blame just Trump. Obama was doing it too. But then when it's time to give Trump credit for defending the border, you withdraw the credit from Obama when you're admitting he was doing the same thing? That's a great question. That if you're going to give Trump credit for securing the border, then Obama, by default, doing the same damn thing, if not more. Obama's deportation numbers were higher. All of that. He should get credit for that. Meanwhile, the right is calling Obama the worst president we've ever had. It was acknowledged in the South. We celebrated since I can remember. I'm over 70. Sarah Zarlita. Okay. I remember hearing about, like I said, in Chicago, but it wasn't a widespread. It wasn't something that was celebrated widespread. And like one of my viewers said, it's a stupid holiday and all of that. I never heard of it. It absolutely was not going to be acknowledged anywhere that was non-black. You go to an area that's all white, they're not acknowledging that. Just like most all white areas do not acknowledge Black History Month. There are plenty of places, plenty of schools and areas where they don't acknowledge Black History Month. So Black history, let's just be real. MLK Day became a holiday in 1983. So us Gen Xers went to school at a time when that was, for the most part, throughout American history in regards to Black people was irrelevant. I mean, you go back before MLK Day, Black history really wasn't taught that much in schools. It was kind of irrelevant. They just taught you what pertained to white America. And if you were Black and you went to school, that's what you learned. You learned history that pertained to white America. You didn't learn much about Black American history. It was irrelevant. Look at the D-Blue. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you. What's the difference between July 4th and Juneteenth? The people who gained freedom there, Big Dog, the difference between July 4th and Juneteenth is July 4th did not do anything for African Americans in this country. Nothing. They were slaves on July 3rd. They were slaves on July 5th. They didn't get anything from July 4th. So that day is completely irrelevant to African Americans that were around at the time. It meant nothing to them. And the same thing with the documents that came out of it. Declaration of Independence. Later on, we write in the Constitution. None of that stuff meant anything. For generations, several generations, none of that stuff meant anything. July 4th would have been totally irrelevant. Whiskey Romeo, as long as we keep the history positive, right? There's no way to keep the history positive. It's negative history. You want to describe slavery from a positive standpoint, like Ron DeSantis talking about how much people learned during slavery and he picked up trades. Is that how we want to do it? It's the history's negative. There's no way to keep it positive. It's bad history. It's like trying to describe the Holocaust. Well, the Germans said, well, let's keep it positive. How do you make Auschwitz look positive? It's negative. Whiskey, WR, good evening. WR, are you there?
Like that tonight.
Okay, apparently he's doing something else. That's the whole point. They're trying to hide the negative part of history. Yeah, that's the problem. It's not positive. It's not positive. What's next? The slaves sat down and had great dinners with the Confederates like they did on Thanksgiving. What's next? You got a lot to make it look right. But you have a whole month though. We don't have a White History Month. Oh Jesus. Because people would say it's racist. There shouldn't be a holiday for anyone because we should be united. So you want to get rid of July 4th? Attacking brown people and red carpeting white people. That's kind of what I see too, Will. But he said, Police Cam Reaction says, but you have a whole month though. We don't have a White History Month. I don't know. I don't think you know how this works. I just told you before Black History Month, history pertaining to Black people was irrelevant. All you heard is history pertaining to white people. So they decided to take out a month to tell you history that pertains to Black people. They don't call the other 11 months of the year White History Month, but damn it, that's what you're fucking talking about. It's all white history. So would it make you feel better if they actually called it that for you? Because that's what's being discussed. The minute Black History Month ends, you go right back into talking about history that pertains to white people. And then if you live in an all-white neighborhood, it's 12 months a year. You don't cover Black history at all. But it's not called White History Month. So I suppose your criticism is in the name. It's kind of like saying they got a black entertainment channel. BET is on the cable networks. Why don't we have a white entertainment channel? All the other channels are showing white programming. Would it make you feel better if they actually just called it white people? Because that's the only thing that's missing. White history is covered extensively, up to it including stuff that ain't even factual, like Christopher Columbus. They're telling you shit that ain't even true. So you want a white history month, okay? All right. They know good and well how it works. The ignorance is the point. Yeah. Yeah. Look, let me just say it this way. There is no way you can do anything that is meant to designate, honor, or even discuss African Americans that people are not going to like. I mean, there's just no way to do it. I mean, whether it's a movie talking about it, whether it's a holiday, Black History Month. I mean, when MLK Day came out, people were very resistant to that as well. I mean, we're talking about a great leader that got killed fighting for the freedoms of blacks. They didn't want that to be a holiday. They did not want that to be a holiday. So I don't know how you can do anything that pertains to people of color without some people finding it divisive. You just don't want them recognized. So there's no way to do it. Tim, ever sit down and say, maybe I'm the racist? In what way, Gen X? Let me know if I'm coming across as the racist and you make a good point. Like, you know how I work. I can see with things, but not in this case. When every single holiday or designation that discusses black people is met with criticism, I'm not the racist in that shit. I'm not the racist in that shit. And also, too, when we talk about Juneteenth, I made a post that received a lot of criticism, and I've played it a few times on the show. I'm going to have to step away soon because I want to hear Trump discuss what the hell he's gotten us into. But I made a post yesterday that got some criticism. I'll let you hear it.
Say you. 2 questions. Question number 1. Why are there so many people against having a holiday that marks the end of slavery? Question number 2, and I mean this in the most sincere, non-confrontational manner. Have you seen anyone that is against having this holiday that's not white?
Has anybody seen it? I mean, everybody I've talked to, and I've talked to me because I do social media, I've talked to probably a good 100 people or so that's against Juneteenth. And then in the comments on my videos, there's hundreds more on TikTok and across the platforms. They're all white. All of them are. All of them. Like, I went looking for them. Why is that? If it's a stupid holiday and it shouldn't be why is only one race of people finding a problem with it? I don't understand that. So, and I see somebody in the comments say, the handsome conservative says, yes, there are African American Republicans. Why would a holiday be bad for one party as well? That's another question. Okay, if you see an African American Republicans that are against, the holiday has nothing political about it. So why are the conservatives, if you're right, if what you're saying is true, I haven't seen any black MAGA that's against Juneteenth, but if you've seen them, why does your party affiliation got anything to do with it? Because the holiday is not political at all in terms of Democrat versus Republican. It's to honor or mark the end of slavery. That's it. That's it. It's not talk. There's no politics in it. Somebody make that make sense. Because conservatives equal communists. Damn. I'm pretty sure there's some Clayton Bixby's, I get it, Uncle Ruckus and some Sambos around that are against the holiday. To me, it doesn't make sense. I don't give a fuck what a holiday is about. If I'm getting the day off unpaid, damn it, count me in. Why the hell would I want to go to work? It would have to be a pretty stupid fucking holiday for me to say I don't want that to be a holiday. I mean, if you wanted to honor, Vietnam independence, or I'll count me in. I get the day off too. I don't know anybody from Vietnam, but if you want to count Vietnam Independence Day as one of our, count me. Why would you not want a holiday? That makes no sense at all, other than you just really don't like the people that is being used to honor. No other people should have a holiday until there's one for my native people, and all we endured. My tribe's numbers are still 10% before 1492. Well, the problem with your situation there, Ed G, is simple. The natives, unlike the African American community, have really not tried to assimilate in American culture. They just said, fuck the white man. We're going to stay on these reservations and do this shit over here. And, I mean, the white man has disappointed us so much, we don't want nothing to do with him. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because if the natives were assimilating into the population, you would have more political power. That's one of the things that blacks have gained is they have more power in politics. So, getting holidays and all this other stuff you're talking about, you barely even see Native Americans in most areas. I mean, so because they've stayed to themselves, it's weakened them in terms of our nation. I mean, they would have more power if they were assimilating and getting involved in elections and stuff like that. I mean, Oklahoma's a blood red state, and they got natives all over the damn place. That shouldn't be happening. I mean, you should have state, because the Republican Party is probably not considered pro-native. I mean, that shouldn't be happening. The ultimate troll will make Malcolm X Day a holiday. Didn't make it a holiday. I'm okay with making Malcolm X holiday. Like I said, I don't give a damn. If I get the day off, why the hell would I be against it? All right, folks, I got to step away. I am dying to see. Don't forget about the $5 Indians. I don't know what that is. I got to step away because I want to get prepared to see what Trump has to say. Maybe I'll get back on here. We can holler about it and talk about it. But thanks for tuning in. Bad day. I don't even know how to end the live because I'm upset about this shit because, like Mike stated, I believe it'll result in boots on the ground. Iran is going to do something. Just like they fired rockets back at Israel, we have assets in the region. They fired back at us before. Remember when they gave a lot of our soldiers concussions and shit, and Trump was saying they just had headaches? They're going to do something. So it's disappointing. Anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Follow the program if you're watching on Clapper or Instagram, or better yet, TikTok. Give your boy a sub if you're watching on YouTube. I got to go. Bad day. Very bad fucking day.